So yes, this is part two of what was supposed to be one big long video, but turns out YouTube doesn't let me upload more than 12 hours at a time. So yeah, the first half of the video will be linked somewhere, I'm sure. Probably in the description if I remember to do that. Yeah, but anyways, on with the show. Or
And now for season 5, which is mostly structured as just 5 separate 4-part arcs, as I've been mentioning. But the first episode is a loner, which then ties into the later 3-part arc. But and it opens for the first and only time in the entire show with a continuation of the final episode of the final arc of the last season. It's technically you could say that about the season 1 and 2, but that's not at all true. Now the entire show's out, and the timeline doesn't even add up for that. But anyways, yes, season 5, episode 1, revival, where Maul and Savage get their return and meet Hondo. Ah, yes, Hondo. The beginning of the season is so good if you're a Hondo fan. He appears in the first 3 arcs, heavily featured in the, well, by extension, the first episode and then the next 2 arcs. And he's heavily featured in the second arc, second proper arc of the season. But anyways, Hondo appears a bit later in this episode because it starts off with in the intro, Maul and Savage are just casually killing 2 Jedi. Yeah, this isn't even something that's worth noting. They just do that because they're Maul and Savage. Yeah, normally when Jedi die, it's part of the main plot, and something that's focused on. And goes, oh no, Jedi are dying. No, these two just die in the intro. It really just sets the stage for how terrifyingly powerful and big a threat Maul and Savage are. Which, yes, they are. Maul goes on to be the second biggest threat to the galaxy during the Clone Wars, and he's not an insignificant threat at that. Palpatine, by the end of this season, Palpatine will have personally gone out and dealt with Maul because Maul was going to be a threat to Palpatine's rise if he did not. And I believe that's the only time in the entire show, or actually any of the films, where Palpatine himself gets up off his ass and goes to try and take out a foe. He's defended himself, obviously, and he's sent his agents to deal with foes. Obviously, he's even trying to deal with people from the nice cozy comfort of Coruscant. But as far as I'm aware, no other time does Palpatine go out on his own to hunt down a foe. But he does it for Maul. Anyways, that's later. But this episode starts after as they break into the starbase and destroy a bunch of the droids and steal some money. At which point, Maul reveals that he cannot imagine having a relationship where 2 people are on equal footing. There must be a master and an apprentice. They are not 2 brothers. Maul is the master, Savage is the apprentice, because that's just the way Maul's brain has been wired to think. There's always two, a master and an apprentice. Which, yeah, it's just Maul's upbringing is just so sad once you look into it and like realize what it all means for him. And then, of course, as I mentioned a bit ago, we get the return of Hondo as Maul goes off the Florum to recruit some pirates to build his empire. Which, of course, doesn't actually end that well because pirates aren't exactly all that loyal. We'll find some more loyal soldiers later. But yes, after Maul has convinced some of Hondo's men to turn against him and work for Maul, Hondo says one of his most famous lines: "Traitors! Scum! I'm so proud, but so betrayed." Yes, Hondo, you are. You are one of the best. And then he says to Maul, You are not the first laser sword wielding maniac I've had to deal with, and Hondo or Naka survives every time. Because yes, at this point, Hondo has dealt with Kenobi, Anakin, multiple times for each of them. Ahsoka, again, a couple times for her, and Dooku and Grievous. Although, of course, we don't know about the Grievous event yet because this is a bit of just this is a bit of out of order storytelling for some reason. I don't quite know why I decided to do that in the end, but I did. And then, of course, we see Hondo's base is all in ruins, and Hondo even references Grievous's attack and blames Kenobi and the Republic for losing the system, which, of course, is again something that we don't even know has happened yet. I really wonder if this episode was originally meant to take place, well, where it narratively does in chronological order, uh, right at the start of the Maul of Mandalore arc. But then they decided to push it to the front to, well, start the season off with a bang. And there's not much better of a way to start off with a bang than Darth Maul now, is there? I don't think so, at least. Maul, oh Maul. The most terrifying villain the show gets. He's so he's great. I love him. I want to talk more about Maul at some point. I'm not sure if this video is even the right place for it. I probably will get. I'm definitely going to do a full video about Maul at some point, but I don't quite know when. Anyways, then as Kenobi gets warned that that's where Maul has gone, he tells Cody that he knows Hondo would not work for Maul because Hondo's too smart. He knows that Maul will just betray him at just convenience for Maul because, well, Hondo's been burned by Sith Lords before, and Maul is no different. And then, of course, he goes and attacks the planet with Adiagalia, and well, so I think can we talk about to Adia, not to Cody? Getting my episodes mixed up. Anyways, then he goes to the planet with Adiagalia, and well, let's just say it doesn't end well for her. As she gets horned in the chest and then stabbed in the chest with a lightsaber. So I guess technically she kind of joins the Qui-Gon Club, people who die to a stab in the chest. Yeah, that club should really be a lot bigger than it is, given how many characters are just surviving stab wounds these days. But anyways, that's neither here nor there, really. She dies, and which, quite frankly, shocks Hondo. He doesn't really think that Jedi can be just killed in straight up combat that easily. And he goes, and then when Kenobi says, "Leave them to me," he goes, "And leave you the two crazies?" Yeah, okay. Like originally he's going, "Wait, really? You want to be left alone with him?" And he goes, "You know what? You want it. I don't want to fight him, so good for you." And during that entire fight, Kenobi is constantly on the back foot, having to just defend himself with both his lightsabers against both of Maul and Savage, as they're just constantly keeping him on the back foot, constantly keeping him pinned against things as he's constantly having to fight his way through. But Kenobi recognizes at several points that Savage is the weak point in in their alliance, and that Savage doesn't have a proper stance as and Kenobi keeps trying to kick his leg to knock him out of it, which eventually, of course, works. Or of course works and bends Savage's knee out of the way, allowing Kenobi to launch his attack and cut off one of Savage's arms. At which point Maul clearly shows that he does care for Savage, as he forces Kenobi away rather than trying to save Kenobi, right? Trying to save Savage rather than trying to kill Kenobi, which he possibly could have done. He chose to um, save his brother or his apprentice as they tried to run, and then they tried to run away to get out of there. And then Hondo says, "How powerful can they be? They're running away from Kenobi!" When, even earlier in this episode, Hondo clearly shown that he's quite concerned that they're a threat for Kenobi because Kenobi is so damn powerful. And yet now, well, just partly him trying to rah up his men to go, yeah, see, they're not valuable. They're not powerful. Just get them. But also, just the way Honda works, like, yeah, Honda's great. I also kind of need to do a full video about Honda and why he's so great. Um, yes. And he says, and then after Maul says, "You'll pay for your insolence." Honda replies with, "Insolence? We are pirates. We don't even know what that means." Another great line. Yes. As insolence, of course, means like they don't respect authority and are just generally rude and annoying to the people in charge. And then, which, yes, they're pirates. That's what they are. You're expecting them to worry about insolence when that's literally their entire job description? Yeah, that doesn't sound about right, Maul. And then, after they shoot down Maul and Savage's ship, Hondo says, "Let's get out there and see what riches have fallen from the sky for me and you." Yes, and you, Kenobi, see what you get as well. Just me. I don't care about what I care about what you get out of this as well. And then after Kenobi returns to the Jedi Temple or Coruscant rather, he's having a conversation with the Jedi Council and Palpatine is clearly trying to deflect the Jedi's attention away from Maul because he does not want them capturing Maul because Maul could reveal a lot to the Jedi, and he does not want them to get to him. So, yes, he then works on just trying to make them to not go there. And Maul sets about going off to rally crime lords. Crime lords, or rather, no, this doesn't set that up, that's later on. But this sets up us, Kenobi and some Jedi say that they've left the galaxy alone for the busy playing Clone Wars, and crime lords are rising, which is, of course, what Maul ends up doing once he joins up with Pre Vizsla, the Mandalorians. Then we move on to episode 2 through 5, which form the Onderon arc, which starts off rather weirdly, as it implies that the new king was more recent than the start of the war. But no, the Mina Monteri was, of course, a senator of the Onderon, and she left the Republic as the war started, or probably before. I don't know quite the exact timeline that she's supposed to have taken over. But yeah, but no, apparently they left, but so he left back then, and then the intro implies that this is a recent thing that happened, which is just a bit strange. And there's a few other conversations that imply that the old king had waffled and waved about it, and whether or not they should fight for the separatist, join the separatists or the republic, and then just um, side of the republic was chosen for them, which doesn't quite add up, given that in the Heroes on Both Sides episode, Mina Bonteri seemed to have just always been a separatist from the word go, and presumably the planet went with her based on that. But yeah, it's just a bit strange. The first episode also gives us a lot of explicit descriptions of how you should fight off battle droids and there, and especially droidicas with the slow roll to get behind shields, which they've shown several times in the past. And then the tanks needing to be blown up from both top and bottom. You just shoot out the head of a droid to stop it relaying information back to command. Although that last one's a bit strange because droids constantly keep fighting after their heads are gone. They just start shooting, even within this episode or within this arc. They do that. But, whatever. It's just a bit strange that they said aim for the heads. That's the important bit. They don't need their bodies. When really it's the bodies that you want to take out because that will stop them being a cohesive unit. Like, sure, if you want to stop them sending information back to command, I guess shoot the head, but that's often not the thing that you need to actually take out. Like, that you typically aren't trying to run pure stealth missions. Even, like, if you're running an insurgency like the Onderon arc, like the Onderonians that they're planning, like, you still want, they're still mostly going to be hitting actual big teams of Aldroids, which will be taken out and then, like, yep, they're gone and we'll be out of the way before the reinforcements show up. Like, That's how guerrilla tactics work. Just a bit strange. And then once King, then in the second episode, King Raj calls in King Dendep to stop the um rebellion, or as he calls them, terrorists. And to which King Dendep said, "What you are up against is the will of the people. It is up to the king to embrace, bend, or break it." Which, yes, if you're in charge, you need to either do one of those three things to the will of the people, or else you will just be completely toppled. Like if you don't just if you embrace their rule, they'll just if you embrace what they demand, they'll likely just follow you along. If you bend what they demand, they might follow you, or there's still a decent chance they might follow you if you don't bend it enough. And if you break it, well, you've broken their will, and they won't be able to fight back against you, and you'll be able to keep control. And of course, the problem with King Raj is that he's constantly trying to force others to solve his problems and not try and solve them himself, which is also King Dendep's original problem. Just hope that things happen well around you. So, yeah. And then, hey, look, this second episode also features a time that a tank gun needs to be charged. It's not just when Grievous was trying to escape. It's also here, although this one's entirely pointless and irrelevant to the plot, as it just recharges as they just managed to destroy the droids that they need to have destroyed anyways, and he blasts the Howard generator, which he was going to do anyway. So that's probably why I forgot about it, because this is completely irrelevant and strange that they even bother bringing it up. Anyways, it does overcharge, so it's not just a one-time thing. And then once they take out the people's power, but within the entire city, then apparently now the insurgents are beloved by the people. Just a bit strange that, hey, we've done something that tangibly negatively impacts you, and now you're all going rah rah. Whereas before you were all worried that we were trying to hurt you, and now we've actually hurt you. You're for us. It just doesn't add up to me. Like, sure, taking out the city's power shut down the battle droids, although didn't really actually have any notable effect within the arc on the battle droids. I think there was like maybe one line where a droid says, "Oh no, we are low on power now." But like that's it. Like they're still fielding armies of battle droids and just functioning at full capacity. It's just a bit of a weird thing. The whole destroying the power generator. Like it makes a bit of sense on paper, but feels like it would a cause the people to turn against them if you just took all their power, and then yeah, sure you're, and then in the end it didn't actually end up mattering because the droids just got power from elsewhere or new reinforcement droids came in, so it just didn't even negatively impact the battle droids notably. Yeah. And then, yes, we see at this episode comes to the end that Stila was the guiding hand on Saw, keeping him in check and keeping his more rash nature in check. Which, well, while she's around for this entire arc, or at least the part where we're telling you to actually be doing something, by the end of this arc, she of course dies, and then he becomes far more unhinged the next time he has to deal with an evil oppressive force in the Empire, and he's almost immediately fighting back and fighting hard. And of the by the time of even Star Wars Rebels, he's already known as an extremist who's going to do anything to who's willing to go to any means necessary to blow up the empire. But yes, then yeah, there's all he's my brother reveal, which about stealing Saw, which is just strange. Like, yeah, big whoop. I guess it comes into like trying to I don't know if it's meant to mess you up or simplify the whole stupid love triangle plot. Um, which, speaking of which, the whole love triangle plot between Ahsoka, Lux, and Steela, and to a certain extent, Saw as well. About that Saw's mostly taken out of it once we realize that Steela and Saw are actually just brother sister. It's just So I have to try and clean it up because yeah, like yeah, the whole that whole plot is just so strange. Like it goes nowhere. Like just Ahsoka's occasionally rolling her eyes at Sela and Lux being happy together, and that's about it. Um, yeah, just feels like something they could just cut and no one would have noticed. Because I don't know, love triangles are not my favorite kind of plot at all, and this one's just entirely forced. Doesn't really go anywhere. Like none of the possible romantic pairings of it even actually happen. So it's just quite bizarre that they decide to focus so much onto it. And then, of course, the He's My Brother reveals just trying to clean that up or trying to, I guess, trying to mess it up because without that reveal, you could have, like, had, I don't know, Lux being love interest for Ahsoka is so strange because it doesn't go anywhere really. And I wonder if maybe they had plans for that in the cancelled seasons, but, like, doesn't really make sense that would, for it to go anywhere. Like they never picked that up in Rebels or the Ahsoka show or anything. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just strange. I think that the original version of the what's Martez Sisters arc had just well, I know it had just a single man instead of the two sisters, and I feel like he was meant to be a sort of love interest for Ahsoka, which maybe would have then had later carrying on impacts with Lux, but then they changed that arc so it was two sisters who had no romantic interest with Ahsoka, and then Lux has basically been forgotten about by the end of this episode. So I don't know, it's just the whole Lux Ahsoka romantic possibility is just strange to me. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense why they just keep doing it every time they're together. So I guess it's just in like I guess two episodes prior to this and in this arc. But yeah, I don't know. It's just strange. Anyways, yeah, also another strange thing about this arc is the Jedi and most notably Ahsoka. They're constantly just trying to sit out of everything. And like originally, it was stated that the purpose of the what they were doing was to take attention away from the um, Republic's forces and divert separatists towards the insurgents on various planets. Which, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then they wanted to just not have Ahsoka and the Jedi do much because they wanted to try and test out the insurgents to make sure that like the whole concept was functional, which okay, kind of makes sense. Although at the same time, like I feel like you'd rather have Onderon on the side than test out one particular group of insurgents who won't be involved in future insurgencies. And then it's later said that they don't. It's later implied that, but in the third episode, that part of the problem was that Ahsoka revealed herself to the Separatists and they knew they were there, and as such, they send down more droid forces. When wasn't that kind of the whole point originally to cause a two-front war? Like that seemed the whole title of the first episode. Just very strange. The whole idea of them trying to having to sit out everything. And then we see that there's the attempt at the big flashy execution, which of course big flashy executions have their problems. In fact, they kind of are by their nature in a public area and fairly close to the public. So if there's people in the public who are capable of launching a counter attack against you, they will do that, and then well, they freed Dendep from this. Whereas if you hadn't had such a big flashy execution, he probably would have died. So yeah, good job there, King Raj. Although it's not entirely a bad idea to have the execution just kind of backfired horribly in your face. Oopsies. And then Saw Gerrera convinced the guard captain to turn on the king because, well, he's oppressing the people and not being a good person, which is kind of what the guard should be really protecting. It's not just the king, but the people themselves. And well, if he's not being a good king, so especially when there's another king, just trying to passively change over to the good king that you can use. And yet again, the separatists fail to learn their problem with just oppressing the population until they until they submit. Because if once they're given hope, they will fight back, just like they did in the Water War on Moncala, just like they did here. The people are what stopped the separatists from chasing after King Dendep and his soldiers and the insurgency. Well, of course, partially it was Ahsoka and her theatrics, but it wasn't just that. Yes, it was also the people who just formed a wall and stopped the droids pushing into them. Then we reach episode 4, which starts off with a big hologram of, I believe it was the king in the town square saying, "Rar, rar, I'm fighting for the people. I've realized my mistakes." And then those people start smashing at the bow droids, and a big dinosaur sits on one of the bow droids and gives a big smile. He's a happy dino. He crushed the droid. He's a good boy. Yes, Under One actually as a whole had quite a few cool dinosaurs on it. Or I guess they technically probably wouldn't be dinosaurs, but it looks like dinosaurs. Dinosaur type creatures. They're great. I love dinosaurs. They're just cool big things, especially when you've actually got them around people. They're so much more interesting as things then, so they can actually interact with people when they're actually interacting with people. And then we meet Hondo again. Just of course he has to return for his little cameo in this arc, and he's being contracted by Anakin to deliver a bunch of weapons to the insurgents so they can destroy the uh, gunship droid things and stop the and save their people. Which actually, this whole thing kind of brings up a bit of questions about how fast hyperspace is because within the course of it's biased within the course of a single battle, Anakin goes to the floor, meets Hondo, talks him into and negotiates an agreement to pay for the weapon shipment. Then Hondo takes the weapon shipment to Onderon, all within the course of a single battle which takes place in less than a day. Which, even assuming that planets are right next to each other, feels really short. Although I guess maybe just I don't know. Hyperspace is just weird in general, and it doesn't really have a proper amount of time it takes. It feels. Anyways, Hondo. Once he gets told by Anakin that Anakin wants him to deliver, he goes, and is that all I am to you, Jedi? A delivery boy. Because, yeah, he doesn't really care that that's what they're using him for. But he likes to pretend to be hurt by them. Maybe he'll drive up the price. Make him feel better. Make him feel better. Smooths out the problems he was facing. And then, after Anakin says that he wants Hondo to perform an illegal smuggling, Hondo says, illegally? Now, why would a Jedi need to deliver arms illegally? Which initially he sounds like he's it sounds like he's initially taking offense to be called out as doing illegal stuff. But then it goes, wait, why do the Jedi want something done illegally? That's strange. Because well, yes, it is strange if a Jedi need to do something illegal. Normally they just run their own blockade runners and get through. And then after he's delivered his bombs, after he's delivered the missiles, he's talking about how his fee was very handsome and well paid up front. And then the droids attack. He goes, "Oh my! Look at the time. My work here is done." And he's doing that mid sentence because yes, of course, Hondo, you're definitely doing just because you're running out of time and not because you actually see a big scary ship and want to get the hell out of there. Yes, that's definitely why. And then the as the gunships all get shot down eventually, and the king is saved, uh, and the droids are all destroyed. Stila gets her gunship, her bit of rock crashed into. She starts to fall. Lux goes to save her. He falls as well, but Ahsoka manages to save Lux and then moves to save Stila. And then the gunship turns its gun on Ahsoka and shoots her in the back, which hurts, believe it or not, and causes Ahsoka to lose her focus on the Force. and drops Steela to her death, which Saul somehow blames himself for because he shot down the gunship, which, yeah, that probably didn't help Saul and his whole need to be brutish and rash and fight. He saw what happened when he was, I guess, a bit slow or a bit slow to shoot down all the droid ships. So now he needs to hit them before they can hit what he loves. Yes, and I mean he was not at all actually responsible for that, but he blames himself nonetheless. And of course, the separatist Colonel King Raj, because well, he fails to keep control of the planet, and as such, he's no longer valuable, especially given that he's not wanting to run away with them. Don't want to leave someone with actual knowledge behind. Yes, well, that was the Onderon arc. It was a nice little arc. We got to see a whole new side of the galaxy with the insurgencies, and it introduced us to Saw Gerrera, who, well, this is all, I believe, his entire appearance from the Clone Wars, but he goes on to be a much more interesting character once we lost Gila's calming influence. But I feel like he'd be much less interesting if we didn't have this initial episode or initial arc about him, where he's much more calm and not as murderous as he is in his later appearances, because well he's got his sister to calm him down. He hadn't had the massive personal tragedy of losing her in war. But yes, that was that arc. And then we move on to episode 6 through 9, which is the Younglings arc. And this arc has the young Ahsoka footage where she's being found by Plo Koon that had been bugging my brain as to where it came from ever since I thought it was going to be in Tales of a Jedi, and then I distinctly remembered seeing it, and it was apparently from here that I've been remembering from, and not from one of the Tales of a Jedi trailer. Though, in fairness, it might have actually been in one of those as well. You know, I'm actually going to look that up. Well, if it was one of Tales of a Jedi trailers, I couldn't find it. So, yeah, presumably it's just from here. And I don't know why I thought it came from Tales of a Jedi, but yeah. Anyways, this arc also introduces us to Ilum and shows it, and they say that it is the most sacred place to a Jedi, which, well, it's where you make your lightsabers, and well, I guess you'll make your lightsabers, but it's where you get your lightsaber crystals. So that makes sense to that's the most important thing um to the Jedi is their lightsabers. And we also see that Ahsoka is trusted to lead this very important step in the youngling's upbringing, which I guess it feels like it might actually almost be like a rite of passage for Padawans that they lead younglings through this journey to pass on their knowledge. I think I forgot to note down when it happens, but I feel like there's several points where it's like where it implies that like they specifically choose young or Padawans to escort the younglings during this. And during the first episode, all six, well, kind of, all six of the younglings faced a challenge that hits them who they are personally. Petro, who's the human, has to face his overconfidence in himself, well, and learn selflessness, as when he just tried to run off on his own, he failed to get a proper crystal, and it's only after he came back and specifically saved Katuni that he actually got they actually noticed that his crystal was there. And then Biff the Ithorian, who's one of the Hammerhead people, he faces his fear of well everything, but and then he comes out of this having learned courage. Um, Ganodi, who is the Rhodian, faces her underconfidence and learns hope, as she originally went, there's no way I can find anything. What am I supposed to do? There's no crystals anywhere. Falls into a cave full of crystals, and is now faced with the complete opposite problem. There's crystals everywhere. How am I supposed to do this? It's just kind of funny. Then Zat, who's the Nautolian, the same species as Kit Fisto, he faces his over reliance on tech and technology, needs to learn to actually trust in himself, which just sums up as just trust, which is a bit strange. Um, Gungi, who appeared later in the Bad Batch, but he's the Wookiee. He faces his impatience and learns patience. And then there's Katuni, who's apparently a Folofian, which is the same kind of species as Adigalia is. And as far as I can tell, she faces her ability to climb. Yeah, she didn't really seem to have a proper challenge. Yoda says that she learned confidence when she never really came across as unconfident to me in this arc. And it's kind of strange that she's the weakest challenge because she's the one who becomes the most important character to the next three episodes. Really, she's the one who's faces the big challenges. She's the especially for the final episode. She's the primary youngling who that episode focuses on, but even to a certain extent, the next to it, episode 3 and 4, 2 and 3 as well. It's a bit strange that faces the weakest of challenges. Like, yeah, you had to climb, and according to Yoda, that would make you be confident. Yes, and of course, in the end, Petro proves that they weren't going to be trapped in there by the physical door. They would just be trapped in there by their mind, thinking that they'd be trapped by a physical door. Yeah, speaking of that physical door, the how fast it moved down the wall just felt rather strange. Like it just felt like it moved down really fast the first time we saw it, we cut to it, and then after that it was first fairly slow until again it did a massive jump down. Once they actually started to leave, once we saw, I think it was Gungi leave the um place. Yeah, it's just strange. I feel like they could have paced the dropping of that better. And then in episode 2 of the arc, we meet Hu Yang, who he's a very fun droid in this arc, and he proves that he's very resourceful and he knows what he's doing because well he's been doing it for 10,000 for 1,000 or was it 10, I think it was 1,000 generations of Jedi, and he's been on this ship for 1,000 years. Makes me wonder what ship he was on the previous 1,000 years. There's a line where like at the very end of the arc where he says this was the most eventful since Yoda went to get his lightsaber crystal, which yeah, it must have been 10,000 years. Because Yoda's of course 9,000 years old, and he said 10,000 generations. But yeah, it just feels like he should have said something like, he's been on the ship. Or maybe he did say 1,000 years. Yeah. Because I feel like if they lined up how then, because later he says, but he's been in, he's had been on the ship for 1,000 years, or maybe it was 10,000 years. However, it was a long time, and he hadn't lost a fight in any at that time. It just feels like if they'd lined that up with Master Yoda's event, like roughly when Master Yoda would have been getting his crystal, which wouldn't like even if it's like would not have been 1,000 years ago. Was a yeah no yeah yeah no it is 1,000 years. Yours 900 years old. Yeah. So yeah, that would not have been 1,000 years ago. Like if they said 800 years ago, because well, I guess that would still probably not quite with the timeline, but you could say that his species ages slowly. Like Grogu's meant to be like 50, and he's clearly not got his lightsaber not got his lightsaber yet. Like you could have done like said like 800 years ago, which would I think put Yoda at about 90 or about 70 maybe, because we've got yeah about 70 years old. If he said for the last 800 years, which then would have lined up nicely with the line at the end about most eventful since Yoda, which would have been when he lost that ship, which would have been when he lost the ship that he was on previously and had to get a new one. And then like you could tell like a potential like, which then just leaves it open like, these events connect and it'd be just neat and cool. But no, apparently not. Anyways, Hondo immediately we meet Hondo again in this episode, and he is getting great, and he immediately realizes when the kids are not on the ship that they're in events because well, where else are you going to hide on a big old ship like this. Obviously, it's in the vents. That's where everyone hides. And honestly, more people should probably realize that, not just Hondo. But yes, Hondo realizes that they are in the vent, so he orders his men to smoke them out. And then, once he does successfully smoke some of them out, he says, "Hand over my crystals, and no one will get hurt." Much. Because yes, Hondo, you know, you don't want to hurt people. Much. You just really just want your money. And well, that's how you get your money is by getting the crystals. And then we see that even Armless, Hu Yang is a great fighter as he gets shot in the head, he gets shot in both arms, so he now has no head, neither of his main arms. He just starts kicking the pirate down and knocks them out. Because yeah, Hu Yang is no slouch. Yes. I wonder if we'll actually get to see him fight in the Ahsoka show. You probably know by the time you're watching this, but I don't because I've only seen 3 episodes of it. Because that's all that's out right now. But anyways, yes. And then the second episode ends with a big old row as Ahsoka gets captured by Hondo as a random pirate knocks her into his ship as her has planned to escape or to escape by just activating the engines and pulling away from Hondo backfires on her. Well, I guess it doesn't really backfire on her. The plan works, but she just gets knocked in as she's stuck in the open, as she was busy fighting Hondo off. I actually wonder if the Weequay who hit her was the same one um that two younglings beat up when they went into the cockpit. If it is meant to be the same one, that'd be a nice little touch. Explain why that one was so far after all the others, because that one had been knocked out quite a ways away from the entrance. And we never see that Weequay again on the ship, so presumably they got shunted off into Hondo's ship. I just thought of it. I haven't checked it. But that'll be a neat little touch if it is. Grievous. Then we enter episode 3, where Grievous launches his assault on Kenobi after the Kenobi tells the younglings that he's definitely going to be there right now, which admittedly he thought he would be. But then, of course, Grievous showed up and puts a damper on all of Kenobi's plans. And Grievous launches his assault, and once it and the Republic starts losing badly, very badly, and he starts choking one of the clones with his foot as he steps out of the wreckage of a Republic gunship. And eventually kills him, and then he and Kenobi enter a bit of a duel. Kenobi ends up running away, along with the rest of his army, and then they end up in a little escape pod after eventually, but not before we first see some clones which are in the engineering uniform in the fight, because this is not going well for them. They need to actually have all hands on deck, even if you aren't in proper armor now. Just start shooting. We need to hold off, which of course fails, but they were trying their hardest. Good little clones, a good little Jedi Kenobi. But then they managed to escape off into their escape pods, and Codius has a jump pack in. I don't know if that's just for this episode or if it's his entire what's it, Mark II or Mark III redesign. The one that happened at the start of season 4. I didn't pay attention to his back in. Well, was it only the first episode of his Igerian art that he appeared in his new armor? It might have been. He's not that major of a character. I feel like he should be a more important character, but he's not. Anyways, um, Hondo one as he's back to Hondo, the younglings notice that there's a big old troop of um performers going to meet Hondo, and on their which they join up with their agile Jedi skills. And then, while they're on their way, Hondo has a little conversation with Ahsoka, where he says that he knows someone who will pay a lot for a Jedi, especially a female Jedi, which is a bit strange. It feels like Hondo would not the kind of person who would sell someone into slavery. I don't know. It just feels like it's very much not what Hondo would do. And well, especially a female Jedi, just yeah, feels like something's gonna go on there, or well, the potential buyer would want something to go on there, and yeah, that would not be good. But anyways, moving on from that little bit of a horrifying thought, because this episode very well might be Hondo at his most villainous. Which, yes, next episode he's much more heroic because Hondo, and it doesn't feel like Hondo's changed his character at all, just the situation he's in. Because Hondo is, well, he's a chameleon of a character. Yes. But then, as the younglings get there, they distract Hondo on they're distracting Hondo with their dancing troupe, and then they put Hondo onto the little seesaw, custom made seesaw, and then they um jump down, knocking Hondo into the air. But once as he's stepping up to get onto it, he says, "I may not be as young as I once was, but I am older." Yes, Hondo, even drunk, you're a classic expositor of one lines, espouser of one liners. Yes, I love Hondo. I really should do a full video talking about Hondo and everything great he does throughout the show. Um, and even into Rebels, that he's still a great character in that. And then you can see the whole carnival is nervous about um how Hondo should react to the whole uh, being seesawed up into the air thing. Quite frankly, I think he takes it rather well. If younglings hadn't been younglings trying to um free Ahsoka and causing a whole bunch of trouble there, he very well might have been happy and just let the whole thing slide. Because well, he was quite drunk and seems like he had a bit of fun flying through the air. If he did crash land poorly. And then, of course, as the carnival flees, they leave behind their poor Dino. Poor Dino. And Hondo and the Dino share a moment as Hondo's lost his Jedi and the Dino's lost his master. Sadly, that Dino never appears again. Although, if it did, it would probably be murdered by Grievous's hands or one of the Balroids. And then, as we enter episode 4, the younglings are on the run, and they've zigging and zagging through the caves and then onto the open plains. And then, as they need to perform a harsh turn to not fall into a cliff, having already done some of the couple of the Jedi onto the ship onto their ship, then the the Rodian, what was her name? The Rodian's name was Kennedy, was holding up both Gungji the Wookiee and Biff the Ithorian by herself, which that's very impressively strong. You're one person, and I don't think Wookiees are that light, and the Ithorians don't look particularly light either. And you're just a kid holding up both of them, so very strong Rodian. Maybe Rodians are very strong. I don't know. Just a little observation I had. And then, of course, Dooku shows up. Well, actually, Grievous shows up with his army, and Dooku just appears via hologram. And says to Hondo, and Hondo has now lost his base, lost everything he got, because Dooku wants revenge for Season 1. It took Dooku a while, but he has been fighting a war, and Hondo was not much of an ever-present threat. Which is why, unlike Ventress, his revenge on Ventress and the Night Sisters not being immediate, I feel this fits a lot better to him having taken a while, because Hondo was not really proving a threat, whereas the Ventress and the Night Sisters had just gone out of their way to try and assassinate him. Well, he didn't know this, but he probably knew it one time, but twice at that point. Like, them not going after him again would be unexpected from Dooku's perspective. Of course, Ventress had given up on her revengeance ways, but Dooku didn't know that. But yes. But where versus Hondo was not a threat. He just took the opportunity of Dooku being there to capture him. And well, when you present Hondo with an opportunity, he'll take it. And while Dooku obviously wants revenge for that, he realizes that there's a big old war going on, and Hondo is not an actual threat. And so, deal with what you can first, and then deal with Hondo once he's actually reasonable to deal with. And then Hondo gets tossed in prison along with the rest of his gang, and as Grievous starts melting down Hondo's entire shipyard. Well, not the entire shipyard, because Hondo, of course, has his little secret shipyard. And then Hondo shows real, genuine interest in how a lightsaber is made, because Hondo, he respects the Jedi. He might talk the big talk about Jedi being nothing and people who are running from them are weak and cowardly and all that jazz. But no, he likes Jedi. He trusts the Jedi. I believe Dave Filoni has called him a Jedi sympathizer, which, yeah, I think that's a fair description of who he is. Although, of course, he will not hesitate to turn on the Jedi if it means he'll make a nice profit. But he does not want to piss them off because he knows that the Republic, he knows he wants the Republic to actually come out on top of the war because they will not try and crack down and murder him as like the Separatists would. Separatists hold grudges a lot more than the Republic. And then he has, after he's seen Katori, Katuni build her lightsaber, he has no conversation with Ahsoka, where he says, I may be a pirate, but I do not like taking children into battle. To which Ahsoka responded, That didn't seem to bother you when you attacked us. To which Honda replied, Well, today is a new day, and today I like children. Which I don't think is fair to Paul. I think, well, that is something that Honda would definitely say. He wants to put on his bravado of just being himself. He attacks people when he wants. No, Hondo does not want to attack them. He did not order lethal. He did not order them to be lethal against the Jedi. He just wanted their against the He just wanted their crystals because the crystals were valuable. He would have been fine with letting the Jedi just continue on their way, and he'd ordered his men to not kill them if possible. Yes, because Hondo he lives by code, and his code says no do not take children into battle. And then we get the Zeptron tailbike that Grievous is riding. I don't know how many people actually remember would think of that, but I do. The bike as they're escaping off into the cat caves, uh, trenches of Florum on their speeders. Grievous gets on his own little speeder thing, which has an engine that looks remarkably like the Pokemon Zekrom's tail. And yes, I don't know. It's almost really not a natural reference, but it's cool and I like it. Actually, no, it's definitely a reference because I don't think Black and White had even been out when that episode released. Pokemon Black and White release date. November from 2010. So yeah, they would have been out at that point. But yeah, it's almost certainly not an actual reference to that because well, that would be such a weird thing to reference. But yeah, it definitely looks remarkably like it. Then the pirates go one way with of course Petunia on the back of Honda's bike, and while the Jedi all go a different route at a junction where they get caught up in a bunch of smoke. And then they go into Hondo's secret shipyard where they see the slave one where we find slave one is there because Hondo repaired it and rebuilt it so that he could well I guess he could have it in his secret shipyard of nice and special ships. Which of course he of course uses it now. And while he was perfectly fine with taking the Jedi with just taking off without the Jedi, he clearly has a soft spot for Katuni, and well, again, he doesn't like the children. He doesn't want the children to die, and Katuni, uh, made him realize that yeah, if he just takes off without them, they will die, and that's not what Hondo likes. And then, of course, once he gets back um to the Republic ship, he's talking about his casualties. He lost a few. The interest is seen by his men and his gear. And then he says a couple of them died, I think, which he even said after the Republic after. So he said his men and his gear. A couple of them died, I think. Yes, but what do you think was part of his line, not my line? Um, yes, because yes, Hondo didn't even think about his men dying because well, they signed up to work for him. They know the risk. And yes. And then, of course, as Kenobi's talking about, yes, so you were just trying to help us and not launch an assault against us. He goes, I am gone. I will send you my bill. Because yes, Hondo knew that he wasn't going to get anything out of it, but he, of course, must have the upper hand, must have the last word, because that's who Hondo is. And then that episode comes to an end. Ooh, this is going to be a bit strange to you guys because this is not how I started doing it, but I'd actually split season five into two separate recording sessions in two separate days just because of the way my life was shaking out. And so the first half of season five I just watched on its own, and then I went back to watch the second half of season five today. And man, I'd forgotten how hard the final episode of the season hits. It is insanely well done, especially having just watched binge the entire show up to this point in pretty much a week. I think a bit over a week since I started this show, and wow, it hits hard. This season finale it's so well done. Bravo, Dave Filoni and the team. This wasn't meant to be the season finale. This of the series finale, but in a way it was. And uh, I'm not sure that they could have really asked for a better finale to just, other than the one that to just randomly be the finale. But I guess they probably knew that there was a decent chance of going to get cancelled, given how obviously they knew they were going to be bought out by Disney, and they didn't really know how Disney would react to it. So I don't know how much they changed their plans for this finale around that, but damn, they really made this hit hard. It's the conclusion to Ahsoka's arc throughout the first, well, what turned out to actually just be pretty much the entire show, but the first part of the show, as it was probably planned, or yes, probably like first two acts of the show. Think that there was originally planned to be about 8 seasons of the show, so then season five would be about 2/3 of the way through. So end of second act right now. Ahsoka hits her lowest point, which is as she's knocked out of the Jedi Order, and um, get then that's re then she builds up to her greatest point, which is the Siege of Mandalore, as she does as she wins the war, or well, she wins against Maul and does what all and probably meant was going to be her greatest feat, at least greatest feat during the Clone Wars. But yeah, that season finale just hit so damn hard. Oh, I'd forgotten how well done that was. I remember it was good. I did not remember it was this good. Just wow. Yeah. And the Moldlore arc just before it is also really damn good. Yeah. Season 5 might not have been what they intended to end, but it was a great ending that they got. Yeah. Four great arcs, and I know that this is not a very popular opinion, but I've always had a soft spot for the Sunny Day in the Void arc and the whole or rather Droid Squad arc, and I think it's gotten a rather rough reputation for a variety of reasons. But yeah, season five, uh, season five might actually be my favorite season. I didn't think I would be saying that going into this. I yeah, but no, I think it definitely is. There's no real low point, at least to me. Like even the George War isn't bad. Like even I think it's better than it's a. It would be a pretty decent arc, at least in my opinion. Especially if they cut out the Sunny Day in the Void episode, which I get why that episode distracts people from the arc, and also I think when it was originally coming out as well, it really was really done poorly. They cut off the season right after the first episode of the arc came out, and then there was like a 2 or 3 week break, and then Sunny Day in the Void came out, which is basically a big long waste of time. Like that's what it's meant to be. And I think it's done well. Like the characters are going insane trying to find their way home. And then that's also but then the problem is that because that was what they came back to, then basically we've been waiting expecting for another episode, another normal episode, and then you get that. I can definitely see why that would rub people the wrong way. Don't know how it rubbed me originally, but I always remembered just having a soft spot for that arc. But then, oh man, the final 2 arcs of this season are just glorious. Two of the best arcs the show has to offer. Like the only arcs that like the only arc that even probably rival them is the Siege of Mandalore arc, which is the culmination of the show. It brings together all the major plot lines that they've been carrying through. Maul, we've got Ahsoka, we've got Mandalore, and they all collide. Well, Maul and Mandalore, of course, had already collided, but they all collide in a glorious arc, and then it keeps going as we reach Order 66. Just wow. I'd forgotten how hard it hits. That season finale hits. This, yeah. I trying to remember what on earth I might even put above um this season finale. What arcs I'd put above it? What season I'd put above season 4 or season 5 rather? Like yeah, every other season has way more low points. But I mean low points as far as Clone Wars goes. Whereas season 5 doesn't have low points. Well, obviously it has low points within itself, but because everything has ups and downs, or even if it just unless you're just a flat line, there's which it's obviously not going to be. Like, yeah, there, but season 5 just is hit after hit after hit after hit. Oh boy, uh, yeah, 5 big arc season, and man, they went all out on those 5 arcs. Again, the only episode I even consider cutting from the season is Sunny Day in the Void. Which, yeah, and that's even an episode I think did its job well. It's just I I get why people don't like the job it did. Oh boy, yeah, season that finale is just it's brutal. It hits so damn hard. I I've just been rambling about for almost 8 minutes now about it, and I wow, yeah. I grew up with these characters, and well, yeah, this really felt like a conclusion, and I do not remember what I felt about it back then. I remember liking it, but yeah, I don't remember specifics. It's been well, what, 10 years now? I was 13. I don't know how I reacted to this. Knowing me, I very well might have started spiraling. Yeah. Don't want to get too deep into my own personal life, but around this time I did actually start doing a bit of a sparring. I got better. I'm totally fine now, but yeah. And I was wondering as I was thinking, I've been wondering now back as I was thinking about it if the Clone Wars leaving negatively affected my life, and I think given how hard this ending hits now, I think it must have because like if I feel like I must have been at least this emotional about characters. Like this show was it. I don't like saying this, but it's almost true. This show was my childhood. Like it taught it. I grew up with this show. This show but for the 5 years it was originally on air, because I didn't even watch season 6 until like 3 or 4 years later, after the season had come out. And yeah, yeah, probably not about long, but I didn't watch it for probably at least 2 years after the season came out. So this is where the Clone Wars ended for me originally. This is where Disney killed it to me, and then yeah, with it ending like this, it ending like this almost certainly contributed to a bit of my spiral. As I said, I'm better now. I've recovered. I've changed. I'm better. I don't. But yeah, this ending, man. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I Yeah, it's been 10 minutes now, and I that plus the time I spent just setting up the recording after I finished. Yeah, this ending is great. It's masterfully done. Props to Dave Filoni for writing it. Anyone else who was behind the writing that I don't know about. Matt Lanter and Ashley Epstein, who just did amazing performances throughout the entire final arc. Yeah, man. I honestly don't know what to say. This that the final arc just hits so damn hard. Yeah. So yeah. Ah, that final arc. Yeah. I don't know how long I'm just going to keep here drawing like that. And that hit so hard. 5 years of Clone Wars. Well, probably about 5.5, driven start to end. And this is where it concluded with Ahsoka leaving the Order and breaking Anakin's heart in doing so. Oh boy. Anyways, I should probably actually start back at where I was originally planning on this ramble beginning. I was not expecting it to be derailed halfway through season 5 as I just got hit by the finale, but it did. I don't know how detailed this description is going to be. I might just be going off but reading based on my bullet points um from the notes I took because yeah, my mind's taken up by the finale of the season. And man, it's such a good finale. I don't know what else to say about it. Yeah, anyways, Droid Squad, which starts off with a blue Clone Wars logo to mirror the red Clone Wars that we had for the Maul arc at the end of last season. We now get a nice little blue Clone Wars. I don't think it's really quite as fitting as the Maul arc getting the red thing because obviously that was the darkest the show had gotten, with Maul just brutally murdering civilians purely to get to Kenobi. I guess you could say the part of the Zygerian arc where they again were just brutalizing the Togrutas to break Kenobi was equally dark, but I think that the Maul arc was darker as we just see what has happened with Maul and his degradation. Whereas this and darkness is of course associated with red in the Star Wars red lightsabers. Maul himself is red. Like it really fit that arc. Whereas this arc having blue Clone Wars logos just doesn't quite fit as well. Blue is associated with light, obviously, and it's just not. It's not the most rah, we're light side, we're good arc for show. I don't know why they chose to do that, but yeah. Anyways, Blue Clone Wars. That's how this arc starts. Yeah. I'm still thinking about the finale of this season. It hit so hard. Yeah. Anyways, then in the initial meeting, as the droid squad gets their orders, Anakin leaves shortly before or as Colonel Gaston enters, and as he's on his way out, he gives R2 a little stroke because yeah, he wants to know R2. He wants to just let R2 know, yeah, I'm here, or I'm not here, but I'm sure you'll do fine. You're a good boy. Then they, of course, get their orders, and then they go meet a very creepy Parwan doctor who cuts them up. He and caresses them, and especially with BZ, poor old BZ, getting his memory cut out, and then eventually losing his body. I wonder what they would do. What they did with his memory. Did they just like destroy it, or like did they plan to shove it back into BZ? I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, the Power Doctor was very creepy. Just the way he talked and caressed the droids. It was very weird and creepy. Then, as they go on to the Separatist command ship, they they reach the convolt door, and then Whack goes up to the two Super Battle Droid Guardians and says, "I've been ordered by General Grievous to test convolt security." And then he just takes him and tells him to wait in the nearby cupboard. And yep, but security's doing great. Just a random pit droid is able to get you to walk away with a half-baked lie and absolutely no evidence. Yeah, great job on security, guys. Um, yeah. Then, yeah, um, yeah. Colonel Gaston, whatever his name is, little frog colonel. We can see that he hates that when Whack gets his rank wrong consistently, calling him captains, corporals, colonel, yeah, captain once, a corporal a couple times, and multiple times. When of course he's actually a colonel, and he hates that Whack did his rank wrong, but he also keeps referring to the droids by insulting nicknames. He calls Whack Cyclops. Uh, QT is he calls Pinky. I forget whatever nicknames he uses, but yeah, he just uses insulting nicknames and then hates when he's called wrong things. Like, yeah, bit of a hypocrite there, Mister. Then they break into the security vault, and as R2's lifting up to take out the control panel, or not control panel, but encryption key thing, um, the Separatist Super Commando, not Super Commando droid, that should be terrifying. No, Super Tactical droid comes in and orders him to do arms up. So R2 puts up his two little sidearm things and lands on his foot, which I thought was very funny. And then they break, but then through the use of gravity and a big old laser, they knock out the entire the entire battle droid team that came in and escape off with the chip. And then episode two starts, and they get hit by a bunch of ice. Never get hit by a bunch of ice, but that will cause you to crash onto a planet that's always sunny and is basically just a void aside from one little settlement with some orange water on it. Yeah. Then on said orange water planet, the droids eventually do a little mutiny against Colonel Gascon, and they go off on their own and make it to the little settlement on their own. But after um the birds after whacking the colonel find some birds, they hitch a ride on them, and the bird that Whack gets on, he gives Whack a little caress, which he clearly likes from Hitchwood, which is seems a bit strange. But yeah, I've already talked a bit about the Sunny Day in the Void, and how I don't think it's that bad. Like it's does what it sets out to do. It's a bit hopeless and what on earth are we all going to do? We need to find our way out of here. Everything's going to shit. Um, Gascol's losing his mind, and it just kind of causes you to sort of lose your mind as well, as it's just a whole lot of nothingness in an empty city. And there's only two characters that actually speak a language we can understand in the entire episode, rather. Most of the arc, but there are, of course, other characters in the arc as a whole. And then, um, it's a very, so it's like, that's what the arc's about, and like, it really puts you in the shoes of Colonel Gaston. And I think it does what it sets out to do, and it's quite effective at it. And then yeah, and then as they go to the city, they start looking for some food for the corporal. And yeah, sorry about the alarm there. Yeah, so then they go find some food for the corporal, and he gets told by the chef of the little diner place that he doesn't serve droids, or I forget what the two species was, but even gets the corporal colonel species wrong, and then just says whatever, I don't want you in here, which is of course just because the colonel came in and announced himself as Republic, and the chef does not want the Republic to notice that he's got his own little clone with him, his little clone slave who's living in a dump that Borkus is probably massively overpaying him for. Would be massively overpaying him to be able to live there, and is telling Gregor that um for that his weight wouldn't be anywhere near enough for it. It was certainly a lie, and Gregor's just a gullible fool. But anyways, yes, speaking of Gregor, we get introduced to Gregor in this episode, and then well, I was going to say he dies, but of course, we know that's not true. He does technically survive. They will never explain to us how he survived, despite the fact that it'd be kind of interesting to see how he lived. He survived, and actually be told he's appeared in two separate shows, and neither has given us a single bit of a hint as to either how he survived a massive explosion at the end of this episode, or how he managed to get off the Void planet, whatever it's called. Something with an A, I think. Doesn't really matter. And then, yeah, so but he does somehow get off it, and he's alive at the end. No idea how either of those happened, really. But that does happen, and but he's a very he's a very cool character in this. He's a clone who's just learning about who he was, and and he wants to fight the good fight, as much like Rex does. Makes sense that he and Rex form up a team in the Empire days, based on that. And yeah, they're a solid partnership. He's a solid character. He fights back against Borkus, and yes, it's a all round solid episode. And then we get into the final episode of the arc. Oh, actually, no, I just kind of been tripping around this episode. Yes, and we can see that throughout the episode, Borkus is doing everything within his power to keep Gregor. He's keeping the Republic away from him. He's trying to force Gregor to basically just think that Borkus is the only one allowing him to exist. And then the Republic team, the droid squad, see that see the Separatists have a shuttle, which is specifically a Republic shuttle, which none of them comment on. Probably would have made more sense if they had, but they don't, and but is of course, which is of course because they're trying to load up a Republic cruiser. But very to take over cruisers, they could probably just use the Separatist shuttle for that part. And then they're taking the public cruisers to blow up the big old military conference, which is implied to be what the whole message that they were trying to decrypt at the beginning of the arc was, but not entirely clear what that was, what that attack plan was specifically. Did they even mention the big tactical conference in the first episode? I think they did. Feels like they probably could have done that just to set up that would be something at the end. I don't know quite what, how they would have naturally fit it in, which I guess it's not awful that they didn't, of course. Um, yes. And then we see that Gregor's helmet has is just covered in kill tallies, and he's implied to have left the army fairly early in the war. And based on how effective he is at killing battle droids, even as he's just basically working off muscle memory, at the end of the episode, he's he was quite a badass, so he probably would have gotten a lot of kills in every battle. Yes, and Borkus, of course, got the Separatist plan wrong. He thinks they're trying to blow up a single Star Destroyer with a bit of Rhydonium. No, no, no. He's their plan to destroy an entire Republic fleet and the entire command structure of the Republic with a single bomb. With well, if you count a massive ship filled with Rhydonium as a single bomb. Eh, same difference, really. One bomb, one massive ship filled with explosives. Yeah, same sort of thing, really. And then of course, it all ends with Gregor going down in a blaze of glory as the entire base he's in goes boom. R.I.P. Gregor, you somehow survive. I really want to know how. Then, as they're on board the ship, the Republic cruiser, the Venator, um, or they get chased down by some buzz droids after revealing themselves to the Separatists on board, as um, after the Separatists figure out that they are not who they claim to be. And then they get chased down. They chase down the buzz droid, who goes into buzz droid hole or into buzz droid room, which is one of the gun rooms on the ship. And R2 creates a little ring of fire around to burn out all the buzz droids as then before BZ goes off to um, open the hatch door and suck out all the buzz droids into hyperspace. That can't be good for them, given that the droid squad didn't want to leave the Republic cruiser while it was still in hyperspace because that would be dangerous. I can't imagine how bad it would be to just leaving it not without any sort of ship. I feel like that should basically just be the equivalent of leaving a ship, being a ship that leaves hyperspace. But apparently it's not. Apparently it's worse than that. I guess you might just be left in the middle of nowhere. But if your ship is hyperdrive, you can just surely go somewhere. Anyways, never here nor there really. Yes, but of course, R.I.P. BZ. You probably should have used your magnets. Um, yes, and then as they're running out of the what's it place, the gun lab, the gonk droid's been shot up, so it's been dumped on the back of the mouse droid that they've got with them. I just thought that was kind of funny. And then as then they return to their ship with the plan to have R2 set off the bomb while the rest of them just get out of there. And well, the rest of them get out of there, but R2 has a bit of trouble setting off the bomb early because there's a big old super tactical droid defending it. And Anakin asks, "Where's R2 when I need him?" Because he's a bit worried that that there's a big old ship charging right at him. And well, Anakin, R2's doing his best. He really is. He's stopping that ship dead in its tracks to try and save your military conference. And eventually, of course, the ship does go boom. R2 somehow survives the big old boom. He was very lucky with that. And, yes. And then Anakin, immediately upon hearing that R2 was still on board the ship, orders a rescue um, for the rest of the, for R2, even though the chances that R2 survived would be basically zero at that point. Because a big old ship just went boom around him, filled with enough Rhydonium that would probably set up effect cause a chain reaction to destroy entire military, the entire military around that planet. But no, apparently R2 survived. I guess he had a bit of plot armor. And then, of course, in the end, we learn that the entire team is being made into the same platoon. And I wonder if that meant to include R2 because, or maybe they've just just John and okay, there was definitely planned to be the entire team. But yeah, I wonder if that was originally meant to be an like sequel series were vaguely planned out for this arc, and well, between Plumber Change Castle and the arc not being very well appreciated, they decided to just drop that plot point. Oh yeah, I forgot. Whatever. Sunny Day in the Void is George Lucas's favorite episode apparently, which is strange. But as I said, it's a very weird episode, which is probably why he liked it because well, he likes weird and things that are pushing the extent of what you can do. Anyways, then we have the Maldalore arc, which I think might well be my longest set of notes I've written. It's um, however, it is actually slightly eclipsed by my notes on the final arc. But yeah, but the final arc has 4 episodes. The Maldalore arc only has 3. Yeah. Yeah. These 2 arcs are great. They're easily the 2 best arcs of the original run of the show. And yeah. Oh, I so wish that the show was actually able to continue after this, like as planned, not just get randomly canned by fucking Disney. I just said fucking. I didn't want to actually have that in the final thing. I might actually cut it. I don't know. You'll know if you have to hear any of this conversation. But yeah, screw Disney and canceling Clone Wars. I hate you, Disney. Not really. You've done a really mixed bag with Star Wars, and you screwed up the stuff you really shouldn't have screwed up. Eh, but I feel like they're on a better track in recent years than when they were doing the sequel trilogy. Andor was great. Mandalorian's been pretty damn good too. Ahsoka so far is good. Yeah, there was Kenobi, but I didn't watch that, so I pretend it doesn't exist. um, and yeah, Book of Boba Fett. That was definitely a show that existed. Yeah, that wasn't very good either. So I don't know, maybe their track record isn't actually getting that much better. I guess Tennessee is getting better because they did pretty much rock bottom with the sequel trilogy, and this has been slightly more consistently good in the post sequel trilogy era. Although, of course, they've been struggling to get a film out for the last 4 years. I feel like it should not be that hard for them to get a film out every other year. You're Disney. You should be able to make a film every other year. Yeah, for Star Wars, if they wanted to, like you don't necessarily have to want to, but like they've been constantly announcing Star Wars films and them not appear. Like, how do you mess up that badly, that consistently? How many Star Wars films have just been quietly canned? Like there was a Ryan Johnson trilogy. There was, I believe, th- Benioff and Weiss from Game of Thrones fame. I don't know if they just had a single film or a trilogy. Rogue Squadron. I think it might have actually been cancelled. Taika Waititi has a film that he's definitely working on. He promises just once he finishes up with the other 50 projects on his plate that he prefers they'd prefer to do. Yeah, he sounds like he'd be a great choice for a Star Wars director. Um, I feel like there's more than just those 4 projects, but I might just be about short. And then of course there's the 3 that they announced more recently that might happen. I don't know if those are all likely to happen either. It depends on how well Ahsoka does, I guess. Whether or not the Dave Filoni slash Mandalorian film will happen and or not. And the Ray film might happen. I don't know if that's going to actually get off the ground or that's just going to be another project is quietly cancelled. Because Disney apparently can't figure out how to release films anymore. Like, that's kind of your whole brand? Like, yep, I don't know. Anyways, Anyways, this has been a very rambly recording session. Yeah, the finale of the season 5 finale just broke me. It's too damn good. My mind's just not able to focus properly because it's stuck on that, and then as I try and bring it elsewhere, it just falls off to other places. Yeah, and especially like even anyways, just as we reach season 5, I knew I was going to start ranting off about how Disney's been doing with this with Star Wars, but yeah, I kind of expected that to wait off until probably after season 6. But anyways, Mandalore or the Maul and Mandalore arc. But I prefer to call it Mandalore because that just flows so well. Yes, of course, and it starts with Maul sadly losing his really cool legs, and he just gets normal old boring legs, and they're even fairly short legs. Sad. But his double jointed legs were so cool. I'm really glad that the Lego kit that had Maul and some of his Mandalorians, I forget what else was in that kit, gave him the cool leg that he had before he met them because that was just the much better kit, much better leg option for Maul than just regular old humanoid legs. And we also see that Maul recognizes the mark of Clan Vizsla on Pre Vizsla's helmet, which I wonder what when he recognizes them from. Was he involved in the Mandalorian Wars at all? Were the Sith a part of that? Maybe. Don't actually quite know when's the team got power. I'm just gonna look that up right now. Satine Kryze. Um, that's when he died. Um, hopefully Wikipedia will tell me what time she gained control of the planet at some point in here. Um, scrolling. Um, okay. Where is it? Normally I'd pause it while I do this, but I'm too lazy to do that right now. Um, yes. Instead, you just get me rambling as I try and scan Wikipedia. Voyage report to Carnet, Warriors from the Past, the System of Jedi. No, that's Galactic War Looms. So before that, Reconstruction. No, that's hmm, the Lord Civil War. She drew to power. Um, of year 42 BBY. Conflict seemed inevitable in the Mandalorians. War shortly out. And it seems like that Civil War was around 42 BBY. Um, Darth Maul was born in 54 BBY. So he would have been about 12 um, when the war started. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sidious had already started training him and just threw him into Mandalorian conflict just to test his metal at that point. One, yeah. One of his actually says when he's became taken by Darth Sidious, around 40 BBY. So after about 2 years of training, yeah. No, wait, yeah, 2 years of training. No, 40 BBY. Yeah, so how long did the Satine Civil War last for? Um, Open conflict seemed inevitable. Stop showing me so many stupid ads. Open conflict seemed inevitable. The Mandalorian war soon broke out. The youngster teen saw the horrors brutal war firsthand. Um, after the ability to become a Duchess of Laveau. Mandalore had been in trouble with war bands. Um, between yeah, it's more or less at least still 39 BBY. So Maul might well have been involved at some point in the war under Palpatine's tutelage, um, or just um, yes. I wonder if Qui-Gon actually die. So Qui-Gon died in, yes, that was all the way out in 32 BBY. Yeah, yeah. Anyways, maybe Maul's involved in the Mandalorian Wars, and I probably spent about 5 minutes randomly searching up whether or not he was, and came to a conclusion, whether or not time I added up for that, came to a conclusion, maybe. All because Maul recognizes the mark of Clan Vizsla and on Pre-Vizsla's helmet. Yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but he does. You know, I wonder if the Wikipedia episode breakdown mentions it. Yeah. It wasn't called Revival. Revival. Ooh. I just search up Revival Clone Wars. Um, let's know if it's that episode called Season 5, episode. That was 14. Um, Clone Wars. Eminence. Um, uh, when Vizsla's waiting for him, Maul notices symbol. Um, plays of new Mandalorians, blah blah blah. You know, if that doesn't mention it. Yeah. Where does the notes start? Where's where they are? Yeah. Yeah. So, in conclusion, Maul might know Grievous' mark because he fought in Clone Wars, or not Clone Wars, Mandalorian Wars, or it might have just been Maul taking a note of interesting mark on Previous's helmet that prompted Previous to explain who he was. And then after Maul negotiates a deal with Bo-Katan and Pre Vizsla by force choking Bo-Katan and to make him realize that he was rather powerful and not someone to be trifled with. Savage wakes up and chooses violence. He starts to destroy all the medical droids working on him before Maul comes in and calms him down. And we see that Maul's whole plot to take over the Republic or to take over Mandalore kind of feels like it's a sped up version of Darth Sidious's plan to take over the Republic. Sidious wanted to worm his way into the hearts of the people um, by making himself come across as the good guy who's fighting for them, and then which is basically what Maul's whole plot is with Death Watch, which is also very similar to the plot that Dooku had planned for Death Watch. But of course, Maul's plan was much quicker than Sidious's and involved recruiting your own occupying force rather than sending someone else's in, like Dooku did, keeping everything within Maul's control, or at least as much within Maul's control as he could. Given that, of course, Mandalore was not his. Of course, everyone wasn't perfectly loyal to him. Pre-Vizsla and Bo-Katan especially did not trust him one bit. But then they go off to the Black Sun, where that Sun refuses to join. So Darth Maul takes the ducks, and Savage does a quintuple decapitation of the entire leadership committee. To which the captain of the Black Sun, or whatever his rank is supposed to be, he looks at everything and goes, "Yes, this is a good fit. Yes, I should join with you. I do not want to be killed as well." But then, of course, the Pikes come to Maul and join up with him willingly. And then um, Maul goes off to the huts where he, Previous and Savage, go into the little Nal Hutta throne room council thing. And then Maul gives him a great offer. You get to live, and in exchange, I want hut space and everything in its borders. That doesn't seem like a very fair deal to the huts, given how they think they can live anyways. So you're not really offering them anything, like the money that they requested. And so they set the bounty hunters on them. And though, of course, it doesn't end well for the bounty hunters. I guess managed to run away, so not too poorly for them. But it doesn't end well for the Huts. We end up with one of them dead, and them still joining the with Maul in the end. But first off, of course, the bounty hunters get all beaten up. They don't pose a threat to any of the higher ups of the Maul conglomeracy. Yes, as Savage is able to just um dent Embo's helmet, which rather easily, which that's kind of terrifying, given that Embo's helmet has been shown to be resistant to pretty much everything we've ever seen him encounter. Like that thing's basically immune to bullets, explosions, and everything. Like there's some blast marks on the paint, but that's about it. And Savage was able to just put massive dents in the helmet, which, yes, which is kind of terrifying for that helmet. And of course, Maul's able to beat off Suki, and I forget what happened with Dengar. I think he wasn't even there. And same, yeah, I forget what happened with Dengar and the Vine Lady. Yeah, they both then run off. All four of them run off and end up doing whatever it is they end up doing. Yes. However, they are, of course, fleeing in pain because they all got beaten up. And then they start interrogating the one Hut who was foolish enough to stay behind at Al Hutta. Well, probably about foolishness, but being captured. And Maul says, "So the only thing you can tell me is that I will find Jabba at Jabba's palace." Which is, of course, not very helpful to Maul. Because, well, yeah, that's probably the next place Maul would go if he was told about that. And so that Hut gets a little stabbing by Savage. I think it was Savage. Anyways, yes, then they go off to Jabba's palace and start terrifying the people there and start blasting their way in, and of course end up recruiting the Huts because, well, Jabba's smart enough to realize that he would die if he said no. He was much braver when he was only there by a hologram. Yes, but then then we see that both Maul and the Death Watch really distrust each other, in and don't want to work with each other. I don't think that either of them are really going to make good long-term partners. Maul thinks that the Death Watch are too hyper focused on Mandalore, and Maul and the Death Watch think that Maul is too widespread in his plans and ploys. Take over the trying to take over the galaxy, cause too much attention, bring the heat down on Mandalore, and cause problems for them there. And this was just the jam-packed episode, because everything I've just mentioned was in the first episode of this arc. Assuming you count Revival as a separate arc. Yeah, that was all episode 14, which is a jam-packed episode overflowing with goodness. We get Maul and Deathwatch meeting for the first time, and then they go to Free Triumph Family World, recruit all of them, plus the Pikes just show up and join up with the Mandalores. And then they're all just preparing for the assault on Mandalore, which will take place in the next episode. Yeah, I feel like this arc could have almost had an extra episode to just dive deeper into everything going on in this first episode. Though, in fairness, I'd also say that it could have had an extra episode tacked on the end to deal with everything going on once Maul takes over Mandalore. So yeah, like this whole arc is just jam packed and kind of overflowing. It's well done. Like I don't think that they really make a bad job dealing with the limited runtime of the arc, but I just would have liked it to be a bit longer. In all honesty, it does its job quite well. And then, of course, we enter the second episode of the arc, which is the only one I feel isn't hyper jam packed with everything going on at once. Although it's also not exactly a slow episode. as there's three separate attacks, all of which get stopped by the Death Watch, and then plus keep is having a speechifying with the he's having a speechifying with the Mandalorian people, and then there's also just a more discussion about what's going on around them all, around the whole situation. And yeah. Yep. And in this episode, Satine sees the problems with her complete desire for pacifism. She's stayed out of the war. Her military is not well built up at all. They don't stand a chance against all the gangster forces overrunning them. And the Republic won't send in any help because she hasn't sided with them. And excessive pacifism is just an opening for warmongers to come in and take over. And well, once, wait, was that? Wait, no, the Business Death. Was Business Death in this episode as well? Or was that in the next episode? I'm trying to remember. This arc is just so damn packed. The episodes just flow into each other. And like they're all three of them are just overflowing with stuff going on. I can't quite remember what's in which episode. But yeah, no, because I think this is also the one where no, it can't be. I'm gonna have to look this up. Yeah, so this is actually the same episode that Maul does his epic fight with Vizsla. So yeah, you know how I said this episode wasn't the only one that was just jam packed? Yeah, that was a lie. This entire arc that's 3 episodes long could easily have been 6 episodes, I feel. There's just so much going on in it. Every episode is just overflowing with content. Yeah, it's a really good arc that's just overstuffed. Yeah. Yes. Yes, it says teen sees her problems with her has pacifism. Interesting. I don't remember seeing any signs of any hot forces during any of the three attack teams, which is a bit strange. I thought that at least one of them would have had like a Gamorrean guard or something wandering around. But no, I don't think any of them had any sort of indication there was any hot forces there. Which is a bit strange because the Huts were specifically taken over by Maul. Of course, the Huts do leave Maul's team because they weren't that loyal. Whereas the Black Sun and the Pike Syndicate, both I believe stick with Maul at least throughout the Clone Wars. Uh, but yeah, then Vizsla locks up Maul for leading the for wanting to overthrow him, basically. Which I feel like Vizsla possibly should have just waited until after Kenobi was defeated, because I don't know how much of a chance he would have stood against Kenobi. And well, they both wanted Kenobi down, and their plan would have brought. They probably wouldn't. All probably wanted to drag Kenobi to Mandalore, which is what he ended up doing, of course. And it feels like if Mandalore was like once that had happened, Vizsla would have been more set in, and it would have been harder for Maul to do a complete coup over Vizsla because the people would have loved him more and been more dead set on him being the ruler than uh Almec would have, and having just be replaced by Almec, especially now he probably would have like made it clear he wants Bo-Katan to follow him. Yeah, or maybe he would have even just planted Bo-Katan as the Duchess of Mandalore. After all, she was Satine's sister. But anyways, that's that's about an alternate reality where people acted differently. Yeah, I wonder what the plan was to replace the Satine as the Duchess of Mandalore. Like, you'd think that someone would want to take up, someone would have to take up the title, so to like just keep up appearances if nothing else. Although I guess maybe that you could say that Satine showed that the title was poorly used. Yeah, anyways. Yes. Then Maul breaks out of prison, and then breaks Almec out of prison, and they just set up their little coup against Vizsla, and Maul challenges um Vizsla to a one-on-one honor duel for control of Mandalore. And it is an epic fight, one of the best of the show. Like, and we get to see how Mandalorians fight Jedi as even though Maul is making minimal use of the Force, probably to try and convince the rest of the Mandalorians that he's worthy of actually ruling them. He didn't just use the Force to force his way into power. But like, we do still see that how the tricks of what the Mandalorians use are good for taking out the Jedi, and how especially when you have lightsabers that taking on Jedi is what Mandalorians do. And especially if there was multiple Mandalorians will always outnumber Jedi, at least on any given battlefield. So if Vizsla had helped there, Maul would have been in a lot more trouble. But of course, that's not how one-on-one honor duels work. Then Vizsla's final line, as he is about to get decapitated by his dark saber, is "Only the strongest shall rule." Because, well, yes, that is what Vizsla believed. He believed in the might, in rule by might. Might makes right. And yes, well, now, is he right in that? I don't know. Probably not in general, but it works for Maul. And Maul does, of course, plant the proxy prime minister to actually rule through something other than might. But yes, might is certainly able to make right, even if it isn't right itself. But anyways, and then Maul has done its complete takeover, and he's even claimed Vizsla's lightsaber for himself. And not because that's a sign he rules Mandalore, but because he beat up the previous owner, and he wants to have, and he wants to hold, and he's taking it as his prize, and they just kind of ran with that as part of the history of Darksaber. Yeah, but Darksaber is so strange. I do want to make a video all about just the Darksaber and how it's been used in the real world across the seasons. Um, not across the seasons, across the various shows it's been in. Yeah, and we're already approaching the longest one of these rambles I've done, and we still got 5 episodes of the season left. Oh, this video's going to be way longer than I ever planned on it being. Yeah, I was expecting it to be about 7.5 hours. I'm pretty sure that we've already started to easily eclipse that. That we've probably already hit about 8 hours, is my guess, and I've got more to talk about still. Quite a bit more. But yes. Then the third episode of the arc comes along, and this episode covers um in brief Satine attempts an escape with the help of Bo-Katan. Then she gets recaptured after signaling to Obi-Wan, who then comes to Mandalore to rescue Satine. He orchestrates his escape from Mandalore while there's a big old civil war going on in Mandalore. And then Palpatine notices Maul's causing problems, so he goes to Mandalore, beats up Maul, kills Savage, beats up Maul, and takes Maul prisoner. That's all in one episode. Oh, this arc could definitely have used more stuff, more time just to fit it all. Could have almost been 2 separate arcs where I feel like you could have had one arc about Maul and Vizsla taking over Mandalore from Satine, and then a second arc about the whole Maul Maul versus Vizsla, and then have Sati and then taking out Kenobi, and then that Sidious coming in and beating the shit out of Maul. But then again, this again might have just been part of a Disney problem with them coming in and I really do wonder whether or not how much the Clone Wars team knew about how likely it was that they would get cancelled once Disney took over. Because what I remember hearing, they Clone Wars wasn't making massive amounts of money and it was costing a lot. So, and also with it being on a competitor to Disney's channel, I can definitely see them going, yeah, it's very likely Disney will cancel us. So let's stop. So let's try and make this ending as good an ending as we can. Stuff the entire Moldalore arc into one season rather than splitting out across two seasons. Maybe I feel like I feel like the Ahsoka arc was probably planned to take place here anyways, just because, like I said earlier, it's like about the second act, the end of the second act, when you hit your low point in of the story before rising up to your high point for the final for the third act, which would have been season 8 ish. But yeah, maybe it was originally planned to take place in season 6, and then yeah, oh, I really just want to know everything that was going on behind the scenes in Disney during all this, or like behind the scenes at Lucasfilm during this transfer, and how much the Clone Wars team was rebuilding their plans around it on the fly to try and make this worthy of being the final season of the Clone Wars, which I think they did a pretty damn good job. Most characters had their plot lines not completely wrapped up, but um tied up in a way that like you could see where they'd be going in a way. Like the story of the Clone Wars is coming to an end, and yeah, I don't know. I wish the Clone Wars got to continue, of course, but well, it did go out on a high. Like I have no real complaints about this arc or about the season at all. But anyways, that's enough of my weird theorizing based on absolutely nothing other than one arc being completely and utterly overstuffed. Uh, yes. Then, where was I? Yes. So the start of the third episode, which is yeah, yeah. Anyway, it's overstuffed, like I said. And then we get to see the Mandalorian armor, which is cool and red, and the lieutenant's hat, or I think he's classed as a captain in the credits. He's got his horned armor. He's technically not Gar Saxon, although I mean he also does have different appearance to his armor than Gar Saxon does in the future. At least on the at least on the Son of Dathomir comic cover. I didn't check the season 7 Gar Saxon to see if it was the same or different helmet coloring. But yeah, it is a slightly different color pattern to that. So yeah, like I won. Like he could have easily just been Gar Saxon. I wonder why they didn't just make him Gar Saxon. Like you got your Horde Mandalorian captain. He doesn't die in the arc. At least I don't think he does. And like just have that guy be the Horde Mandalorian captain who you have break Maul out of his out of Sidious's prison, and and then everything else that you want Jar Saxon to do, like it would just make sense that they're the same person. I guess I think that this Mandalorian captain was voiced by Sam Witwer, and then they wanted Jar Saxon to be voiced by someone else. I guess I don't know. Anyways, could be anything. Would have also been neat if we actually had seen Gar Saxon pre be under the Death Watch. Like even if just like one of the more background Mandalorians, it would have been nice if we'd actually seen him at some point in these arcs. But no, he doesn't appear until um the son of Dathomir comics, is I believe his first appearance. And now I want to double check that again. Gar Saxon. Uh, First appearance. We have any legends? Yeah, first appearance is son of Dathomir 1. Or if it was his first appearance, is he in Legends? Uh, However, Son of Dathomir comics technically classed as Legends um as well as canon. Didn't know that. I thought it wasn't. Hmm, it's strange. I thought that this was just fully canon, not Legends at all. But apparently I'm wrong. This yeah. Um. Anyways, yes. So yeah, he doesn't appear into the Son of Dathomir comics, which yeah, he appears there. He does his stuff there. But would need to just like have him appear in this episode or anywhere in the previous Mandalore episodes. Then, as Corky and Bo-Katan break Satine out of prison, Satine says to Corky, "Oh, it's been a long time," about Bo-Katan. Satine says to Bo-Katan, "It's been a long time. Oh, it's been a long time." And then Corky says, "It's okay, Auntie. She's on our side now." Because, yes, we're getting clear indication that there's a history there between Satine and Bo. Even if it's not revealed that they're sisters until the very end of the episode. Though you could argue that it's clear before that point in the arc in the episode. But, like, that's when they have to make it explicit. And then Satine says to Bo, "Why are you helping me?" To which Bo responds, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." To which Satine responds, "There was a time where we weren't enemies. Perhaps that time has come again." And well, I think that yes, it has come again, Bo Satine. Although it won't last long because you don't live long. And yes, then of course they break out of prison, get to the docks, manage to send off their communications to Kenobi, and then get recaptured. But weirdly, the message that we hear Satine speak in full without cuts is a full 2 sentences shorter than the one that Kenobi hears. I wonder if that's meant to like indicate it was tampered or if they just changed the exact message that they had Satine say for some reason. Just a bit weird. I mean, like the whole just the message is the same thing. Hey, Kenobi, come help me. We're under attack. Yeah, which is all that Kenobi really receives. And then Kenobi comes to out help out Satine, and he's wearing the bounty hunter armor from when he went undercover. And we also get to see Anakin ship the wasn't Earth was that ship called? Yeah, I forget quite where I left off, but yeah, Anakin's ship, the Twilight, Kenobi's arriving at, and it's in a really bad shape, which is strange. Like, why wouldn't Anakin like repair it after battles? Like it's just falling apart as Kenobi's flying through space, and as he lands, and like the landing pad doesn't drop properly. Like it's just such a strange decision to make it all damaged, given that the last time it appeared it was perfectly fine, really. Like, short of taking some bumps, but yeah. So Wars, a light. Um, yeah, so she used it appeared in the film, it appeared in the Malevolence arc, it appeared in the Droids arc. It appeared in Dooku Captured, in Gungan General. Then they took it off. Then they took it off to the Mystery of a Thousand Moons, and then it appeared in the beginning of season 2, and apparently hasn't been seen since. I was sworn seen at some point in that time, but no, apparently that's it. Um, Maybe Legends more than that? Probably not. Um, uh, yeah, it appeared in a bunch of just random non-canon or minor canon things. Yeah, yeah, it's strange. Like, why did it just have it be in such disrepair? Like, Anakin would have taken care of it. Like, just a bit strange that it's in such disrepair, and then just blow it up unceremoniously. Really, as Satine and Kenobi trying to escape, and that's how the ship dies. I guess it hadn't been as big a part of the show as I remembered it being. Even on rewatch, I missed that it barely appeared. But yes, where was I anyways? Yeah, so Kenobi arrives with Anakin's ship in such bad shape, and then he goes off. He frees Satine, very temporarily because yet again they get captured on the docks. This time, minus one ship. Poor Twilight. And then, oh, poor Sabine. And then, as her last words go, remember, my dear Obi-Wan, I loved you always. I always will. Yes. Satine, oh, poor Satine, caught up in a war that you had wanted no part in. And then, as terrorists come and ruin your city, ruin your planet, and capture you, then you die in the arms of the man you love but never acted on, and, and then you because the man who killed you did so solely to break Kenobi, which yes, it works somewhat. And then I'm just going to continue on with the Kenobi part of the arc before moving back to the Palpatine part of the arc. And then, um, Palpatine, not Palpatine. Then Bo-Katan breaks Kenobi out of, well, he's not actually in prison yet, but out of his way to prison. And after they have their little brief conversation, Bo-Katan brushes her hair out of the way, uh, which is typically a sign that a character's romantically interested in someone, at least minorly, which is interesting. Wonder if that was ever meant to be a vague plot point. Be a bit strange for Kenobi to go, "Oh no, my love, you're dead. Your sister's hot." But of course, Kenobi isn't the one who's interested in her. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a bit of a weird thing to just put in there. And then as Shinobi does his escape via jetpack, he then goes to the hangar, but he goes to the big and docks entrance, and the doors open on yet another iconic shot as Obi-Wan is standing there, lightsaber out, as a war is going on in front of him. A great shot, that. Yet another iconic shot, because these last few seasons, they make some very iconic shots. Even if the actual scene going on around them is not, not all that memorable, but this one definitely is. Yes. And then um he jumps onto a Mandalorian starfighter and flies away to get help. But then let's return back to the Palpatine part of this arc. Because Palpatine detects Maul's presence. Which I forget the exact lining up of that, but I think it's just after Maul executes a team. He might see that he might even see like what might take him off, tips Palpatine off is that Obi-Wan has that Maul's trying to break Obi-Wan, and that sends a ripple through the Force that Palpatine attacks Spare, and so he then shows up in his little starfighter, and he just casually force chokes the Mandalorians and just walks casually through the bit, casually across Mandalore, which is of course a war zone, though not so much part of that Palpatine is in. And he then force chokes the two Mandalorian guards at the gate, pulling them at the door to the to Maul's throne room, pulling them both up to the up on the glass before letting them drop after killing them. And then but shortly before that last bit, Maul says, I sense a presence I haven't felt since. Maester! And Maul is worried because he knows what Darth Sidious can do. And he knows that they are not ready to take on Sidious. And Sidious has two lightsabers. And there's what is probably the best one of the best which one of the what poses one of the best fights of of the show, possibly the best lightsaber duel of the original run. I'm trying to think of anything that would even try and um replace it, but or try and beat it, but I can't think of any. We get Maul and Savage um and fighting off against Palpatine. And while sure Palpatine with his two sabers is definitely the one who's has the advantage at pretty much all the points, we also see that they are putting up a fight against Palpatine. Palpatine actually has to focus on this. He's doing his flips and his tricks. He is doing what he needs to do to win this fight. He cannot just casually walk over them like he does the Jedi Council in Revenge of the Sith. He needs to actively be a part of, he needs to actively deal with these two because they are combined to form a dangerous tag team. Savage the Brute and Maul the Warrior. Maul the more precise and cunning warrior. And then, after separating the two, Palpatine does a double lightsaber stab into Savage's gut and before force pushing Savage off a cliff and delivering a gut punch of a line to Maul. Remember the first and only reality of the Sith. There can only be two, and you are no longer my apprentice. You have been replaced. Which is just a fucking gut punch to Maul. Like, he's just lost his brother, and then Palpatine hits him with that. You are not are you are nothing to me. Yes. And then of course with Savage out of the way, Maul is not a threat to Palpatine because he no longer has his brute to force his way past Palpatine's defenses, and Palpatine takes out Maul with ease and starts electrocuting him. As Maul says, have mercy, please, please. To which Palpatine replies, there is no mercy. Do not worry. I'm not going to kill you. I have other uses for you. Which, of course, if we look back at the end of season 4, when Maul is having his little ranting and ravings, he says, where is it? I must ask for mercy, master. Mercy is a lie, a delusion of the weak who think themselves strong, and it's not for mercy. Which, yeah, you asked for mercy from him, and I'm pretty sure you've been drilled into your core that you do not get mercy from the Sith. Yes, that is the trial of Maul, or well, not trial of Maul, the terror of Maul. Then, um, yeah, and of course, Kenobi's last line, which I forgot to mention, was, uh, Bo-Katan asked, Kenobi to tell them what Maul was doing here. To which Kenobi said that would likely lead to a Republic invasion of Mandalore. To which Bo replied, "I know, but Mandalore will survive. We always survive." Which, yes, Mandalore does seem to always survive. They survived through the warrior culture of Mandalore, survived through the pacifism of Satine, they survived through Maul, they survived through the Empire, even after the Empire completely destroyed their civilization in the Night of Thousand Tears. they start to rebuild the Mandalorian season 3. And the Mandalore will always survive. And then we reach episode 17 through 20 with the arc that broke me. Yeah, the temple bombing arc. Ahsoka's trial, whatever you want to call it. This arc is the culmination of the first 5 seasons of the show. It's the culmination of Ahsoka's journey through this. It forces Ahsoka to her lowest and sees how she acts there. And then of course, well, it's so brilliantly done. I love this arc. Oh yes. And yes, this episode starts off not with the temple bombing, but with Cato Nemoidia, the home planet of the Trade Federation, and where Plo Koon eventually will die in Revenge of the Sith, as Anakin and Ahsoka are launching an assault on it, which the whole fact that the war is on Cato Nemoidia and that's where Plo dies are both hints that the war is coming to its end. The Clone Wars is having its dying breaths as Ahsoka gets put on trial. And we also even see that the Jedi starfighters have changed over to their Revenge of the Sith design, or at least a very close proximity to it, where versus the episode 2 design they've been using, I believe, for every episode prior to this point. At least the Jedi starfighters have been appearing. And we also get to see that Ahsoka showing off her experience and her value to the Republic and to the war effort as she needs to rescue Anakin from his after he got knocked out by the buzz droids. Because of course this episode is setting up how everything will fall. And well, everything does fall. Oh yes, everything falls. Well, for Ahsoka it does. Yes. And then they get called back to the Jedi Temple, but because of the bombings there, and they're told to investigate. And as Anakin talked about Jedi that fall, he talked about Dooku being an idealist, and then he talks about Krell, and he does some more character assassination of Krell. He was one of the greatest characters this show had before you decided to before they decided to assassinate his character and turn him into a Sith wannabe. And then they even get his reasonings wrong. They say he became delusioned with the ways of a Jedi, but no, that's not why he fell. He fell because he sensed the rising power of the dark side. And he basically chose to switch sides. The Jedi weren't going to win, and he knew this. So he wanted to switch over to the Separatists and to Dooku, who he had sensed the dark side rising. Assumed Dooku would be the one to lead it alongside the Separatists. Like, you didn't get delusioned with the Jedi. He was fully on board with them being warlike. He didn't care about the clones' lives. That was the whole point of the first 3 episodes, was that he just treated the clones like droids. This war was no more than a game to him. Oh, poor Krell. Why do they have to do him so dirty? He was a great character before they ruined him. Uh, anyways, Bjork gets a lot better after that. As after they figure out that it was what was his name? Whatever. Once they figure out that it was the bomb, and they'd taken his wife Letta to get questioned about what happened to her husband because they don't know where he is, and she doesn't know where he is, which is quite strange. And so as Anakin goes in to question her, we see Barriss walking past that room, and she looks in on Letta, and as she walks past, which is something you could very easily miss if you weren't paying attention. But there's lots of hints throughout this arc that Barris is off. There's something off with Barris, which you might be able to pick up, especially if you put together that, Barris is suddenly becoming a much more important character. She's not had a speaking line since season two. Hmm, she's probably going to be the traitor Jedi. Especially when there's revealed to actually be a guaranteed traitor Jedi in episode 2 of the arc. Sure, they tried to trick us into thinking it's Ventress for a little bit, but that doesn't add up with everything Ventress is doing, so yeah, it's very clearly not Ventress at every point of the story. But yeah. Ah. Then we get to see Anakin and Ahsoka walking through the hologram through the one place, and we get to see the holograms being reconstructing where all the damage went, how everything exploded one by one, and we see where everything goes boom. And it's a very cool that they're able to just reconstruct where everything was at any given point, and based on how the debris is scattered. Because, well, of course, it's a deterministic world, so while of course it's much easier to look at where things are and the forces applied to that where they will go. It is of course possible to do the reverse if you've got rough ideas of what the original force would be and where things would have been. You can get a sense of where everything was. And well, of course, the holograms aren't perfect because they don't know what actually happened, but they were able to pinpoint the source of the explosion. And then Anakin and Ahsoka, after figuring out that the nanites were fed to the bomb, whose name I can't remember, so I'll be referring to as the bomb for this review. Um, they go there and they go to his home and they intimidate Lita. Well, first off, they try and take Lita, and then she runs away. Anakin then then intimidates her into confessing with the help of Ahsoka, also growling at Lita. And she eventually confesses that she was the one who fed the bombs to her husband, to her husband. Then, then at the start of the second part of this arc, Barris is we're watching Yoda give his little funeral speech to the about the Jedi, which I didn't bother writing down, but it's cool and very interesting insight into how the Jedi operate. But then the more important thing is that Barris says nothing will ever change, which, well, she wasn't explicitly talking about the way that they are. With retrospective knowledge about what she's the way she's feeling at this point in time, it's definitely a hint at that whole idea that she's been that that she's thinking about the Jedi when she says that nothing will ever change. Like the Jedi are just carrying on as they were, despite my bombing wrecking their temple. Um, yes. Then, but after that, Barris is giving frequently having nervous looks around Ahsoka. Ahsoka's talking to her about bombing, how everything's going to be okay. Barris is very clearly nervous around all that, because of course she's the one who set up the bombing. And then, then Ahsoka goes to talk to Lita at Lita's request because for some reason Lita was told that if she ever wanted to talk to a Jedi, she should talk to Ahsoka. Which, what? I assume Barris told her that because Ahsoka and Barris are friends. But it's also a bit strange because why would Barris want that unless she was planning on using that to set up Ahsoka? But like it felt more like she was setting up Ahsoka because Ahsoka was learning too much, as one of these episodes is called. I think it's this one, the second episode, is the Jedi who knew too much, and that's why Barrett had to set up Ahsoka because Ahsoka knew too much about what was going on. So Barrett needed to set Ahsoka up as the actual culprit of the bombings, so to try and dissuade people from listening to her points of view and pushing the directioning back onto Barris herself. But anyways, Then in the prison, then later on in that conversation, Leeta says, the Jedi have become warmongers. They've become military weapons. They've been killing when they should have been keeping the peace. Which has been a fairly consistent through line throughout the show that the Jedi aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing. They are fighting a war. And while sure they might claim that they're fighting a war for the Republic, they aren't and for peace, or rather for peace, they aren't trying to they aren't really like there's better ways to get peace. They could have been trying to negotiate a peace agreement between the Republic and the Separatists. That would definitely cause less bloodshed. The only reason that they're really against separatists, not because um, of any political ideologies really, but because well they've been tied in deep with the Republic, and the Republic said war, but also the separatists are led by a Sith Lord and Count Dooku, and they don't want him around. Yes. And then as Ahsoka is force choking, well, Ahsoka's not force choking, Barris is force choking, but everyone thinks Ahsoka force choking. Later, there's the clones, namely Fox, sees it on a set of four cams, and there we see Amir or Wat Tamor, who was of course the was captured on Ryloth, General Loathsome, who was captured on Christosis in the movie, and Pogo the Lesser, who was of course captured on Geonosis back in which it's just a nice touch. We get to see that these separatist leaders are still all nice and locked up. Although they must not be locked up for long, because they do eventually escape, well, except for Loathsome, because I don't think he's at the council. The in council. Actually, is he the Reverend of the Sith Council? Yeah, he's not at the council. But whereas both Watney Moore and Paul of Lesser are both at the council there, and then so they must be broken out of prison at some point. Don't know when that's going to happen. Maybe that was a planned arc that got cancelled to have them all escape. Probably, maybe minus Loveson. Maybe Loveson gets killed in that arc. Though then again, Loveson was a fairly minor character in the whole grand scheme of things. He was just a general. He wasn't a major leader of any of the separatist systems. Um, yes, and Anakin, of course, is trying to force his way into the prison, and of course, that's the time that Barris picks to get Ahsoka to escape by leaving uh leaving the chip behind, the key card behind, and then Ahsoka tries to run off and escape. Well, she sees running off and escaping, and then as they're all escaping, the clones notice think that she's killed off some Jedi, that she's forced her way out, mind tricking some clones, and then she breaks out of uh, the prison. Um, the she goes off to some underground piping networks where she eventually manages to just jump off onto a big old ship that's going down into the depths of Coruscant to 41312 for I believe was the number. And so yeah, she goes to 413. But as she's going through the caves, we see that Anakin can sense where she is at all points, and he's not telling the clones because he knows that the clones, uh, maybe bar Rex, are not going to trust her as he would trust her, and that they'd probably just get in the way of him trying to convince her to stay because Anakin wants her to stay. He wants her to stay so that he can, while he goes off and well, is a hero, figures out who actually did it, and make sure that no one can actually make sure no one believes that it's all down to Ahsoka. Ahsoka, of course, realizes that everyone already thinks that it's down to her, and that was her, and she needs to be the one. She needs to go off on her own, hiding away from the Republic before they can. So that she can actually have more time to survive, more time for both her and Anakin to get to the bottom of this. And so she asks Anakin to trust her and let her go, well, Anakin, of course, struggles with letting people go, even if it's for their own good. Yes. But then she, of course, leaves. And then we've reached episode 3 of this arc, where with Ahsoka on the run, Tarkin presents a very strange story to the Jedi Council, because he says that she forced, she mind tricked a clone at the door and then killed him, but there was no dead clone by her door. Now maybe Ahsoka or maybe Barrett ever forced killed the clone and killed another clone and dumped his body there after Ahsoka has escaped. So like I can get around, I can understand that one. But then he then goes on to say something about him about her being gone on to kill 5 more clones. But there was only 3 dead clones at the that were on the Ahsoka's path that we saw, and like they knew they'd seen all the other clones. Like so, this Barris just dumped a couple of other dead clones before like before Ahsoka behind Ahsoka before she encountered Fox. That just doesn't quite add up. And like surely the like all the unconscious clones would make it clear at the gate was to make it clear that she hadn't had a lightsaber yet because well that's where she got her lightsaber. And so what when she killed him? Yeah, I don't know. It's just the Tarkin story doesn't add up. Like I feel like they could have had a more believable story from Tarkin. Like she forced tricked a clone to get her the key, and then she ran off on her own. Or hell, maybe like drag Anakin into it because the key was just lying there. They don't know how Anakin just tried to break in. Feels like, or to force a way in. Feels like they could have, you know, used that as evidence that Anakin was behind it, and then tried to take that down. Although Tarkin probably actually been told by Palpatine to not bring Anakin into it, if possible. So yeah, I don't know. It's just a bit strange that, especially with number 5 more people on the route. And then, of course, we see that Plo Koon does not believe that Ahsoka has fallen to the dark side because Plo he knows Ahsoka. He's been with her quite a lot, and um he was the one who found her. He's seen her. He's seen her quite when she was quite young, and he knows that she's not the kind of Jedi who would just do that. And then, of course, as Ahsoka's down in the depths of Coruscant, she's running away from the cops with an APB out on her, and she's sneaking away. She trades a little bit of food for a horned man's cloak so that she can stick her horn through the head holes and hide her face quite well. But of course, it doesn't work that well because she keeps taking her hood off, and walking right into security guards, who are, by the way, shooting to kill. Which they probably didn't. Which Anakin would be very pissed at them if they killed her. Yeah, they probably should not have been shooting to kill. They should be using stun blasters. Also, later Venture says that it's fine that she can return him to the um she can return Ventress can return Ahsoka um to the what is it called to the bounty hunter office, either dead or alive. But again, if you turn her dead, Anakin will be pissed as all hell, and he will hunt you down and he will find you, and well, he might not kill you, but he certainly won't be happy about with you. And a pissed off Anakin is not something you want to be around, especially if you're the subject of the pissed off Anakin. But yes, Ahsoka then runs into Ventress and manages to convince her that they're in a very similar state. And Ventress was abandoned by her former master in Dooku and then forced onto the run, whereas Ahsoka was abandoned by the Jedi that she believed in. Of course, they are different situations because Ventress but Ventress didn't quite realize that Anakin had stuck with Ahsoka because in the next episode, Ventress says that you abandoned her, the Jedi abandoned her. when Anakin definitely did not abandon her. Anakin was doing everything he could at every turn to try and save Ahsoka and clear her name. But yes, but Ahsoka still gets through to Ventress that they're in a very similar situation, and that uh Ahsoka can help Ventress if Ventress helps her. Although Ahsoka ends up just straight up abandoning the Jedi and just being off on her own, she doesn't really hold her end of the bargain with Ventress. Sure, and well, you could say that I know because Ahsoka even knew that it was Barriss because well, of course, Barriss was marched in under Temple Guard security to her straight to her trial to save her life. Yeah, Ahsoka clearly knew it was not Ventress who attacked her in the end and turned on her. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, so good. I mean, she was obviously just completely disillusioned with the whole Jedi Order, and just didn't care enough about saving Ventress just for that. Um, Anakin could potentially put in a good word with them, but he probably wouldn't do that. He doesn't like it Ventress that much. And the last thing he said was, "If you're to her was, if you're lying to me, I'm going to kill you." Yes. Then, as Ahsoka and Ventress get cornered by a bunch of clones, Ahsoka says, "I don't want to hurt you." Ventress then activates her helmet and says, "I do." But of course, Ahsoka says, "We will not hurt you." Specifically, we, me and you, Ventress. No hurting going on. So Ventress sighs, and then she cuts off a bunch of their overclones' gun ends, and then beats them all up. Just well, she didn't want to kill them, or yeah. And then they both run off to 1315 to meet up with Barris about the nanite bombs. So I don't think they were planning to meet Barris there, but just go there with for nanite bombs. Maybe they were planning on meeting Barris there. Probably were. Um, yes. And then after they split up, the Ventress leaving Ahsoka at the nanite bombs, and Ventress just wanders off back home. A Lothcat appears behind Ventress, or at least something that looks very similar to a Lothcat. I'd completely forgotten they appeared in the Clone Wars. See, you know, I'm going to double check if that seemed the first time they appeared. Um, Lothcat. Lothcat. Lothcats are very cute. They're not quite cat-like, but they're also very cat-like. I don't know. They're weird. I like them. Appearances. Unless this is not in chronological order, this is just straight up wrong about that because those are well, maybe they aren't loft cats, but they definitely look like loft cats to me. Hmm. Hmm. Like, they were identical to loft cats. There was another one that appeared a bit later. Yeah, strange that they're not mentioned as appearing there on Wikipedia. Anyways, a loft cat or something very similar to a loft cat with that looks like a two horns walks up behind Ventress with catching a shadow that looks a bit like Ahsoka, and then which tells Ventress to turn around and get ambushed by an unknown assailant, who is of course Varys Sophie. Varys, of course, and Varys then takes Ventress's lightsabers in her helmet, and then goes to attack Ahsoka. And if you remember what Barris is always wearing, you can tell that this is Barris. And quite frankly, Ahsoka should be able to not know it's Barris by for sure, but know that it's not Ventress because the body type is is different. Barris is I'm fairly certain shorter than Ventress. Now I'm going to look that up. Barris Offee is height 5'5", whereas Ventress is um why is this not listed in height? 1.79 meters for Ventress, whereas Barris was 1.66 meters. So that's about 10 centimeters, which is about 10 centimeters is about 4 inches. It's like, yeah, people who are 4 inches different in height. You can tell that pretty easily, I feel. Especially given how, quote unquote, Ventress had completely changed clothes appearances. Between those two appearances, like 2 seconds apart. Ahsoka should have easily realized that that's not Ventress. But no, Ahsoka's dead set on that having been Ventress. And she doesn't get. And she still sees Barris before she gets her eyes partially obscured um by the what do I call it? By the smoke, which you could at least argue that's caused her to not quite realize that the differences between the two. Yeah. Anyways, that's episode 3. Yes, and then we see episode 4 come around. And this is the one that really gets me. The conversation at the end of episode 2 is also really damn good, but the ending of this episode, it hits so hard. Just, yeah. Oh, yes. It got me. Yes. But this episode starts off by revealing that Tarkin, actually, I think might have even already said that Tarkin was an admiral. But Tarkin's an admiral now, and yes, so I guess he got a nice little promotion from captain after he gave Palpatine all that information. And then Ahsoka gets given her little sham trial by the Jedi to kick her out, and that pisses Anakin off because they aren't giving her a fair shot. They've already made up their mind to excommunicate her, and he can tell that, and it's pissing him off. Yes, and then Anakin goes, and then Ahsoka gets shoved into regular prison back again, and she gets her lawyer Padme to show up and give her little case overview. As Anakin then goes off hunting for Ventress in the hopes to get to the bottom of the actual who was actually the bomber. And so once he goes to Ventress, he then force chokes her to get her to tell him the truth. She eventually reveals that Barris was the one that well, she didn't reveal that Barris was behind it. She eventually says that Ahsoka had talked to Barris after Anakin says Ahsoka had talked to nobody other than her in the meantime, which then sends Anakin off to there. In the meantime, we've seen Tarkin trying to tear down Ahsoka and put her on trial for the bombings, which would and it's this is all kind of back and forth between that. As Anakin then runs off back up to the surface of Coruscant to the Jedi Temple, where he goes and confronts Barris. And well, he has one way to prove that she's Barris, or that she's not. Well, she's Barris. Well, one way to prove that she's the one who beat up Ventress, stole her lightsabers, and attacked Ahsoka and was behind the bombings, and that's by trying to attack her. So he swings Barris's lightsaber at her, and Barris then needs to force the Ventress's two lightsabers to her, and Anakin now knows that he's got her, and he then launches his attack, trying to he forces her out into the open, and then of the temple guard come in to try and stop them. Barris jumps out the window, where we see the little all the little younglings from the youngling art that we had a bit earlier, along with Terrace Newbie from the Lightsaber Lost arc, he's also just appeared in a bunch of episodes since then. And then, in the meantime, Judge Palpatine, I mean, technically he might not be the judge, but he feels like he's in a similar position to what a judge would be in the real world. And um he's doing a good job swaying the court towards punishing Ahsoka with his little speech that he's giving, which I don't know why. He probably shouldn't, do that on account of he wants Anakin to like him. And sure, Anakin's not there, but someone's going to tell him. namely, his wife would tell him that Palpatine was advocating against Ahsoka, and that's going to piss Anakin off. And Palpatine does not want Anakin pissed off at him. Yes, and Barriss says that the only thing the Council believes in is violence as she's fighting Anakin. To which Anakin ignites his own lightsaber as well, and now he's got two lightsabers to try and beat up Barriss with. Because what better way to prove someone you're not using violence than to violence all over them by with more weaponry. Yes. Then after Barriss gets captured, she gets brought um before the whole committee trial court. That's the word they use before the court, and we and then she says we have so lost our way that we've become the villains in this conflict. Talking about the Jedi, and she also then she goes on to say. And my attack on the temple was an attack on what the Jedi become, an army fighting for the dark side. Because yes, the Jedi are failing as a group. They're falling to the well, kind of the they're kind of actually falling to the dark side. Like I need to do a more in-depth video on how I think the Force works to really explain why I think that they're actually falling to the dark side as they're and deep and leaving the light. But yes, that's what they are falling to the dark side. And then she says a bunch of other stuff in that, but it was much less interesting. I found and I didn't bother writing it down. And then we get the most heartbreaking couple scenes of the entire show. As first Ahsoka gets offered to return to the Jedi Order, Anakin is says, "We are asking you back, Ahsoka. I am asking you back." And he holds out her Padawan braid, even though the council just said that this was her Jedi trial, so and she clearly passed it, I think. So like, surely she wouldn't need the Padawan braid anymore. But that's beside the point. It's an emotional, touching moment. Don't overthink it. He hands out the he hands up the braid to her, and you can clearly see that Ahsoka's thinking about grabbing it. She initially goes to pick it up, and then she decides against it, and she pushes Anakin's hand closed on it, and you can even see the hurt in her eyes as she's still not confident that she's made the right decision. But more, you can see the shock and pain in Anakin's eyes that she has chosen to leave him. And to a certain extent, she has chosen to do what he was unable to choose to do. As he was unable to choose to leave the Jedi Order when he saw their problems, but Ahsoka was when she saw the problems. But he's still not able to actually leave the Order. Yes, and because he likes the idea of being a Jedi too much. Yes, but then of course he goes off, and then she walks out of the room slowly, and Anakin follows, and Obi-Wan goes to follow as well, but Plo holds him back because, of course, while Obi-Wan wants to be with the two of them, Plo knows that this is a moment for Master and Apprentice and no one else. And then, oh, there's the final scene of the show, and quite frankly, there's no way I could do that scene justice. Um, go watch it. It's probably up entirely for free online. It just oh, oh man, yes. Anakin does not want her to go, but in the end, he accepts it. It is her decision to leave, and that he must accept that and find a way to work around it. And as we see in the cut Utapau arc, he doesn't handle her decision well, even if he tries to in the moment, and he understands why she wants to make it, and she knows why he understands that. Just his relation, she realizes Anakin is not a normal Jedi, and that his relationship with the with the Jedi is strained, and she probably also realizes that he's romantically entangled with Padme. Maybe she probably doesn't quite realize that they're fully married. And, Padme might even be slightly pregnant at this point, given how we're definitely within a year of the war ending, and Padme's pregnancy ends or is scheduled to end around the same time as the war ends. So yeah, so Padme very well might be pregnant at this time. But yes, and it might well be the greatest scene in the entire show between those two characters. And then the credits cut to silence. And instead of the standard song that plays at, I believe, the end of every other episode of the show, and maybe not some of the ones in the Future Man, because that had some weird openings and endings, as I recall. But yes, instead of that standard song, it's a much more somber song because, well, ending this on the standard upbeat rah rah song would not be right. And yeah, it, what a season finale! What a series finale! This hit so hard. Oh, season 5 is the best season of the show. That I don't think that was my opinion coming into this review. Uh, but yeah, it just is. It does not miss. Like, there's one of the 20 episodes that's even a remote miss, in my opinion. And yeah, it starts strong. It continues strong. It starts strong with the revival episode. It continues strong with the Onderon arc. Then the Younglings arc is super interesting and gives nice amounts of Hondo as well. And then we get the Droid Squad, which while the weak start of this season, that's really not saying much. This season is hit after hit after hit, and as I said, the only remotely bad episode of this arc is the Sunny Day in the Void episode, which it does what it does well, but it's just yeah, it's kind of designed to break you. And then we get the Moldlore arc, which um, I might well have actually said that was the best arc of this show prior to this review. It was probably tied between that and Siege of Mandalore at the end. But no, at least for now, I I don't think Siege of Mandalore hits as hard as the Temple bombing arc. It, but yeah, I think the Siege of Mandalore could have hit as hard, but well, between the last two seasons, clocking at 25 episodes total, which is only 3 episodes more than the first 4 seasons each individually had. Season 5 only had 20 episodes, but the first 4 seasons had 22 apiece. Then season 6 and 7 only had 25 between them. When, in all honesty, there was probably about 8 seasons worth that I think I'd number. I feel like I've heard there was 8 seasons worth of roughly planned out episodes which then didn't, which would have then been, even if there were 20 episode seasons for the last four, or for the last, yeah, the last 4 seasons were all 20 episodes. That's still, where we got 25 episodes, those last three would have been 60 episodes, so we got less than half of the final arc of the final third of the show, really, or well, final act of the show, which, yeah, and yeah, I don't know. And if the actual final season was, as I kind of hope it was planned to be, a season about Order 66, which it very well might have been, I think that there'd be no better way to have properly ended the Clone Wars than with a whole season on Order 66 and just we watch as the clones turn on the Jedi and we don't know when it's going to happen. We just know that it will. And then we see the Jedi that we've come to know, all the Jedi that are still alive at this point, they all die. And we get to see the true scale of the massacre that is Order 66. If such a season had been made, I feel like Order 66 would have even more of a devastating impact than Revenge of the Sith gave it. And Revenge of the Sith gave it a pretty damn devastating impact. That is one of the most oh my god, what the hell is happening here scenes in Star Wars. And I think that a proper conclusion to the Clone Wars, where they just have like what I would have done. I'm going to talk about this later, but talk about it now at the end of season 5. When the show ended for the first time, it feels a bit appropriate. How I would have ended the Clone Wars would have been with a season which starts with 2 episodes roughly following the actual first 2 episodes of the Siege of Mandalore arc. Then we have say the next 20 episodes of the season, doesn't really matter, but you have um however many 2-part arcs it takes to just fill up the rest of that and leaving off the fun. So we've got the first 2 and last 2, and then you have it would be if it's 20-episode arc, 20-episode season, that would be then 6 arcs of 2 episodes apiece, where we see Order 66 get executed for L from Jedi across the galaxy. Some Jedi who we barely know, every Jedi who we'd seen and gotten to know and didn't get a proper death scene in the show would die. So or in Revenge of the Sith would die. So I would get the end of Luminara and Dooley, maybe Shakti, although you might just want to leave her dying in like the temple. Um Although having a Shakti like trying to die defend does Shakti appear in the council scenes of Revenge of the Sith in person? She might, I'm not sure. Yeah, but like Shakti, Luminar and Dooley, even like Terrace Anube, we could have him. He should like maybe be part of the Jedi Council. Like we see the raid of the Jedi Temple from a Jedi perspective instead of from the separate from the clone perspective that we get in Revenge of the Sith. And we see like Terrace Anube there, Jocasta Nu there, maybe a couple other Jedi there. We if they're feeling really bold, have we see the younglings that we learned that we saw in the younglings arc of season 5 get slaughtered. Yeah. Yes, but we just watch the Jedi drop like flies throughout the season. And Order 66 would just I think that would be the first that would probably be the only time after Revenge of the Sith that we have actually seen Order 66 hit hard. Like it's a video I kind of want to make for a later time about why I think that Order 66 has been losing its impact, and it's because, at least in my opinion, that Order 66 is being reframed. But that's a topic for another time. Yes, well, that was season 5. That was the best season of the Clone Wars. That might well have been the best season of any show I've ever watched. Yeah. I originally said that the Siege of Mandalore was the Clone Wars perfected, but I don't think that's true anymore. I think that I don't know what its official name is, but the Temple Bombing arc is the Clone Wars perfected. It hits so damn hard. I guess I guess you could say by identical definition, Siege of Mandalore is more of a Clone Wars perfected because it does more about what the Clone Wars is about, whereas Temple Bombing, while it is the better episode, at least in my current opinion, I might get back to you on that later on a few more hours into this video. But yeah, at least in my current opinion, the Siege the Mandalore might be the weaker arc, but I think it's more the Clone Wars perfected because it does more what the Clone Wars is, whereas the Temple Bombing arc is more character focused on Ahsoka and Anakin, and they are not the main focus of the Clone Wars. I briefly touched on it in the past, but the Clone Wars is not about Ahsoka and Anakin. It is about the Clone Wars. And this, while it does have important pieces to the Clone Wars, it is mostly about Ahsoka and Anakin. And well, when you make an arc focused around two characters that are incredibly well written, and it acts as as their lowest point, at least Ahsoka's lowest point, and setting up the other's lowest point to a certain extent. Yes, this that is great. It's why Revenge of the Sith is great. It's why Empire Strikes Back is great. They are both the lowest points in their lead characters' journey. Revenge of the Sith is the depths of Anakin, where how far he falls. He turns against the Jedi Order. He turns against the people who trusted him. He turns against his brothers. He turns against his friends, and he slaughters them. Empire Strikes Back is the depths of at the end of Empire Strikes Back is the depths of Luke's character arc as he fails. He gets beaten back by Vader. He receives a shocking twist. The entire that movie is the the rebellion is failing. They're falling apart, and then that's what those two films are the best are generally considered the two best films of Star Wars because they are the lowest point in their character's journey, their main character's journey. This is the lowest point in Ahsoka's journey, and I think that much like those episodes, those films, this is the best. That's why this is the best arc of the show. Yes, Temple Bombing arc, or um, why Ahsoka left the Order. Why Ahsoka says she is no Jedi. Yeah. Well, now, that was that. Season 6 is next. That's a much shorter season, and it will hopefully hit me a hell of a lot less. I'm, well, it would definitely hit me a hell of a lot less. I am not ready to go through that much emotional trauma again. Oh, it it brings back memories. Yeah. Anyways, that's getting a bit too personal. That's all I want to talk about here. But then again, how many people are actually going to be watching at this point? I don't know. If you are, type banana in the comments. I honestly just want to see if anyone's watching at this point. I doubt it, but yeah, banana. And now for season 6, which starts off with the Order 66 arc, possibly the single most important arc in the entire um show. Not the best, though it is pretty good in my opinion, but it has the most obvious impact on the Star Wars galaxy as a whole, or at least on this era of Clone Wars as a whole, because, well, Order 66 was changed from clones just following orders to a horror story. His clones were forced against their will to turn on the Jedi who they cared about deeply and thought of as friends and more than just generals. And well, executed Order 66. And well, the whole horror story, it all begins here with Tup. But well, first off, we just set the scene for Tup's um, breakage or tumor or whatever it is. And to do so, we see a big old planetary ring around a planet for the first time, which is quite cool. Um, Big old rings in space are always cool. even if they're usually completely utterly impractical, they're still cool. And then the clones are executing a full-blown boarding action of the Separatist um, battle ring, and they're doing so with shields to block the droid fires. They push forwards. It's very cool tactics all throughout. One of the two Tipley Tiplars, you was behind the force was behind the clone shield wall, picked up a trio of droidicas with the force. Then the clones rolled some grenades to where the droidicas were, and she slowly lowered them back droidicas back down onto the grenades onto the droid popper so that all the droidicas would get disabled, which was a very neat strategy. And yeah, well, it utilizes the exact same principles that we were told in the Onderon arc, just in a bit of an interesting way. And then we get introduced to Robo Trench. Well, actually, technically, we just get his name mentioned at this point. But later on, I guess, but later on, we get reintroduced to Trench. I guess he's not actually a robo like I wrote down. But he's a cyborg now. After he somehow managed to survive his entire bridge going boom in the Battle of Christosis. Yeah, not entirely sure how he'd survive that one. Again, much like Rhaegar last season, I'd like to know how he survived. Because yes, he was very cool and interesting character. He doesn't really do much in this season, but in both season two was it? That was Tamhouse season three. It should be in here. Cat and Mouse was episode 16 of season two. Um, yeah, so in back in season two, he was a very interesting character, cool and calculated, and he clearly knew how to fight in space battles well. Whereas in this episode, he's just kind of stuck on a planetary ring, acting as more of a general than an admiral, which is what he is. Um, yes. But then he reappears in the Bad Batch arc of season seven, and he's more of an admiral then. I don't quite remember what he does in that. But yes, Trench was a cool character. Time to dive back. Really wish we got an explanation of it. Don't know if they ever planned on doing that. Probably not. But maybe they did. And until, of course, Disney happened. Yes. Then we get hot growling Jedi at Tipley well, actually just over Jedi. I think it was just in general just growling Jedi, having not doing so well. He's shaking his head, and then we get the four most devastating words in this show: "Good soldiers follow orders. Good soldiers follow orders." Well, those four words won't quite hit their full impact yet, but oh man, good soldiers follow orders. It's it sounds like such a simplistic and kind of obvious thing. Good soldiers follow orders, but well, back in season four we had the whole trench arc, which was supposed to be about not following orders. And whether or not that was a valid tactic, before they completely and utterly ruined Trench as a character. That's what that arc was about. It was interesting and fun before they decided to turn not Trench. What was I calling it? A Trench arc? No, it's the Krell arc, the Umbara arc of season four. Yeah, why do they have to ruin Krell? He just makes things. They just ruined him. I'm still upset. Yeah. It's been, I don't know how long it's been since season four. It's been a long while, and I'm still upset about how they ruined him. But I don't think I fully grasped how they ruined him until a couple years ago. I always knew didn't quite sit right in my mind. It's that new bar arc. Like, there's just something off. It wasn't as great as everyone said it was. Then I decided to rewatch and see why everyone thought it was so great. And that's when I realized why I didn't think it was so great. It's all because of I do keep one calling Trench. It's all because of Krell, and it'd be a tale of two Krells. Yes, but anyways, that was for probably about 3 hours. Actually, no, way more than 3 hours. Maybe about 3 hours ago. Actually, at this point, I don't remember. I don't know how long it's been. This video that's just been getting massively out of hand. Uh, yes. Yes. But anyways, that's that. Good soldiers follow orders. And well, now, do good soldiers follow orders, Top? Well, I guess that's what you're forced to think. And I don't know if good soldiers follow orders is supposed to be just a clone rationalization of them doing their order of killing the Jedi, or if it's just part of the inhibitor chip that, as it takes over, it makes them think good soldiers follow orders. But anyways, yes. Regardless, he shoots General Tiplar, and well, now that's one dead Jedi to Order 66. First casualty of Order 66. Oh, there will be many more. Many, many more casualties of Order 66. Um, yes. We also meet some jetpack super battle droids as they're just floating over some droidicas as the Republic advanced ground to halt after Tup killed off Tiplar. And then the Republic needs to do their full blown retreat, and the jetpack super battle droids also reappear for the little space battle outside. They are a very cool design. Wish we got to see more of them. There was back in the was it season one? Um, very beginning of the Lerman arc, like before the Lerman even appeared, there were some sort of like jetpack super powered droids, but they just had engines in their back, whereas these new ones have massive jets on their fully just like growing out of their back, and the new design's much cooler. Yes. Then, as they send off the Tup back to, I don't know if they're immediately sending him to Camino. Probably were. They're sending him back to Camino for investigations into what's up with him. We get to see a quick little glimpse of Admiral Yularen, and he was looking a lot older than he was last time I remember seeing him. Huh, when was that the last time we saw Yularen? I now I'm going to go and look it up again. Um, Admiral Yularen. Come on. Wolf Yularen. What's that? How do you spell wolf? Um, yes, he died on the Death Star, of course. Um, yes, Iridia. Yeah. Um, yeah. Um, yes, sorry, I'm just looking for Wikipedia right now. You have no idea what I'm doing. Yes, I'm working on it. Here we go. Um, dealer, Dark Disciple, the Wrong Jedi. He was in the Wrong Jedi. Forgotten he was in the um Ahsoka arc, the end last season. He was probably jet to council somewhere. Um. Anyways. Um. Yes. They then break. Uh, then the separatists break on to Tup's escape shuttle, killing all the clones other than Tup, of course, on board, and bring him back to the ring where the French immediately sends them back off with the aid of a super tactical droid to Off to Dooku. But Anakin, Fives, and Rex get in the way of that plan as they launch their assault on as they're preparing to take to get Tough back. They notice the ship's going away and they use some grappling hooks or grappling suction pads to get onto the um ship to get onto the escaping ship with that has Tough on it, and then they zip on board, destroy all the battle droids on it, and rescue Tough. After, after trying to intimidate the super tactical droid, and tells Anakin, "I am programmed to resist intimidation," which is interesting because it implies that the super tactical droids are programmed to feel intimidation, or at least part of their programming results in feeling intimidation. So they have, which in order for them to be able to resist it, you cannot resist what you do not feel. Like they're designed to have fear. An interesting design choice, but yes, I guess that makes you'd want your super tactical droids to not be intimidatable. Weird that you'd make them need to resist it though. That you'd think that they would just not be able to be intimidated because they don't have fears or anything. They'd be completely fine with just being destroyed. They don't need have any reason to give up information freely. Just a bit of an interesting line, but of course, the Battle Droid throughout the show have been throughout the show have been shown to have some level of personalization. If the Separatists hadn't tried to completely suppress it, maybe they would be much better soldiers, more like clones than they are. Then, of course, they go off to Caminos and successfully deliver Tup there, and where he gets not interrogated, but tested repeatedly with so-called super tests, which do a ton of things in just a few moments. Sort of a cameo and can just get all the information that they need nice and quick. Which then results in which eventually results in not much being found. And then they find then at some point after AZ I forget quite what the context around this was. At some point AZ said to Fives, I have always wanted to have I have always wanted to have human feelings, but I do not. Bye as he zips out the door. I forget quite what the context around that was. Fives wanted AZ to do something for him. Don't quite remember. Anyways, um, later on in the arc, Nala says, "Every clone is property of the cameo and government." Um, yes, I'm sure the Republic would love to hear more about that. How this army that they bought and paid for is technically yours, and not actually theirs, even though they've paid for it in full and are continuing to pay you for more and more soldiers. Like, um, what are you also going to be expecting them uh to just have rented out the army for you? Once they stop paying, they're just going to have to return the army back. Doesn't seem like a very solid business model, Camino. But I mean, that's also just ignoring the fact that the clones are actual, individuals, people, and just treating them as property is its own set of it's its own can of worms. But yeah, the communes definitely see them as mere property. Yes. And of course, then Nalase talks with the Prime Minister Lama Su, who also talks with Tyrannus, who is of course Count Dooku, and there's several mentions of Clone Protocol 66, as they call it, or as it's more famously known, of course, Order 66. Yes, the cameos are fully aware of Order 66 and what it means, and that they do not want it getting out. even though it was officially implemented as a safeguard against rogue Jedi. And Sifo Dyas himself apparently even knew about Order 66, but he just thought it was the safeguard, not a full blown, we're going to wipe out all the Jedi Order. And well, if he had been alive still, that would have caused problems. Good thing they killed him off. Good thing Duke had him killed off before episode one, while Valorum was still president. But we'll get to that Valorum a bit later. Yes. It's also a bit strange that during the meeting with Dooku, they keep his face hidden behind in the hologram, like they're trying to hide who he is, when they fully just showed us Dooku talking to Trench about it, about orders, about the problems that needed to be dealt with, and even in the next episode, they just fully go and show Dooku's face as Tyrannus in the hologram. So it's just a bit strange that they're just trying to like keep his face in shadow. Just weird. Yes. And we also see Shakti has a trust. Now, Fives has trust in Shakti to do what's right, partly because of the events of Clone Cadets, where she helped him learn who he learn who he is by giving him the second chance with the full Domino Squad and putting him to a test to make him actually a better soldier. And that gain Shakti some trust and made Clive want to go to her with the information he found rather than try and send it off to someone else, especially for Cameoans who wouldn't have really cared about him. And then, oh poor Top, he gets his chip taken out, and then, well, he says the mission 3 on repeat over and over again. And then when asked what mission, he says, the one our dreams that never ends. And carries on after a bit to say, forget the mission. Ah, the nightmare. I'm finally free. Which, combined with some lines by Fives later in the arc, heavily imply that the clones, whenever they're sleeping, and potentially even while they're awake, but they're seeing Order 66 being executed over and over again every night. And it's just a nightmare in their dreams that they will have to turn on their Jedi and betray them, which is a horrifying concept. The one that I feel needed a bit more exploration, which maybe they had planned before Clone Wars got cancelled. But yeah. Order 66 is and the whole chip thing is definitely something that feels like they wanted to do more with it in future seasons, but they just never got the chance to. But then, of course, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. As Nalase switched the two briefcases with the tumor chip that was on top around, so that Shakti took an empty case, and then Nalase took would have been able to take the one with the tumor. To potentially Palpatine, but more likely Dooku. Either way, of course, it would end up in the hands of the Sith. But I don't think the Cameos know that Palpatine is Sidious. They of course know that Dooku is Tyrannus, and which I'm sure they know that Dooku's Tyrannus, but they know that Tyrannus is a powerful benefactor for them. Who I think that they must know that Dooku's Tyrannus from the hologram meetings, because they were seeing his face, and they would surely know what Dooku looked like, even if they didn't before the war. They definitely do now. And then, of course, Five looks to discover who has Order 66 chips, and they are implanted in every single clone. At least all the clones beyond the third generation or third stage of development. They only checked the first and they shipped the first and it didn't have them, then they shipped the third and it did. Maybe it's in the second as well, but regardless, from the third stage of development and onwards, every single clone has an Order 66 chip implanted in their brains. And well, now. And that is quite frankly terrifying to fives, as it probably should be. And then, yes. And we see fives is as fives had his chip, his chip removed. He's very clear that he doesn't care. His life is worth risking to get to the bottom of this mystery of why Top betrayed the Jedi. And then, of course, they move. Then, of course, he eventually ends up being captured by Nalisay and the Cremions and gets sent off to Coruscant to be interrogated by the Jedi and by Palpatine. And as Nalisay is telling people what was happening, she implies that she told Fives that the chip was important in keeping the clones calm, and then he had it removed when that is not the way it happened. Because, well, she's trying to do a bit of sneakiness to try and keep what to make Fives look more evil than he was. And Palpatine says to Shaak Ti that um a separatist plot from even before the war even started? That seems unlikely, doesn't it? And well, Palpatine, you know it is how likely it is, and well, it's sure it's a separatist plot, but it's a plot by the enemy of the Jedi, and it was from well before the war even started. Because, well, now, Order 66 was Palpatine's grand plan to take out the Jedi. And, well, it worked quite well. Not perfectly, of course, but, well, it was a massacre. And then I really wonder what on earth Palpatine could have told Fives that caused Fives to lash out and start attacking Palpatine without tipping off any of the Coruscant security guards or well, maybe Palpatine's personal guards were loyal to him, but any of the Coruscant security clones who were in that room with him that Palpatine was evil, like without making them think he's evil. Like, what could he have possibly said in there? Did he whisper something in Fives' ear? That's a weird word. Fives' ear. Fives'. Anyways, did he whisper something in Fives' ear? To make him go to make Fives attack. But I don't know. I really want to know what was going on in there because, well, I feel like it would be quite interesting. And then Palpatine entrusts the chip to Nalisay, who eventually sends it off to Dooku, who Palpatine orders to have the chips destroyed to remove whatever evidence happens to remain of Order 66 and its little early escape. Yes. And and then eventually, as Fives is on the run, he eventually he goes to the droid or to the clone bar where he tells Kix the medic to get Rex and Anakin to go to a dock, which they of course do, and then Fives tells them everything that he's figured out, that the Chancellor's behind it, and that Order 66 exists and what it does. And Anakin, of course, does not believe that Palpatine could be behind this, because Palpatine has spent the last decade or so worming his way into Anakin's mind, making him believe that Palpatine is good and the Jedi are evil. Um, yes. And then, of course, Fives dies, and Domino Squad has fallen, and Fives ends up saying, "The mission, the nightmares, they're finally over." Because, yes. and Fives is dead. And Order 66 remains, to a certain extent, hidden. Although it will still eventually break free, of course. But when we do not know. But when is when it eventually becomes, Order 66 and the end of the Jedi. And Palpatine makes up a little story about a parasite on the planet that Fives and Tup were on that caused them to go mad and break programming and conditioning, which was, of course, a complete and utter lie. Then we reach the three-part Clovis arc of this season. And it is definitely the weakest part of the season. Because it's just a bunch of weird plot holes that don't quite add up by any stretch of the imagination, really, in my mind. It starts with a big one. Why is Clovis still working with the banking clan? Yeah, like why is Clovis still working in the banking clan? Like in the banking clan wants to largely stay neutral throughout the war because that way they can make money off both sides. And he very heavily tied them to the separatists there. And then he got found out and pissed the separatists off. And he'd also working with the separatists, he pissed off the Republic. So like surely the banking clan would have just tried to purge Clovis from their ranks because he's been double dealing and making and pissing off both the Republic and the Separatists. Which and banking clan wasn't even that pissed off, so you don't want him still working with you. And I doubt that he really I guess maybe knew too much about the banking clan at that point for him to just let him go because he'd be able to just tell on the banking clan to the Republic of the Separatists and try have them be torn down, I guess. But then I feel like, even if you just keep him on, you wouldn't make him all front and center as Padme, especially Padme, comes in to talk with the banking clan. But yeah, just feels a bit forced that he's around in this arc at all, and they never really try and explain it. Yeah. But then, of course, he's noticed a failure in the banking clan system, and that there's a bunch of people, but that the whole Big Five are funneling their little funds into their own little private bank accounts so that they can make money themselves off the war. And then, we also see that the whole banking clan planet has a massive security door on the front, and then also the main vault itself has an even bigger, bulkier security door on the inside. That would be very hard to actually break into. As Clovis said, it is designed to stop people breaking in, but not designed to stop people breaking out. I feel like you could have made a fun heist arc about breaking into the banking clan, trying to figure out and how to break into there, but that's obviously not all what this arc's about. I don't think it would have been cool. I like heist stories. Yes. So they break into the vault with the help of Tekla now from I think she's been in the background of several episodes, but most notably she was what was the actual episode? Was it the Heroes on Both Sides Part 2? Um Control F Tech Teklamina, yes. Yeah, that was from Heroes on Both Sides Part 2. Is when she previously had appeared. And now she's still working with Padme, and sadly, she does not survive the journey here. As she gets shot by Embo after planting the bomb to blow the security and um get into the planet, which then send and having found her body there, the banking clan chooses to arrest Padme, not before she can sneak off the info that she got to Clovis. And then Anakin comes in to the rescue, and he is very pissed when he hears the name Clovis. Which, I mean, in fairness, Clovis wasn't exactly the best guy last time around. Try and he did result in Padme being poisoned and was working with the Separatists in secret and generally not being very good on top of course, all the personal shit Anakin dealt with from him, because Clovis was also interested in Padme, who was trying to pretend to not have a husband at the time, and was pretending to actually be into him. Yeah. Then, so then they go off to Clovis's villa in the side, in the side of the country, and where they meet up with Clovis, and then they get shot down by Embo, who chases after him on his little snowboard shield, which was very cool use of his shield. And then, well, Palpatine told Embo that his mission was a success. But quite frankly, I'm not sure what Embo did. Like, I guess the only thing that Embo might have actually had an impact on towards Palpatine's ultimate plan of getting control of the banks was he shot up Padme and Clovis, which helped convince Padme that there was something going on that she needed to investigate there and to actually trust Clovis on this. Which she might have done anyways. Killing Tekla was completely irrelevant um, to Palpatine's plan, and because Tekla wasn't going to be a threat to Palpatine. No, not at all. Um, and yeah, he then just and what else did he do? Tried to again kill off Padme and Clovis after they'd already gotten the information. The only thing that could have potentially done was actually get one of them killed, which would have then resulted in Clovis not being there to take over the banks and Padme not being there to support him in his effort, both of which were required for Palpatine's plan to work. It was just bizarre that honestly Embo just being in this arc as a whole is completely irrelevant, almost, and he's just there because he's cool. Just a nice doco though, who brought him his shield after Anakin forced him off it. I don't know. Embo, I'd remembered Embo being more important to this arc than he was, but no, he didn't really do anything. It's just strange. Another part of his art that just feels half baked, like they didn't have time to fully form it. Which, in fairness, as the season six arc, they very well might not have. But even how it got to this late in development, it probably was at least 90% formed, if not more. These are things that I'd probably been asking myself around like 20% forming of the arc, Like they're fairly basic to, well, close to the entire arc and Embo to this first episode. But anyways, then later as Anakin is as they're working Padme's been asked to work with Clovis to investigate the banking clan chip that they stole, and Anakin says, "As your husband, I demand you reject this and don't work with him." Yeah, Anakin, this really doesn't look good on you. For you, like demanding, you can't just demand your wife does something just because you're married to them, Anakin. This arc as a whole really brings out uh, the bad and abusive side of Anakin's relationship with Padme. And well, yeah, poor Padme. She really should try and get her way out of this relationship. Yeah, it comes up again later. I'll talk about it more then. But as then she's working with Clovis, and he is totally missing
all of Padme's "I'm not romantically interested in you" signals of pushing him away, saying no, just walking away from him when he tries to make advances on her. Yeah, as much as Anakin's an abusive husband in this arc, Clovis is just completely oblivious and thinks he deserves her, which isn't really any better. Poor Padme. She deserves better. Yes. And Clovis also says, you're not romantically interested in that Jedi, so there's nothing stopping me doing this. As he then tries to force a kiss onto Padme, which, while she's saying no, yeah, Clovis, really bad look for you as well. Oh, poor Padme. You really do deserve better than these two. Yeah. Clovis just thinks he's entitled to her, because she's not dating anyone else. And Anakin thinks he's entitled to her and controlling her because he's married to her. Yep. What a great duo to be taught between. And I mean, yes, this it's not like the arc trying to make it into a proper love triangle where Padme has to pick between them which one will she love at all. It's Padme's being caught between the aggression of two people who aren't very good for her, and she's kind of tied down and kind of, oh, she should probably have tried to get a bit of a divorce. It would have to be a secret divorce, of course, because otherwise you'd reveal the marriage. And then Anakin force chokes Clovis as he walks in on him trying to force himself on Padme. To which, eventually, then Clovis said, "I thought he didn't have feelings. I thought you said he didn't have feelings for you." Talking to Padme about Anakin, which then causes Anakin to give Padme a look because he seems to forget that Padme's doing this to keep their relationship a secret. And then he break then meanwhile Padme's like, yeah, I said that because I'm trying to keep our relationship a secret, you idiot. But of course, neither of them actually say that because Clovis is right there. And Clovis actually puts up a remarkably good fist fight against Anakin. Sure, Anakin's not using the Force or his lightsaber, but Clovis got a fair few solid hits in on Anakin, which I would not have expected from a senator. Is he technically a senator at this point, or is he a representative? Ah, whatever, it doesn't really matter. And then Clovis said to Anakin, "You should accept that the senators other interests than you," which is really the pot calling the kettle black. Because, well, also, Anakin is actually married to her, so he's, I guess, less black in that analogy, he's more grey. But, yes. But, yes, Clovis, you're the one who was trying to force a kiss on her after she'd spent the night, or at least the last 5 minutes, actively trying to just get away from you and not have you kiss, while she was saying no, 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 no. And now you're telling Anakin that he should accept that the senators of her interests. Oh, Clovis, you complete buffoon. Then, after the fight, um, Padme says to Anakin, "This is not a marriage, Anakin. This marriage is not a marriage, Anakin, if there is no trust." Which, yes. Um, yeah. And she also then later says, I believe she says this to the guard, to her, Captain Typho, is it? Or is it Captain Tycho? Probably not Tycho, because that's Warmer spilling in, but I feel like he's not Captain Typho. Is he Captain Typho? Now I need to look up who Captain Typho is. Um, Captain Typho. Um, was German Central Crisis Controls. Yeah, Captain Typho. Yes. Captain Typho. Yeah, so Captain Typho. I think she said it to Captain Typho. She says the next line, Captain Typho, about I forget quite what the trigger was, but she says, I don't know who's in there sometimes. I just know I'm not happy anymore. I don't feel safe. Which, Padme, stay away from Anakin. He is not good for you. But love can do weird and crazy things to people. I will never understand. But yes. Um, yes, Padme recognizes Anakin's not good for her, but she's still drawn to him anyways. Which, yes, but anyway, then we, then in the final episode of the arc, Clovis takes over the banking clan with the help of Padme, supporting him in the Republic, having gotten support from the Separatists, and probably Dooku persuaded them to accept him. And then he takes over the banking clan um and he tries to lead it with honor, not having loyalty to either the Republic or the Separatists and being equal to both. But of course, Dooku has him under his thumb, as Dooku is the one who got Clovis to actually be in a position to take the power, and now he's stuck. So now Clovis is stuck working with him. Then Dooku launches his full-blown assault on the banking clan, or rather on the Republic forces guarding the banking clan, which is of course all really just a ruse to get Clovis kicked out of power, so that Palpatine by the Republic, so Palpatine can just take full control as the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic. He shall now be also the one in charge of the banks, which would presumably cripple the Separatist war effort, as they can no longer get money, because I really doubt Palpatine's going to be lending them any, which would cause the Separatist army to start to grind to a halt, as they just lose money, which would have been an interesting plot point for them to have carried on in future arcs, but, well, it didn't get to be. Yes, and as Dooku launches his assault, RIP Captain Thorn. It didn't do much. In fact, you pretty much just stood on a platform for your entire existence in the show and then get shot. But you were cool, you had a big gun, and you fought hard. And then, as Padme tries to, I'm not quite sure what her plan was, but she grabs a gun off a battle droid and points it at Dooku. Maybe hoping to kill him. Dooku then makes her use the Force to shoot the Separatist senator who was there. After Separatist senator went, "Hey Dooku, what you're doing here is illegal. We can't just, launch a full-blown assault on the banking clan." Which then, which of course, a full blown assault caused the Republic to come in and they beat up the Separatist droids there. And then Anakin rushed up to save Padme and Clovis after Dooku had already escaped off world. And then a ship crashes into the base, and then um, both Clovis and Padme were knocked down and falling off the edge. Anakin manages to grab both of them, but is not able to pull them both up, and Clovis sacrifices himself so that Padme can live. In the end, Clovis was a good man. If flawed, he still did what was right because, well, he knew that he could no longer be trusted. No one would respect him, where Padme still had a life ahead of her, whereas he would probably just be shoved in a prison to rot for the rest of his life. So he let Padme live and sacrificed himself. And then in the end, Palpatine gets his banks. Also, throughout this arc, there's a few scenes with a human senator who's got a big beard, and I don't remember him ever appearing anywhere else. He doesn't even have a single line. It's just strange that he gets multiple shots that just focus on him. I wonder if he was going to do something in a future arc that got canned with the death of Clone Wars. Anyways, then we move on to the two-part episode 8 and 9 Jar Jar arc titled The Disappeared Part 1 and The Disappeared Part 2. which I believe the only arc in the entire show to just be titled Part One and Part Two. The Grievous Intrigue slash what was it called? The Deserter arc is I believe officially titled as Grievous Intrigue and Grievous Intrigue Part Two: The Deserter, but it's not even written as that in the Disney Plus art in Disney Plus itself. It's only in like background stuff that's written like that. So yeah, I don't really count that one. Well, anyways, the Jar Jar arc, which is a fairly interesting arc, and I I know it's a Jar Jar arc, so therefore it must be the scum of the earth to some people, but Jar Jar's fine, uh, especially in the Clone Wars. He's much more calm, toned down than he was in episode one, which is where most people actually have their hatred of him from. And then I guess it was like a bit fueled by him actually being the result cause of Palpatine's rise to power. Even though, yeah, whatever. Anyways, Jar Jar, he's a character that isn't actually that bad. And then the Jedi are well, talking about the Bardotans say that the Bardotan masters passively connect to the Force, unlike this Jedi Sith who actively connect to the Force to do what they do on their jobs, and that the Bardotans think that the Jedi are thieves because they took their children a long time ago, unspecifiedly long ago, to come to the Jedi Temple and learn the ways of the Jedi, which is antithetical to the ways of the Bardotans. They do not use the Force; they just exist with the Force, which is kind of how the Jedi are supposed to act, but of course not how they do act in the end. Yes. Yes. So then the Bardotans, of course, request that Jar Jar Binks go alone, although Jar Jar takes the Mace Windu with him because we want to have some nice Jar Jar Mace action in this arc, and they actually have remarkably good chemistry together. Two characters who barely ever interact. Although Queen Julia is in love with Jar Jar, and yeah, it's just a bit of a funny arc, bit of a funny thing that they're together. I don't know if there's meant to be actually any romantic feelings between them. Although I think they do kiss at some point, so maybe there is. Maybe there's meant to be something a bit more there. Maybe they had some plans to make Jar Jar actually have a proper relationship with her, rather than just have her appear for one episode and never get mentioned again. Um, yes. And then as Jar Jar is requested to um uh is said set needs to is justifying Mace's presence here, and he says that Mace is here with him, and to which the Bardojans say, "So this Jedi is your servant," and then Jar Jar agrees with him, and Mace gives Jar Jar such a look, like I am not your servant, you fool. But of course, he doesn't say that because, well, Mace needs Jar Jar on his side. Needs to be on the side of Jar Jar so he can actually stay here. And then the Bardotans, then as Jar Jar and the Queen are in their room doing their meditation things, Mace walks up to them and tries to break his way in past the Bardotans, past the Bardotan guards, and they say mind tricks do not work on them. However, normal tricks seem to work just fine because Mace just runs away and then both guards follow him. And then he just loops back around and manages to get in that way. So, my tricks might not work, but they aren't that smart either, it seems. Then it said that um the the cultists are stealing the force within the Bardotan masters, and that's why that's what they want the Bardotan Masters for. And the Force as it leaves the Bardotan Masters, becomes a green wispy energy, very similar to the Night Sister energy. Which, well, we find out why it's like that later. And then it goes into a big orb again, much like what the Night Sisters use at various points, which gives the implication that Night Sister magic is fueled by having stolen the Force from others. And Mother Talzin even makes that a bit more explicit later, but yes, then Mace finds Jar Jar, breaks in, starts cutting down the cultists, but he doesn't actually try and kill them. He just disarms them and tries to knock them out with his feet, with his fists and feet, and he just cuts their weapons in bits so that he doesn't actually want to kill them. But then, of course, the head cultist escapes with the queen, and then we enter a second half of the arc where the where Mace, where the cultists talk to each other about visions from the Great Mother or something along those lines. And well, we'll see who the Great Mother is later. Of course, it's Mother Talzin, but it's just there's just so many little hints as to what they're actually doing, who they're working with before. And well, we'll eventually see Buffer Talzin later within the arc, but I just like that they're laying the seeds. Who could the Great Mother be? Why are they using this green magic which they bound within spheres? It all adds up to Mother Talzin being behind it all. And as Mason Jar Jar run off, Mason Jar Jar run off to help find them, or actually they off to just find them all on their own. And then Mace starts dealing with all the threats while Jar Jar just runs off after the cultists to make sure that he knows where they are at all times. And Mace just works on the assumption that he'll be able to find Jar Jar, which in fairness he is. And although Mace is not killing the cultists, but after just disarming them and beating them up, he shows no such kindness to the Gundarks. Poor Gundarks. Big old beasties that just get murdered basically pretty much any time they appear. And then Mother Talzin makes her appearance. She arrives on a ship, although at various points throughout this arc, she is shown to not have a full form of her form full, probably because she's been drained after all that she did during the massacre of the Night Sisters on Dathomir back in season 3. Or no, that was season 4. Yeah, that was season 4, yeah. And but she's still somewhat physical presence. And at the end of this arc, she literally just starts to lose her form, lose who she is. And then she starts breaking down, her body starts to disintegrate. And she's also just like at various points throughout the arc, her body just is a bit clear and see-through. There's something weird going on with Talzin post post the post massacre, and I wish again we had more time to delve into it. But I'm not sure how deep they would delve into it because I believe she dies within the Son of Dathomir comic, and they don't delve into it much there either. So yes, that sadly that is that. And she says she wields dark magic to achieve her power, and that she's trying to steal Queen Julia's connection to a living force by ripping her spirit from her, which is very interesting because Talzin can't directly impact, can't directly interact with the force. She needs to use the force. She needs to take the ability to do so from others so that she can wield her magics. And again, I wish that we got more insight into how the Night Sisters and Nutmother Talzin work. They just got killed off too soon. Yeah. You know what? Maybe what they should have done instead of just having the massacre arc be when it was had the season 4 Ventress arc have be something about her being becoming a Night Sister and stuff along those lines, and we see more about how Night Sisters work, and then and then Maul just comes, Savage comes back to a fully formed Night Sister movement. But then Savage and Maul be a bit strange about them just leaving, but you can still justify it somehow, I'm sure. Um, and then in season 5, have Ventress have the massacre arc where she becomes bounty hunter. Well, I guess Ventress being a bounty hunter fairly important to to the final episode of season 4. So maybe that wouldn't have worked. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, but yes, I just want more insight into how Mother Talzin and the witches all work. But yes, we sadly just never get it. At least not in the show. Maybe the Ahsoka show will do that, slash has done it by the time you're watching this. Probably not. They aren't really the focus of it, even if, um, what was her name? Can't remember her name. My sister and that. Morgan Elsbeth, that's it. Maybe Morgan Elsbeth, will actually, like, give a bit more of an insight into them. They it did give us a bit more insight into Dathomir. Dathomiri, as well, the planet that Ahsoka was on didn't appear to be Dathomir at the start of that show, and but the Night Sisters still had a temple there, so it implies that Dathomiri used to actually have a much bigger empire than just Dathomir itself, and they've been exiled to Dathomir. But, anyways, that's theorizing for another day. Um, then Mother Talzin is able to use her magic to create a blade capable of withstanding lightsabers, which, yes, Mother Talzin is powerful. She's also just she did the same trick she used to pull against the battle droids during the invasion. She just creates two beams of energy that will kill whatever they come across. And then as the big ball of living force drops, we get a massive explosion just across the entire temple sacrificial altar thing that they were on, and Mother Talzin loses her form. Well, no, at least temporarily. That was a Jar Jar arc. And then we reached the final arc of initial run of the Clone Wars. Well, I mean, if you count season 6 part of the initial one, I think I even in this video said that season 5 is the final of the season, of the initial run. But yes, anyways, the final part of the Clone Wars before its long multiple year absence before it eventually got revived. Not saved, Disney. You revived it. You can't take something out back dead and shoot it and then go rar rar. We survived it. We've survived. It's survived. It's saved. We've saved it. Look at this corpse that we've got. We're pumping it around. See, it's great. It's saved. And make sure the string actually moves, right, Dave? Yeah, yeah, whatever. That's yeah, yeah. Yeah. Disney. I mean, in fairness, Clone Wars saved is probably much better. Rar rar, we're doing good here. Hashtag for them than Clone Wars revived because Clone Wars revived would make it seem as though they actually did something wrong. You can't possibly have that now, can you, Disney? You didn't do anything wrong, now did you? No, no, no. You just killed off the Clone Wars, and now that all your actual stuff is broken, you're bringing it back. And so you need to quote quote save it and definitely not revive it because you definitely didn't kill it because you're definitely not the reason it's gone. Anyways. Yoda. This is the second arc of I guess his first arc. 'Cause the first one was just a lone episode to dominantly feature Yoda himself. And well, it is one of the strangest arcs in the entire show. Probably only surpassed by the Mortis arc, which, well, there's a lot of parallels between these two, as they both
heavily dive into the Force. Darth Bane was even meant to appear in the Mortis arc, the but that got cancelled. And then of course he does actually make his appearance here. I'll talk more about him later. But yes, this episode of this arc, however, it starts off with a largely unrelated arc episode about Sifo Dyas and his rediscovery, or at least the rediscovery of his ship that had crashed as Plo Koon. Because of course it's Plo Koon. Dave, your favorite Jedi. Why not have him do this? Anyways, yes, Plo Koon finds Sifo Dyas's lightsaber and brings back the entire ship and area that he crashed on to to a Jedi Council for investigations. And he was Sifo Dyas was apparently deemed too extreme to stay on the Jedi Council, and that's why, and that he got kicked off the council, and then he went off in secret to build up his clone army because he thought the Republic needed to raise an army. He saw the coming darkness, and he prepared to fight it. But the Jedi Council of the time did not like that, so they chose to make him um to kick him off the council, and eventually, and well, that kind of worked. And the office of the Supreme Chancellor had apparently defeated, or not defeated. You don't defeat records, you delete records. So yes, it's kind of like defeating a record. Record probably doesn't know the difference. But yes, the record was deleted by the office of the Supreme Chancellor. But while Palpatine pretends not know who Sifo Dyas is, and that it was probably deleted by his predecessor, Chancellor Valorum, it very well might have actually been deleted by Palpatine once he took over, and well, Valorum's hazy memory of it um is just helped out Palpatine because well, it's been more than a decade since he was Chancellor by this point, so he doesn't have full recollection of it and doesn't remember if he had it sealed. He was trying to do something behind the Council's back, so he very well might have actually been the one to seal it. So who knows? But Palpatine, of course, knew full well who Sifo Dyas was and that he needed to be silenced. And he ordered Dooku to make sure that the Jedi did not have any trails to follow up on to find him. And there was apparently a second Jedi with Sifo Dyas on it was from Felucia, I believe, which is presumably Dooku, although we never actually find out properly who that was. Um, Obviously, we find out that Dooku is the one who was working with the Pikes all this time, and of course, we already knew that he was behind the Clone Wars and the Clone Army. But this is, of course, when the Jedi find that out, and then the Jedi go to the Pike homeworld, or one of their worlds, and they meet up with the Chancellor Valorum's aide, Silman, or Slut Silman, I think. Yeah, Silman, who has gone completely mad because the Pikes, well, they kept him there for as an insurance policy. They probably should have, actually made him sane, kept him sane as well. Like, don't lock him in a room where his only friends are grubs for his entire life. If you want to use him as your insurance policy, they kind of need to, you kind of need to keep his senses about him so he can actually tell people what you want him to tell them in case you need to execute on your insurance policy. But yes, anyways, so they kept him locked up in a prison, and then Dooku executed him by a force choke. And then Anakin and Kenobi start fighting Dooku, and Dooku, while he is constantly retreating, it seems like he's doing a feigned retreat. Like he could definitely hold up against him, and once he gets out into the open, he actually does put up a solid fight against two of them. He just, but he was still just trying to just get away because he'd done his job, and then, of course, and then he tells um Kenobi that I told you everything you needed to know on Geonosis all those years ago. I believe, although it's been a while since I've watched episode two, that in that scene, he'd even straight up said that Palpatine was the Sith Lord behind it all, which, yeah, probably should have paid a bit more attention to that, Kenobi, and actually believe Dooku, especially now that you're seeing more and more evidence that Dooku was behind everything. Maybe he was actually telling you the truth back then. And then Dooku manages to pull off his escape, and then the Jedi Council have found out that Dooku was behind the Clone Wars and behind everything. And given the start of this arc, they probably don't know that he was behind the inhibitor chips, because I don't think the cameos ever mentioned Tyrannus in regards to the chips, but they know that there was actually I don't even know how much they know about the inhibitor chip's existence. They know that the inhibitor chips obviously existed, but I don't think they knew how far back they went, because Shakti wasn't in the room uh when Fives asked Nalase to explain it all. So yes, they probably don't know that it's to the core of the Grand Armored Republic, and or how deep it goes, because Palpatine did, well, not a great job, but good job as he could covering all that up. And then of course the Republic then of course where was I going with this? And then of course they choose to hide it all up, hoping in that the full plans of the Sith will not be able to be executed by the time the Clone Wars have ended. Little do they know that their plans are the end of the Clone Wars. And once the Clone Wars have ended, we we snap our fingers, execute Order 66, and boom goes the Jedi at the behest of a clone army. And honestly, as Yoda says about whether or not they're making the right choice, the right path, no. The only path, yes. Like, you can question their decision, but what other choice did they have? If they went public about Dooku having created the clone army, what would most likely happen is the, all the clones would be decommissioned, the Republic would lose the war, and the Sith would win. Whereas this way, while they don't fully know quite how poor and how badly everything's going for them, what's the worst that can happen is the Republic loses the war and the Sith win. Sure, and that's basically what does, of course, end up happening. But from the perspective of the Jedi, there was no other choice to make but to keep this information secret. They just didn't have all the information they needed to actually like start removing the chips en masse. And even if they did, Palpatine would probably just go, "Well, now it's Order 66 time. You're removing my chips." They'd have to quietly start removing the chips, and doing that en masse would be damn near impossible without alerting someone who would have it get back to Palpatine, and then and as soon as Palpatine finds out, it's Order 66 time. If you're going to try and stop Order 66, he must activate it now. Show you to force his hand a bit earlier than he was planning. But Order 66 was such a well constructed thing, it didn't really matter. It was it would just affect how much control of the galaxy Palpatine had at the time Order 66 was executed. And well, yes, the right path, no. The only path, yes. And then we get into the actual meat of the arc, as Yoda learns to become a Force Ghost. And this arc features the Snake Jedi Council member Oporansis. I don't know how his name's pronounced. It's never actually stated in the show, but he appears several times throughout this arc. He's just sitting on the Jedi Council chambers, and he's when I think it was Mace wanted to talk to Anakin. I mean, it was someone Luminara Unduli, Ayla Secura, I think it was Anakin, and then Oppo and Arkansas were just walking along path. Oppo was, of course, slithering as a snake man. And then when all the Jedi go to meditate around Yoda, they're all we as they all walk there, we see how Oppo sits in his chair and then how he gets out of it with his tail slithering out through a hole in the back. And it's just so strange that they just that they it's almost like they're showing off, hey look, we've made Oppo Rakansis, he's in the show. Like it almost feels like they were planning on doing something with him in later in the season, which of course got cancelled. But yeah, it's just so strange how much like they're showing off this model and like that they've done it. They figured out how to make him work because he'd never appeared in the show before. Like they didn't need to have him appear in this. I don't remember if he appeared in Revenge of the Sith. I don't think he did. I'm gonna have to double check that. Um, Oppo Rakansis um appearances. Um, he obviously appeared in Van Menace, he appeared in Attack of the Clones. Then looks like he was not. Yeah, he was not in Revenge of the Sith at all by the appearances of it. Which is so like they could have just had him not be there and no one would have questioned it because well he wasn't there in Revenge of the Sith and he hadn't been there for the rest of the show, so he's just not there. Um, yes, but then but nope, they chose to put him into this arc specifically. I think he also might have appeared in the he also appeared in the briefly in the Jar Jar arc. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It's just a bit strange that they put so much focus on such a minor character just to do absolutely nothing with him. Um, and of course, we see Qui-Gon is Qui-Gon says that he is a part of the living force. We see that he's able to manipulate the room Yoda is in. And later on someone says I believe it's the doctor lady who was actually originally based off the early designs for Mace Windu. She had a very similar face and clothing structure to what Mace and to what Mace was originally designed for. You can just what was her name? She's Dr. Nima, I believe. Um right. Dr. Nima. Clone Wars. Rignema. 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 Yeah, she. If you just look it up on Wikipedia, you can see a very similar design was used for early concept of Mace Windu, at least for the head. From the neck down, it's very different. That version of Mace had full was covered up in full robes, whereas Rig is showing off some shoulder and it has another big boob window because apparently Jedi love their boob windows. Yeah, weird. Don't know why boob windows are so popular. Actually, no, that's not true at all. I know why boob windows are so popular. I wish they weren't. It's just strange. It's like people in the real world very rarely actually wear clothing like that. Anyways, I'm getting very off topic. Oh yeah, you probably wouldn't be expecting that at this point in the video. But yes, I still want to try and stay on topic, even if it's just a long ass ramble that's probably over 8 hours long by now. Ah, yes. But yes, anyways, I don't even think I said the reason why I brought her up in the first place. She says that when you die, she says the dead are part of the cosmic force and lose their individuality. where Qui-Gon is part of the living force and kept his individuality. And yeah, the whole way the force works is so weird and interesting. I really wish that we'd gotten George Lucas's version of the sequel trilogy where he actually dived into how the Force works more. Like, I doubt that anyone else knows quite how George sees the Force and how it's supposed to function. And of course, Qui Gon had summoned Yoda, or not really summoned, but told Yoda to go to Dagobah, and that is one of the purest places in the galaxy, apparently. Which is a bit interesting given how it has a big old cave full of the dark side of the Force on it, which Yoda, of course, will eventually enter, as did Luke earlier. And Qui Gon says a bunch of interesting things, such as living beings generate the living force, which in turn powers the wellspring that is the cosmic force, and his that he cannot show himself because his training was incomplete. He can only interact via voice. You hear that Kenobi show? Qui-Gon can only do stuff via voice. He cannot physically appear. Yes. He also says that all energy of the living force from all things that ever lived feeds into the cosmic force, binding everything and communicating to us through the midichlorians. He's Yes, and so it starts to like give a little more description on how the Force bind works with the midichlorians and how it all works. The midichlorians are drawn beings that are powerful with the Force, and they are how the Force communicates with the Jedi and anyone else, and tries to get them to follow its path. But anyways, that's starting to get into more my personal speculation than what's actually stated and applied directly. But yes. Um then Qui Gon says to Yoda right before he enters the cave that um if you give power to that which you fear, it will show itself to you. And what Yoda fears is Order 66. Because of course he knows that Order 66 is coming to pass. And he sees a, a disjointed version of Order 66 as Jedi are charging clones, but we know it's not the real Order 66 because Kenobi is there at its head. I believe we don't see Anakin in the order in the sightseeing. We also see Palpatine doing his assault against the Free Jedi Council members that come to get him, and then eventually electrocuting Mason, tossing him out the window when electrocuting Mace, although we don't see how that fully played out in Yoda's visions. And it also seems, even though it seem to be slightly off to how they actually were in Revenge of the Sith. Because, well, of course, this isn't what actually happened. This is Yoda's fears made manifest. We get this more, and yes. And then after Yoda comes out, he gets sent by Qui Gon to the to one of I believe the Qui Gon tribe is one of the origins of life, and well, it's a very cool looking place. As light is emanating, just almost like a sun around this planet, which has um holes in it that emanate the light out from underneath them, and then Yoda goes down into there, and there's a and it's a very strange place that I forgot to write down quite how it's described by the Force priestesses, but they um are but the place is a connection between the cosmic force and the living force and the real world. And it's used for life, and it's just very such a cool concept. I want to see more of it. But yeah, I don't quite know how they would even bring more of this into Star Wars. Like the only way you could possibly do it is if you show Kenobi's journey to it and how he learned about the living force.
and how to become a Force Ghost. Yes. And then the Force priestesses say to each other, I believe Serenity says to Anger, he is to he is to teach one who will save the universe from the great imbalance, for this the great gift will be his. Which, yeah, it's quite interesting because they imply that he will go on to teach the one who will become who will go on to save the universe from the great imbalance, which implies that Luke is the chosen one and not Anakin, like it's many believe him to be. Though I guess you could almost say that they are both the chosen ones, and that the Skywalker bloodline is itself the chosen one, and that the Skywalkers are the ones who save the galaxy for the great imbalance that will continue to always be there. But of course, I'm just completely ignoring the sequel trilogy for all that because that's just a complete fucking mess that doesn't uh really properly tie into how this all works. And then of course there's the five force priestesses: confusion, anger, sadness, joy, and serenity. And they all represent different emotions and how one should interact with the galaxy. And then Yoda goes into, it's not a cave, but into the planet, and he encounters Dark Yoda, who he initially tries to deny the existence of and beat up physically and defeat him in a fight. But of course, you cannot defeat your dark side with through force. He had to acknowledge it and then actively reject it as not who he is. It is a part of him, but it is not him. And the Force priestesses refer to it as a reflection of his hubris, which I don't, which doesn't quite add up to me, but I can understand that because it is it's more his dark side, his evil emotions growing, and the build and his fuel of the dark side that are growing within him than a reflection of hubris to me. But anyways, then Yoda goes to a new vision where he sees a temple, the Jedi temple in flames. Jedi are dead, and Ahsoka says that the Sith have done this. And she also blames Yoda for excommunicating her and questions if she will ever become a Jedi, which at this point, Ahsoka, that's not who Ahsoka is, but it's who Yoda fears Ahsoka. What fears Ahsoka is becoming. She's obsessed with having been a Jedi, with becoming a Jedi, and he let her down. He failed her. And then his fears being made manifest in that. And then Katuni, I didn't remember to actually check the credits to see if it was Katuni. I'm gonna just double check that right now. Sloan, no, it was episode 12. No, not 13, 12. Um, episode 12, Destiny. Credits. Go away. Cast. Cast. Show me the. Oh no, I need to fit show, not cast. Um, Tom Kane, priestesses. Yeah, Katoon. That was indeed Katuni, who yet again, despite the fact that she had the weakest arc um in the Force Cave, she's the one who the show cares about the most for some reason. He then yes, I just want to check one other thing. It was Lar. Yes, Tiplar is indeed the green one and the one who was shot. But yes, anyway, that for a little bit later. Katuni then offers to take Yoda away from his confusion, his sadness, his anger, which are of course free of the Force priestesses, and by dissociating with them, like you need. I don't quite know what that's supposed to be, but obviously disassociating with your emotions is not the way to become one with the Force. It's so strange. I really wish that we get more of an in-depth look into all this. But anyway, so she offers to take him away from his confusion, sadness, and anger, and presents him with what would have happened if um the Jedi Temple had stayed strong. If the Jedi had stayed strong, Maul hadn't killed Qui Gon, the um and Dooku had not turned to the dark side. As of course we've got Ahsoka present at the temple still and happy. We've got Dooku being good and aligned with the Republic, and they've got a living Qui Gon, and Qui Gon's there, and then as we turn to see more people who are there by the big old force tree, I don't even know it, and the big old tree there, we see Barris is there, despite the fact she's obviously turned in real time, like she's turned against the Jedi as well because of what they've become. Adia Galia's there as well. Yoda even specifically called out that she should be dead. Um, Again, we also see Jedi Master Tiplar or Tiplar there, who was killed by Tup at the back at the start of this season. And we also even see the Padawan of the same species as Kit Fisto, who was killed by Maul, by not Maul, by Savage in his introductory episode, after, in with a single swing of Maul's, or not Maul, why do I keep calling him Maul? Savage's axe. That random ass Jedi just gets brought back for this scene to show the Jedi are at peace. Everything is good in this world. Even those people from the past who weren't notable are still around, and we're still showing them here. And then Yoda passes the tests of the Force priestesses as he rejects this alternate reality, as he reject as he had as he rejected the alternate future of the Jedi Temple in flames. And then he comes to and then he gets sent off to Moraband, the home of the Sith, where he first encounters several things that are some sort of Sith spirit, and they tell Yoda that there is no life after death, and that his fear feeds them. I'm not at all sure what they were meant to be, because the Sith are too focused on the physical world, and I believe Yoda even says, yes, in fact, Yoda definitely says that to the projection of Sifo Dyas. The Sith are tied to physical world; they are incapable of living on after death properly, and they. But so, what on earth are those four Sith spirits meant to represent? What are they? Because they also seem to go into Yoda as if they're becoming a part of him. It's all strange. I just want this arc needed more explanations, but at the same time, if it had more explanations, it might not have felt right in a way. Then goes up to Darth Bane, who who discusses the institution of the prescriptive rule of two. And, well, I'm honestly not a big fan of the prescriptive rule of two. It just, like, the way it's described, and I believe it's in the Phantom Menace book novelization, which was heavily discussed with George Lucas on. Rule of two is not meant to be prescriptive. It's not something that some ancient Sith saw as being the problems with the Jedi or with the Sith philosophy and then chose to implement the rule of two. No, it is descriptive. The Sith cannot sustain more than two at a time. For if they do, they will turn on each other. You need a master and an apprentice that will rule, that will fight together. An apprentice to, a master to have knowledge, and an apprentice to crave it. And once the apprentice has all the knowledge of the master, he kills the master
and then he trains his own apprentice so if anything, he can live on in the legacy of his apprentice. That the Sith are obsessed with eternal life and living forever. They are incapable of finding ways to do so. The closest Sith has probably come to doing so is Maul, but anyways, that is a discussion for another time on how I believe Maul has survived all these years. But anyways, yes. But I'm somewhat fine with Bane's existence and the prescriptive rule of two, although not quite as they describe it in this. As Bane describes it as there were lots of Sith, and then they cut each other down. They were cutting each other down, and he was the last survivor, and he implemented the rule of two. He created the rule of two. No, I prefer my preferred implementation in version of Bane, which isn't true to Legends or canon, to my knowledge, is that before Bane there was occasionally multiple Sith running around, multiple different groups of Sith running around, and they were fighting each other and causing chaos and havoc. But like they were all just individual groups of master and apprentice, which then which which then would had their own like individual mini rules of two. We like throughout the Clone Wars, we had the main two of Maul of Sidious and Tyrannus, aka Dooku. But then we also got the secondary two with Maul and Savage. And then, of course, there was also Ventress, who's just an assassin, so she didn't fully fit into the rule of two. And then same with Savage and Dooku. But anyways, we had two separate rules of two, and they fought, and one came out on top. And that's how the Sith used to operate before Bane, who basically prevented the creation of additional groups of Sith by having his single codified rule of two, and it is somewhat accessible to the way Bane describes it here. That's just the way I feel like the rule of two should work. It's both descriptive and prescriptive, and you combine the two to create the a much more an actual solid rule of two that works on both levels. But anyways, yes. Um, yes. But that would, of course, doesn't explain how Yoda would find out about Bane's rule of two. Like, he shouldn't know that, as far as I'm concerned, because once Bane implemented his rule of two, because part of his rule of two was also about them keeping secret and silent and safe. Whereas before that, they were more out in the open. Yes. I think that at least Legends explanation is that I forget if it was under I think it was under as Darth Plagueis was a pad was a not Padawan but was the Sith apprentice. He and his master did something stupid, and the Jedi caught notice of them, and that's how Yoda finds out about the rule of two. Which, yeah, I no, the rule of two is just an innate reality of the Sith, and they just assume that, so they know that there's always two Sith, and that they've assumed that they've killed off that most of the Sith had died. They probably assumed that there was only going to have been two that had survived to this point. But anyways, that I'm getting well off topic here. Although, I mean, that's just the nature of this entire video, isn't it? Yeah, yes. And then Palpatine having summoned Dooku to Coruscant starts to prepare a his own little a magic ritual that's very reminiscent of the way Night Sisters do their magic, but he uses force lightning to enhance it and make it function so that he can connect to Yoda, and he projects the image of Sifo Dyas into the chamber where Yoda is on Moraband. And there he shows there when we first see Sifo Dyas in chains, it does almost look in the wide shot like there's two people standing over him with force lightning going into the pool that they're going to. It almost looks like that if you're just
glance at it from the wide shot, you could, having just seen the previous shot, you could definitely misinterpret it as that is what you're seeing, which I think is just a very cool touch. That is, of course, what's happening in for Palpatine and Dooku themselves. Yes. And then Sifo Dyas says some talks about being let free. I wonder what they would have done if Yoda had let him free. But then Yoda, and about how all that matters is the physical world, and which is a very Sith philosophy, of course, as they only care about the what's tangible. And then Yoda rejects that and gets sent into a vision where he awakes on Coruscant with Anakin and the 501st launching their assault on Dooku and Sidious. And Anakin enters a duel with Dooku and kills him just like he does at the start of Revenge of the Sith. And then Yoda chases after Sidious and they fight. Anakin gets involved and gets immediately splat down, and Yoda has to calmly use the Force to move to save Anakin, and he does so at the cost of his own life as he's selfless to the last, and he cuts down the girder that both he and Sidious are on, causing them to both fall to the end. And he is selfless to the last in the vision. Although, of course, he tries to see who Sidious is, but it's just an empty cloak at that point. And Yoda just accepts his fate as he falls. But then, as he leaves, someone, I forget who says this, but there is another Skywalker to Yoda, which Yoda does not yet understand, although it is, of course, referring to Luke. And then, as that is said, we hear Vader's breathing. And yes. And then we cut, and then we come back as Yoda is talking to, I believe it's Mace and Kenobi in the courtyard with the big old tree. And he says, we will not, what I have learned will not help us achieve victory in the Clone Wars, but victory for all time. At this point, I feel Yoda has already resigned to have been lost for Clone Wars in some way. He does not know how, but he knows that the Sith have won, and that all the Jedi can do is survive and beat them down later. And then we cut to, I don't know if it's the exact same music, but a very similar music to the end of to the end of season 5. And it's not as necessary here, I feel. Whereas that was done to um punctuate the conclusion to Ahsoka's arc, and her being going to her lowest, and the heavily emotional scene that ended the season. This just ended on a fairly box standard scene, and didn't and wasn't filled with emotion like that was. It kind of detracts from that, but not really, of course. That scene was still brilliantly done, and the entire arc was brilliantly done. But then, yes, that concludes the Yoda arc. And that is when the Clone Wars died. Although, of course, it would live on through the lost years with assorted other content that has managed to some of it's managed to surface. I doubt we'll ever know fully how much we lost because of Disney. Like even how much is just straight up out there, but was never straight up exist, but was never released at all. I don't. I suspect there's a lot hidden that we will never find out about. But of course, eventually, the Clone Wars will be revived, but not until after the lost years have happened. And well, yes, the next part, well, of course, you're afraid of this, but the next part is probably going to be lost years. I might decide to cut that because this video has been going on for way longer than I ever intended it to, and I'm not sure if I'm going to have time to film that. I'm going to might just go straight to what to the season 7 review in my time, and then splice the Lost Years in after. But yes, I'll decide on that later. And well, you'll know in right about now.
And now for the Lost Years, which despite all I said at the end of season 7 or season 6, whatever, I'm actually recording before I've watched season 7. Yeah, I don't know. Plans are plans are plans. Yeah. Yes. So the way I'm going to cover the Lost Years is I'm going to do it in two little sessions. The first session has this will be the Son of Dathomir arc and the Utapau arc. And then the second session will cover the Dark Disciple novel just and the other assorted stuff. As I've said many times, I haven't read the Dark Disciple novel. That has not changed and probably will never change. But I'm going to read up a little summary, just talk generally what I think about that. And the other stuff, well, that's just an assortment of minor bits and pieces that have mostly just been said by someone at some point, and the occasional actual leaked story real akin to what we have for Utapau. Yeah, I will not be discussing the Bad Batch here arc here because that got pretty much ripped wholesale and placed in season 7, and I don't really feel like watching it the same arc twice and pointing out any minor differences that well are basically entirely irrelevant aside from one scene I think, which is when that which has the instead of the Anakin having his conversation with Padme in the Bad Batch, there Padme's in a sexy pose painted onto the Bad Batch shuttle, and there's a little conversation about that in this, and that's pretty much the entire difference. But anyways, first off, the Son of Dathomir comic, which yeah, it's a pretty decent comic. I feel like it would have been done much better if it was an actual story arc in the show. Then again, I'm not the biggest fan of comic books. Like, I don't think they're terrible. I think they're just not something I'm that interested in. I don't know why. Fairness, I'm not that big of a reader in general. But yeah, I don't know. I much prefer actually watching something happen and reading about it. But yes. Anyways, the son of Dathomir. Um, yes, I believe that this is after Maul. So first off, after, at the end of season 5, Maul, well, end of his arc in season 5, rather, Maul gets captured by Sidious, of course, and then he gets freed by Sidious starts torturing him, and eventually he gets freed by his Mandalorians, and notably Gar Saxon makes his debut. He later actually he appears in the Siege of Mandalore arc as well as Rebels a few times. But yes, I believe this is actually his first appearance. Yeah, it would have been neat, as I said last time, if he was earlier, if he was in if he was the guy with the horned helmet in season 5. But no, he's just a Mandalorian super commando. I feel like they could have, actually made him made him Gar Saxon, just like give him the same armor and just retcon him to be Gar Saxon. But no, they gave Gar Saxon different armor, and that guy's just an absolute nothing. Yeah, whatever. He didn't really do much. So it's not like Gar Saxon would have been helped as a character if he had been the same one. I just feel like it's a real missed opportunity not making them the same. Yes, and then after he gets freed, is when I believe he says, "I have become indifferent to pain." Yes, Maul has been tortured to so much that pain just bounces off him. That is quite frankly a terrifying prospect. And of course, we learn in this arc we learn now that Sidious's ultimate plan for Maul was to basically just use him as a pawn to get to Talzin. He captures Maul and then allows Maul to escape so that he'll run off to Talzin so that she can so that she'll go so she'll show herself so that Sidious can go and chase after him, get Maul again, and kill Talzin because he made deals with Talzin. And well, now you don't make deals with Talzin. He's quite frankly lucky to be alive at this point, given what he's done to her. Stealing Maul. Yes. It's also heavily implied that the Hutts have left the Shadow Collective, as throughout this arc we see both the Pikes and the Black Sun being both shown and mentioned as part of the Shadow Collective, but the Hutts are never brought up. Yeah. Feels like the Hutts could have been a bit more in the Shadow Collective. Because like they didn't, as far as I'm aware, they did not appear at all during the takeover of Mandalore. Then now they're not even mentioned, or maybe they might have been mentioned like once throughout the entire arc here. Like you spend about half an episode dedicated towards collecting the Hutts into the Shadow Collective, and then they never do anything again. Like the grand total of the impact of that arc was one of the Hutt council members died. Yeah, like nobody knows who any of them are aside from Jabba and kind of Gardula. But yeah, I guess one Hutt died. Um, I guess that's important. Like there aren't many Hutts that we see throughout the show. And this one's dead. Yeah, just really feels like they're wasting time. And given how overstuffed that arc was, I feel like they could just not included that bit. Or, yeah, I don't know. I feel like if they'd split the arc in half, it would have been better. I said that before, or split the arc in two, rather, it would have been better. Like, I said it last time, but that arc could have easily made 6 episodes of a show, and yet it was only 3. Yeah. We also see that there's some super battle droids that, instead of being purely dedicated towards shooting, they've got two big claws that go munch, munch, and grab on to things, and they're basically melee versus super battle droids. Very cool design there. Again, I feel like they would have been very cool to see actually, in live action doing something. Well, yeah, action, not necessarily live action. Yeah, you know what I mean. We also see some yellow Mauldalorians, which I assume is done to honor Savage, as while most of them are red, there's some yellow. Might just have been to make them stand out a bit in the background of the shot. Might have been to actually might have been actual like, hey, honoring Savage. He was Maul's brother. He's dead. So yeah, yes. And then, so Maul falls back to the Black Sun base on Ord Mantell, but he gets quickly overrun by the Separatists. No, wait, no, never mind. That's the second episode, that's second part of the arc. Yeah. Didn't really quite have a plan for how I was writing out my notes for this arc like I did the main show. But yeah, so in the first arc he runs away to just some random Mandalorian base outpost. He then gets quickly overrun by a bunch of separatists. Then in the second arc, or second episode, he runs away to a Black Sun base on Ord Mantell, where he again gets overrun, but this time he has a plan as he drops in on the separatist command base and captures. I believe he captures Grievous on the base, and then he has his men capture Dooku on the ground after he orders the complete shutdown of the droid army. Which is interesting he could do that, given that um, post Phantom Menace droids aren't controlled from the central hub. So you'd think that they wouldn't just have a big kill switch on the base. Like that was partly why they did it, so you couldn't just take out the one base. But yeah. Um Mm, yeah. Then the third episode of the arc has Maul saying, "Revenge." No, Sidious saying to Maul, "Revenge is a dangerous game, one you never seem to win." Which, yeah, that is honestly Maul's whole arc post Phantom Menace. That's even honestly including Phantom Menace. He's constantly trying to get his revenge against, well, everyone, but he just keeps failing to do so. He keeps dying or being beaten back, and but that doesn't um reduces the need for revenge. He's still all consumed by it. He needs his revenge. It's who he is, but he can never actually get it. Which you could almost argue is because he always keeps going up against characters with plot armor from because they appear in future um stories, and when he doesn't, he actually does remarkably well. But yeah, it's just really all part of a tragedy of Maul. He has a massive desire to get revenge on everyone, and he just can't do it because, well, he keeps failing left, right, and center. But yes, the third episode starts with Kenobi, Windu, Aayla Secura, and General Tip Lee all arriving on Ordman to help out with relief effort after the big battle, which the Mandalorians almost managed to clean up everything that left presence, tracing their presence, but not quite, because one helmet slipped through air cracks, which then tips the Jerry off to go to that they should look for nearby Mandalorian bases. They find the one on on a hidden asteroid where Maul has taken Dooku and Grievous. Dooku orchestrates Grievous's escape by activating the escape button, and then he personally goes off and helps Maul fight against the Jedi, promising to betray Sidious for because Maul said that he would treat Dooku like Sidious treated Maul himself, and then it brings them. Then he goes off with Maul after they manage to kill General Tip Lee, and then they escape away from the other three Jedi. The three plot armor. Yes, but they escaped from the three Jedi and Tip Lee. That poor family lost both their twin. They're twins. The three sisters. Pretty sure they were twins. In very short time. Um, yes, then they managed to escape and go to Dathomir, where it is revealed that Dooku was deceiving Maul, trying to get Talzin to appear, which she did. But also, Maul was deceiving Dooku, trying to get him to go to Talzin, so that Talzin could suck the life force out of Dooku, drain his living force from him. Much like what was happening in the season 6 arc with Jar Jar, she was trying to absorb the living force from the Dagotan Masters, and now she's trying to absorb the living force out of Dooku so that she can return to her physical form. As between all the stuff she had to pull um, ever since Massacre, surviving that probably wasn't easy. Then she had to revive Maul, and she's basically just had her life drained out of her, and now she's trying to and now she needs to suck the life force out of someone else to become more powerful. But then then Sidious, having tracked down Dooku, knows they're on Dathomir, where Mauthausen is. And so he launches a three-pronged assault, one prong into the Pikes, one prong into the Black Sun, and the third prong into Dathomir. And the Dathomiri prong is, of course, the most powerful, but the Pikes and the Black Sun threaten to leave the Shadow Collective as they keep taking losses under Maul and not actually getting any money out of it. Though, of course, we know by time of the siege of Mandalore, or at least, um, or actually even by the time of the Martez sisters arc, that both of them, I believe, have. Yeah, actually, yes, it is definitely both of them because it's both of them, and then what's his face from Solo, so I believe also in there, Dryden Voss or something. I don't remember, but anyways, yes, they're all still working under Maul by then, so they clearly don't leave, even though Maul shows no real sign of actually sending any aid to them. Maybe he just comes back and goes, "Hey guys, I still have my lightsaber here. Now, are you going to surrender to me again?" Yes, but then as Dooku and or Sidious arrives with Grievous, he and Dooku start attacking Talzin, who uses the last of her power to ensure that Maul can escape. And then Grievous comes up and stabs her through the chest, and she is left a rotting carcass, but it seems to have its life drained as if it's been dead for years. Which I assume means she's dead for good. But with Mother Talzin, you never really know, do you? And of course, Maul ends it by escaping with um with his men back to Mandalore. Yes, all in all, it was a pretty decent arc. I, I like it. We've seen more of Maul. I'm always appreciative of that. I do wonder what the season seven Maul arc would have been, because this was presumably his season six arc. Then he surely would have had one in season seven, and before, of course, the Siege of Mandalore is his season eight arc. But I, yeah, just would have been very interesting to see what he would have done in season eight as well. Bridge the gap a bit more. See how he regains his iron grip on Mandalore. Though arguably never really lost his grip on Mandalore because Sidious didn't try and properly dethrone his government. He just took Maul out of it. He left Almec still there, and well, they kept control. But yeah, I would have liked to see what was vaguely planned for there. Yes. Then we move into the Utapau arc, or the Crystal Crisis arc, as it is formerly known, which is, in fairness, not actually that bad name for it. Um, but yes. The introduction mentions the Powans, the Utai, and the more recent Armani. Um, we see the Powans quite a bit in the arc. And we also see the Armani quite a bit in there. The Armani, especially, are actually fairly relevant to the whole story. But the Utai are just there. I don't think they even actually appear in the arc proper. They might in the background, but like, they're never mentioned or anything. It's just a bit strange. Like, I feel like they could have the Utai actually do something, just I mean, I guess I don't know. It just feels like the Utai are mentioned because they're pre-established to live on Utapau, and they're half the name, but then they just never actually do anything. Feel like it's a missed opportunity, like to or just to maybe not mention them. I don't know. It's a bit weird all in general that the Utai are mentioned but never actually do anything. They're not even actually mentioned in the arc itself, other than maybe like a brief one-off line that I didn't catch. Yes. Then this arc starts with Anakin and Obi-Wan arriving on Utapau, where they investigate the death of a Jedi who was described by Obi-Wan to be much like Qui-Gon Rogue off doing her own thing, and well, she ends up dead as part of it, much like Qui-Gon was dead in the end. Yes, and in doing so, they discover that she was killed by a precision laser pistol or precision laser beam. Just feels like they could just call it a blaster because it's a blaster. Um, and then as their part of their investigations, they encounter a Toydarian, which is of course the same species as Watto from the Phantom Menace and a bit of Attack of the Clones, but primarily from the Phantom Menace. And Anakin, of course, doesn't like Toydarians because of Watto. he has a bit of a bad history, and he takes it out on this Hodarian. Then they get sent down to the Armani, who send them off into a cave, where they encounter two Magna Guards. After a bit of a chase with those two Magna Guards, they 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 go on. They start a fight where the Magna Guards actually do wield their staffs, which, well, I believe you have seen dual wielding Magna Guards elsewhere. It's always when they pick up the staff of a dead Magna Guard, not they just come bearing two. At least I don't. At least I think that's how it always worked. Anyways, it's just neat that that's how they were done. These ones also, I probably might well just plan to be changed to purple, but in this though in story they had blue energy beams instead of the normal purple around Grievous, which I don't know if that was actually meant to be anything or if it was just that's the color that they're set to in their little story reel animation style. Yes. Anyways, then Anakin kills one of the Magna Guards, going, "Oops, it's dead," and then the other one gets captured, but it quickly fries its own circuits. But not until they first discover that there's an arms deal involving a Sugi, which are an alien arms dealer race. Because, well, this entire race is arms dealers. That's the only thing this race does. They deal arms. Yeah. Strange that this entire race is identical and they're all arms dealers. Well, actually, technically that's not necessarily true, but that's how it's implied. And then we have the funeral of the dead Jedi, which was it's kind of strange that it happened just on Utapau with only two Jedi present. Like Qui-Gon's funeral on Naboo and Phantom Menace had a bunch of Jedi there, and it was all part of a big celebration of the victory on Naboo. Um, Whereas this one just had Anakin and Obi-Wan there just looking at a burning corpse. And for some reason in the background, there was a bit of Vader music playing. I have no idea why. Normally that's played when Anakin's about to do something evil or he's having dark thoughts cloud his mind, which he wasn't here. He was doing what he was like supposed to be doing. He was looking for he wanted to go look for the whatever weapons was going on there, which the council agreed with, which Kenobi agreed with, and yet we still got a bit of Vader music. It's a bit strange. Then episode two starts as they're on the search for the Armani tribe that was dealing with the Sugi and the Separatists. And on their way, Anakin says, "I'll contact Ahsoka. Maybe she can," before trailing off. And then when Ben Kenobi starts to bring it up again, Anakin says, "Forget about it. She's gone. What's there to talk about?" Anakin is very clearly not handling Ahsoka leaving very well. Because, well, of course he doesn't. He's Anakin. He doesn't like things leaving him. He doesn't like losing those things he's attached to. He gets a bit mad. While the loss of Ahsoka is not enough to drive him to the dark side, well, it's definitely a sign of things to come with Padme. Yes. And he also says, what choice did she have? The moment there was any suspicions on her, the Jedi Council turned on her. Or suspicions on her loyalty, I think. Something like that. Which, yeah, that's an entirely fair point that Kenobi doesn't even try to refute. He just goes, yeah, we made mistakes. Because, well, Kenobi's, to a certain extent, accepted that Ahsoka has gone off to lead her own life and that he can't force her back. Whereas Anakin is still trying to reconcile her leaving, which he's not doing a very good job of course. Yeah. I just think it's all around fairly interesting how Anakin's just completely and utterly failing to cope with the loss of Ahsoka. and I wish that this arc got fully animated and stuff. Just so that this section primarily got more attention to it, so that more so we can actually see this part of Anakin's arc better. Because well, it get like his handling of Ahsoka is complete. Ahsoka Leave is completely left out of the actual finished show because she leaves at the end of season 5. I don't even think she's mentioned in season 6 at all. And then season 7, Anakin, I don't believe mentions her at all in the Bad Batch arc, and then they're reunited in the Siege of Mandalore arc, where yes, he's obviously very happy to see her back. He's ecstatic. He's fixed her. He's quote unquote fixed her lightsabers, but yeah, we don't actually see how he's utterly failing to cope with her loss in this arc, like we do in this arc. It's a bit of a missed opportunity, I feel. Well, it's not totally missed. I don't know. This era of the Clone Wars is just it's just sad in all honesty. Like the show was cut down. I hesitate to say it's prime because I think it was only going to get better if it wasn't cut. But well, I say that season 5 was the best season they had, and I don't know if I could top that. But like, so maybe it wouldn't be like maybe it would technically go downhill. But I don't think it would have gone bad or anything. I think it would still have been a great show. Like, but no, they just had to cut it down in its prime and leave it unfinished. Well, yeah, even now it's still unfinished. And yeah, this arc being unfinished just really hammers that home. Like this is an important part of Anakin's journey, and it's just not in the show at all. And like how Anakin's just dealing with the loss of Ahsoka is so important to his character, and like it lays the seeds of why he turns on Jedi Order eventually. Because well, the moment there were any suspicions on Ahsoka, they turned on her. Like that shakes his belief, and him vocalizing that more than he did. He did vocalize that a bit in season 6, of course, or season 5, of course, as he's going. You've already made up your mind to the council, but this really hammers it home that this is how Anakin's thinking. I think Ahsoka says a very similar line to this at the end of season 5. But yeah, it's just um, I I I wish the Clone Wars got the finish properly, but it never will. It never will, sadly. I yeah. If only they had actually had the time to finish it. Yeah. I wish. Yeah, I don't know. I miss the Clone Wars. I really do. That's partly why I made this whole video. In fact, just so I had a bit of an excuse to watch the entire thing over again. I haven't actually gotten through watched the entire show in years, honestly. I've watched bits of it. I've started rewatching several times, but yeah, it never finished. I've never actually finished through season 7 at all. I think that I've only watched season 7 once. I think I rewatched the entire season of Mandalore arc because that was so damn good. But yeah, I think the rest of season 7 I rewatched the Bad Batch, so I guess I haven't. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about, but yeah, like I haven't done a full rewatch since season 7 came out, and even before that, it's probably been a couple years before I'd actually done a full rewatch. And this video is just giving me an excuse to do that again. And I still love this show. It's still great. It was cut down in its prime, and I will hate Disney forever because of that. Um, but yeah, it is what it is, and there's not much more we can do about it. I don't know. Maybe there is. Maybe if we badger Disney enough, they'll let Dave Filoni and the team go back and remake the entire lost seasons of the show. I don't know. I wish they do, but I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Oddly reminiscent for what was, um, in all honesty, just like one scene of an arc. But yeah, it really just hammers home how much the show suffers from not having the well, from being cut in half, having its third arc cut in half, third act cut in half, or actually more than half. It's probably got about what was it? We got 25 episodes of what was going to be at least 60, probably probably more like 66 because yeah, 66. Yeah. Anyways, um, yes, yeah. So we lost somewhere between a half and a third of the final three seasons of the show to, I guess, once you tack on um the 8 episodes from the 16 episodes. So we guess we got in a complete form 25 plus 16. So that's what, 31. So we got about almost half, about around about half of the original final of the original last three seasons of the show. But yeah, I don't know. It just feels like there's so much missing from the back half of the show because, but quite frankly, there is. And I think that no arc quite hammers at home like the Utapau arc, which just makes it blatantly obvious how there's no like there's no proper follow through with Anakin on how on Ahsoka leaving the Order. And well, yeah, this arc would have been that spot, but nope, it got cancelled. And as such, we do not get. Yeah, we don't get that interaction at all in the show proper. You have to go to the very poorly animated, just story reel. Utapau arc for this. Yeah, yeah, well, poor Clone Wars. Cut down to your prime. Oh well. Yes. Anyway, once once we finish that little scene, there's a nice little ironic ending to that, where Anakin tells Obi-Wan, "How well would you sleep if knowing I failed you?" To which Shinobi said, "Not very well, I imagine. Luckily, that's not true, and never will be." Yes, I love this. I love the ironic foreshadowing of stuff like this. And it's something you can only really do with a prequel because if you don't know something like that, it's just regular foreshadowing and a bit ham-fisted. Like, oh yeah, clearly Anakin's going to betray him, but no, because it's a prequel and we know Anakin's going to betray Kenobi, it's just it actually works and it's not ham-fisted. Like, hey, look, foreshadowing. See, it's more ironic than that, and I don't know. I like it. Yes, but yeah, which then of course brings up. Well, admittedly, I don't actually know this is true about the Kenobi show, but it's from what I've heard, the Kenobi show doesn't really go over this. Like, if I was to write a show about Kenobi set during that time frame, it would be mostly about Kenobi having nightmares about Anakin turning against him. And slowly in Obi-Wan's mind, as he learns more and more about Vader and what Vader has become, the his original vision of seeing Anakin's in his nightmares would slowly morph into Vader as we know him from the original trilogy. And then that slow morphing would just take place almost entirely within Obi-Wan's nightmares. They never actually meet. Kenobi just learns more about Vader and his nightmares take over. And that gives a great reason for why Kenobi thinks that Anakin or Vader killed Anakin, because Vader in Obi Wan's mind just overtook Anakin, erased him from who Obi Wan was seeing. Yes, and then Kenobi, and then in the end, Kenobi would get over it by would figure out a way to get over it and just go, yes, Anakin is gone, and now I need to be at peace, and that's when he finally managed to communicate with Qui Gon. But anyways, yes, that's how I would handle the Kenobi show. I'm sure it's what this probably about 8 9 hours into a show about with Clone Wars is the perfect time just to do a quick little ramble about how you'd handle a completely different show. Ah, yes. And then the Sugi, and then they get captured by the Sugi on purpose, probably. I'm not entirely sure. Anakin definitely implies it's on purpose and that he intentionally fell asleep. But um, was it? Or did Anakin just fall asleep and let him get captured? Not entirely clear. Wonder if they would have actually done a bit of cleaning up on that to make it more clear if Anakin was joking or telling the truth during that section. I feel like they could have even just done that by actually making Anakin's face properly animated instead of story real animated. Yes, but they get captured by the Sugi, who they've got make robotic leg sounds, much like Bowdroids whenever they're moving. And then their legs also look robotic, so I think they aren't actually four-legged, especially when you combine that with their leader being just like a very short person. It almost feels like they're the same kind of thing as their leader, but they've got little mech leg things to make them more imposing and threatening, and that's what that so that they can be more threatening arms dealers. This, but they get the arms dealers to take them to their base, where they um get and where as they're approaching it Obi-Wan says, "That's no mound. That's a spaceship." Yes, very nice reference to A New Hope, which of course this whole episode is kind of setting up the Death Star. So it all fits because that is no moon or mound, I guess. Yes, and then of course after he dumped them in there, the head Sugi says that the Jedi are willing to pay double for the crystal, and then but he's asking Dooku for what he will pay them for delivering Anakin Obi-Wan to him. To which Dooku says, "Grievous will give you what you deserve," which pleases the arms dealer. What he clearly doesn't know is that um what Grievous thinks you deserve is most often death if you try and go anywhere beyond the original terms of the bargain. So yeah, of course he ends up being killed. Yes. And then at the end, as Anakin and Obi-Wan break free, and then the Sugi get cut down, but a few men then manage to escape, and Anakin notices the big old crystal thing hanging above him in the hangar of the ship thing. And then the next episode comes around, and Anakin and Obi-Wan start preparing to leave the ship because the ship can't take off. So they load up. So they pick up an animal and have it walk along when. But Anakin already had the speeder, so I don't know why I didn't just use the speeder. Like, yeah, that's just a bit weird. Maybe something they would have actually fixed for the final cut if they'd actually managed to finish it. But yeah, of course, this arc they could not do that. Yes, and then we see a bunch of Sugis lining up, and there's a bunch of them with Zekrom bikes, as I like to call them. They've got those Zekrom tail engines,
And then, but these ones, unlike Grievous's, have a big old cannon on the back. And Grievous's one also appears later in the episode as he starts chasing down Anakin and Kenobi. Yes, there's also a bunch of red Suki, which I was originally wondering if they might have been meant to be elite Suki or just easier to copy paste for the story reel. And given how they never appear again in the arc, I'm assuming that they're just meant to be regular Suki and not elite special Suki. But yeah, then as Anakin and Kenobi are running away, they get caught up by the Zekrom bikes, and they get shot down, and then but they manage to but they cut down all the Sugi on them, and then they hook up the Zekrom bikes to their crystal transport, and then they zoom off down to a nearby port where Grievous manages to catch up with them, and then there's a bit of a fight that ensues as they go over the beasties that Kenobi will ride in Revenge of the Sith. Yes, there's also a bunch of Magna Guards with them during the arc, and then they eventually manage to reach the port, but the Powans reveal to reveal to Anakin Obi-Wan that they are actually working with Grievous and turn the crystal over to the battle droids, which load up onto a shuttle before Anakin and Obi-Wan manage to cut down what remains of the battle droids and run away on different shuttles to go after the first shuttle. And then Grievous shows up and kills the Gut Powan governor because, well, he was checks notes. Yes, he let Kenobi get away. Not like he could have done much about it. You still have your crystal, Grievous. Things are still looking up for you right now. Admittedly, they won't by the end of next episode, but they are right now. Yes. And Grievous had, of course, already killed the Suki leader, but not because he tried to increase the deal, but because he had already lost control of the big old crystal. So, what use is he? Grievous probably would have killed him anyways, though, if we're being honest, wouldn't he? That's just how what Grievous does. Then Anakin and Obi-Wan, then the final episode comes around. Anakin and Obi-Wan chase down the crystal. Obi-Wan gets captured while Anakin ends up in a different room with the escape pods because his was delayed at launching. And then, so Anakin's able to figure out where Kenobi is, where the crystal is, trying to a vault, and breaks Obi-Wan free. Then they both go after the crystal, which is in a vault, which they sneak into, and then they get trapped in the vault. But fortunately for them, the droids let them out of there. Thank you, little droidies. You're great. Then they use the crystal to break their way through the ship because it can make a big old blast. And then they manage to escape out into the hangar bay, but the crystal, the levitate pods get damaged, so they can't bring it out. So Kenobi activates a bunch of AATs to just continuously shoot it until eventually it goes big old boom, takes out the entire ship they're on, and at least one nearby separatist ship. It's not clear if it's meant to take out the entire separatist fleet up there, because, well, early animation I don't know if they just didn't animate the rest of the fleet in the background or if it was meant to just actually be taken out. But Grievous, of course, manages to escape. And, well, then they go report their findings to the council, where Yoda says that giant hypercrystals exist in old stories of great and where there's great and terrifying weapons that are always powered by kyber crystals. And he also says something about there's always truth in legends. Which, yes, there's always a kernel of truth in a legend. At least real legends. um, and yes, what that truth is, you need to figure out yourself. And, well, yeah, they end up, and that's where the arc ends. No one gets the crystal, but there's worries that um, Sidious and Dooku, or specifically Dooku, is going to find more big kyber crystals to use to power an unknown weapon. Well, they don't know what it is. We of course do. It's a big old Death Star. And it will go boom, boom, boom. Well, actually, how many planets does it technically savage? Um, is it it burns the surface of Jeddah? Is it Jeddah? I think it's Jeddah and Scarif, and then it completely destroys Alderaan. And I think that's it for the Death Star's atrocities. So, probably not that bad as far as terrifying super weapons go. Death Star 2 is even worse. All it does is destroy a single ship. Yeah, the Malevolence almost did more damage to his enemies. Yeah. Anyways, that is the first. That is the Utapau arc of the cancelled Clone Wars. So, Dark Disciple, the eight. I'm not sure if there was going to be one season of with one arc with 8 episodes or two separate little mini arcs of 4 episodes. Or given the way it's split up, it might have actually even been originally intended to be a 4-part arc and then two separate 2-part arcs. But yes, I can't find a proper good delineation between where the episodes would have broken off. But yeah, the general shape of the arc appears to be well, I've read a whole summary of it on Wikipedia, so should yeah, I've got a fairly decent idea of what the general shape was, but it does definitely feel like there's definitely differences between what had been planned for the Clone Wars arcs and what actually ended up in the novel. Some of it's probably just like they had more time in the novel to flesh out how long Asajj and Quinlan have been working together, but also it's like there's a animatic where Ventress is chasing down somebody, and then Quinlan comes out and then tackles the guy, and he takes her in, and he says, "I'm," and it's implied that they then capture him, although it ends before maybe he does have to end up breaking away. But then, but it's set, but the Wikipedia summary of the novel had said that the first time Quinlan showed up, he allowed the person Ventress was chasing down to escape. Yeah. Yeah, so then the first well, yeah, so the first 4-part arc, which is which is how it roughly feels from reading the summary, is first off, Quinlan gets assigned to team up with Ventress, and then he teams up with her, then they go off and do some bounty hunting jobs, including the most important one being they go and rescue some Pike people that were stolen by Black Sun people, which I wonder if that wasn't quite how it was originally based on, if they planned to change stuff around. Because, well, or maybe they just changed quite how everything was lining up as they came about to actually do season 7. Because, well, as I said, the Pikes and the Black Sun are working together in season 7, whereas this heavily implies that they're, enemies of each other. As some Black Suns t- capture some Pikes, and then the once Ventress frees the Pikes and then brings the Pikes back to the Pike homeworld, a whole big Black Sun fleet appears and goes as about to bear down on them while Ventress and Voss escape, which definitely feels like they aren't, friends at the moment. But yeah, maybe they are meant to be too. Maybe, but whereas it's not quite clear whether or not they leave the Shadow Collective at the end of the not Dark Disciple, Son of Dathomir arc, or uh yeah, and then they just get and then Maul just shows up and goes, "Hey, you're working with me, remember?" Like I said at the end of that um ramble, and whereas this definitely implies that they're not working together, and then over the course of their little mission, Ventress realizes that Voss is actually a Jedi as he uses the Force a few times, which then
results, which so then after Voss confesses that to Ventress, he also tells her that his plan is to assassinate Dooku, which Ventress eventually agrees to, and then Ventress goes off. Yeah, that might actually just been like the first two parts of the first two episodes. Yeah, yeah, I can't seem to find anything actually detailing what parts of this arc would have been in what episodes. But yeah, um, yeah, where, yeah, so yeah, Ventress then agrees to help Voss, and then they go and plan an assassination attempt against Dooku, which eventually ends up in Voss getting captured after they completely and utterly fail. But actually, first off, Ventress tries to help Voss tap into his dark side, and he kind of falls to the dark side, but he later falls to it even more. Then it's kind of not even clear if he ever really fully did. I mean, I'd argue he definitely didn't, given how he comes back to the light. But yeah. Then after Ventress and Voss planned their assassination. Voss ends up captured. Ventress runs off and picks up the gang of bounty hunters, pretty much, from what I can see, the exact same gang that she was with in her bounty hunter episode from season four. What was that episode even called? I don't remember. Yeah, but from that one, she picks up her gang, and then they go off to meet to try and save Voss, who refuses to come with them because he's fallen to the dark side and going to work for Dooku, and then they later see him working for Dooku. This is another time where it seems the story reels don't quite line up with what happened in the actual book. Although again, I haven't read the book, so maybe it just did, but Wikipedia just didn't bother mentioning it. But it feels like it would have. But that whole gang of bounty hunters works together to um try and take down Dooku, but they fucking get their ass handed to them because they're trying to take down Dooku, and he's kind of powerful, if I'm being honest. Yes. Yeah. So Ventress takes on. Ventress actually isn't in that bit. She presumably in the actual arc she was trying to rescue Voss, and then the gang of bounty hunters was distracting Dooku. But yeah, we don't really get that much clarity of what's going on around that. But in the end, Voss ends up stuck with the stuck with Dooku, and they all run off away and go their separate ways. Ventress then gets help from the Jedi Council. They launch a big old assault to go to free Voss once they realize he's on a certain ship. And then they go there. Ventress realizes he's completely fallen to the dark side, but the Jedi don't yet. So they free Voss and bring him back to the temple, where he starts working for them under with a bit of a watchful eye because he was captured by Dooku for quite a while, and then eventually they decide that they're going to use him to try and take out Dooku again. So they send him off back to Dooku, and with the help of Ventress, and he falls right back in line with Dooku. Great job, guys. Although it's later revealed that he claims he was only doing it to try and get to Sidious so he could do a Sith Lord twofer. Which, yeah, it's hard enough killing one Sith Lord. I don't think you should really just push your luck and go for a twofer all on your own, boss. But yeah, but yeah, that's what he does. And then he has a big fight. There's a bunch of fights. Ventress comes back for him, along with the Anakin and Kenobi and some others. And Voss breaks out again. And then they capture both Voss and Dooku. And then Voss breaks out again, as well as Dooku, with the help of Ventress. I don't quite know why Ventress was helping them break out. She seemed very dead set on killing Dooku. Like even within the season five arc, the Padawan Ahsoka's arc for season five, she seemed very annoyed and angry with everything Dooku had been. So given the opportunity to kill him, which she sounded like she would have had. I don't know why she would, specifically help them escape. It just doesn't quite add up. Um, yeah. I don't know. Again, I haven't actually read the book. Maybe the book actually explains it better. the arc maybe would have explained it better. But yeah, she goes off with Voss and Dooku, and then they go into a separatist ship, and but they actually fail to get there, I think, and end up crashing onto Christosis. But yes, the bunch of final arc takes place on Christosis. Nice little bow tied around tying around as that's where the film started, and that's where this arc ends. Although of course Ventress wasn't actually there in the film because she'd already left, but she was there before the film. Then of course they beat up. Then Voss tries to turn on Dooku, and with the help of Ventress, but Ventress is wounded and she jumps in the way, saving Voss. Dooku is forced to flee as Anakin and Kenobi are coming up, and Ventress dies in Voss's arms. And then Ventress's body gets buried on Dathomir. Or she, don't think she was buried, but she was put into a Dathomiri lake. And apparently, they could hear the voices of the dead Night Sisters calling out to her. Well, that was Dark Disciple, and that's the last full arc that we have. That never got a proper release. Like in actual Clone Wars full animation style. But there was a few other arcs that we knew about. The first got mostly adapted into the I think it was the second arc of the Clone Wars season 7. It's the Ahsoka arc from from season 7 where she's with the Martez sisters. Although um back in the original form, she was they the Martez sisters were not plural or female. They were a single man who went by Okami. I thought his name was something with a Z. Nix Okami. And it was apparently some sort of romantic relationship was being formed there, but we never fully that whole part of the arc got canned, obviously, with season 7 as Nick got split in half and changed and became two females instead of one male. But yes, the but what I have seen of that arc does look like it was very similar to what I remember of the season 7 arc. If there are notable differences, I'll probably mention them in the season 7 section when I cover this arc. But yeah, it's from all I can see, it sounds very similar. Although this implies that maybe they don't. This little summary I'm looking at implies they were not going to run off to the Pike homeworld, where I think that's where they go in the Martez Sisters arc. I don't know. But yes, of course, that might just be that they didn't do a full detailed thing about it because, well, they didn't have time and just rather short. Then, but what almost certainly did not happen in that arc was she almost certainly did not meet Bo-Katan because she still got a full arc to go before the Siege of Mandalore. Because she goes into an arc that they had titled "Return to the Jedi," in which Ahsoka returns to the Jedi, believe it or not, and but not like to actually become Padawan again, but to get their help as they investigate the Sith temple that's hidden deep underneath the Jedi temple. And apparently, there's going to be a scene where Ahsoka's got a lightsaber trying to seal a holocron vault, while Sidious is on the other side, shooting force lightning through her lightsaber, which sounds very cool. And this whole arc sounds like something I would just so want to see more than any of the other arcs that got never got properly made. I think that one is the one I want to see the most. 'Cause it just sounds so interesting, and they're delving deep into this Jedi temple and whatnot. Yeah. Then there might have been more arcs, but that was the only other one beyond the scenes of Mandalore, of course, where I've heard of that about for Ahsoka and what would have happened down there in her little tales. Um, then of course there was the final arc, the Siege of Mandalore, which was probably always going to be the final arc of the show. Well, I say always. Ever since it was envisioned it was going to be the final arc of the show. As it explains where Ahsoka is during Revenge of the Sith, it explains where Rex is during Revenge of the Sith, and yeah, that's about all it really needs to explain who's where. But then, of course, there's also a grand climax to so many characters and so many plot lines converge into the siege of Mandalore. It is, yeah, it is the Clone Wars perfected. It is. It takes everything the Clone Wars did and puts it on a pedestal, front and center for all to see. I stand by, at least for now, I haven't actually rewatched Siege yet, but I stand by the Jedi Bombay arc as being the best arc in Clone Wars. But the Siege of Mandalore is the most. It does everything the Clone Wars does and puts it on display in a single glorious arc of greatness. And I don't know quite when he said this, but even 7 years ago now, which would have been when does season seven actually come out? Clone Wars season seven. Yeah, that came out in 2020. So 7 years ago, so that would have been about um 4 years before the Siege of Mandalore arc actually came out. Dave was talking about it at some convention, and he mentioned that the whole basic setup was the same. Anakin, Ahsoka, and Bo-Katan pop up with to talk to Anakin and Kenobi, who agree to come and launch a full-blown assault on Mandalore, and then um, but then they're called off to deal with Revenge of the Sith plot as Ahsoka, but not before Anakin shows Ahsoka Rex's battalion, all with the red or not red, orange and yellow, or orange and white painted helmets that to honor Ahsoka, along with Rex is there as well, of course, and then they go and do the siege of Mandalore. And that's basically what I think, all I could tell from what he'd said about it. Although I believe the Ahsoka novel covered it, and I don't know if this was a retcon from what Dave Filoni had written in his little summaries of what happened, or if it hadn't been fully plotted out yet. But the Ahsoka novel, I believe, had Order 66 going down while they're on Mandalore, whereas of course the final arc had it going down post Mandalore. It's just a bit of an interesting change that happened. I wonder if that was something that had happened during the if that was something that was originally planned, if that was just not something that had ever been quite ironed out yet, or if but Ahsoka novel just kind of overwrote it and then Dave came in and redid it the way he'd originally planned. But yes. Then there was a Kashyyyk arc, or the Bad Batch arc number 2, which was a number 4 episode arc, which would have had the good relations between Yoda and the Wookiees from Revenge of the Sith, and had an Echo appearing with the Bad Batch, which would be a bit interesting given how I believe in the original Bad Batch um story reels they had Echo stay with the Republic, or not with the Republic, with the 501st, not go off with the Bad Batch during that arc. So then having him be off with the Bad Batch just feels like maybe they would have had, maybe they hadn't just hadn't updated that story reel since, and they fully planned on having Echo join them for the final arc for this bad at the end of that arc. But yeah, it's just something that I found interesting. Yeah, pretty much all that I think we know about it is that they they go around on the planet on Kashyyyk, of course, and they encounter some weird spider adjacent creatures that spit fully formed webs out of their mouths, which can tie up the Bad Batch. And then um and they're working with Tarful, who's one of the generals of Wookiees from season not from season anything. I think probably might well have actually appeared at the end of season 2, but more notably from season 6. Oh, not season 6. Come on. From what's it called? From Revenge of the Sith. I said it earlier. Come on, should have known that. Yes, they go off to revenge. Yeah, so they go off there and they beat up those fighters, and there's something about communicating with trees and their sacred lands there. But yeah, we never got a full sense of what that arc was going to be like.
Then there was apparently going to be something described as Top Gun with clones, which would have had Rex and R2 stuck together. This arc would have apparently been for season 8, according to what I'm looking at right now. Don't know if that was exactly where it was planned to be. I I don't feel like we've had enough from season 6 and 7 to properly reach season 8. So aside from the things that were like very much hard coded to happen in season 8, it just feels like the first half of the Dark Cycle would have been season. So we had 13 episodes in season 6. I feel like two of those episodes were heavily planned to appear at in season 5 because that was of course only 20 episodes. Then if we put the first half of the Dark Disciple arc, so that's but let's just say 13. We're counting up to 20-ish. So we got 13 episodes from from the actual season 6 that aired. Then we've got the Utapau arc, so that's 17, and then I guess yeah, 17 there, and then another 4 episodes from the first half of Dark Disciple might have been in there. No, 4 episodes would have obviously been Musoka Walkabout arc. And then I guess yeah, the Bad Batch would have appeared there. So then season 6 would then I feel like maybe the Disappeared arc was planned to take place in in season 5. So that's a 2 episode arc. Bring bumps that season up to the standard 22. Then then you could also put oh no, because we want the Son of Dathomir arc to appear there as well. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how this was originally all planned. I I I'm never going to actually get to do this, but I want to talk with someone who has just free range to say whatever they want about everything about the end of Clone Wars and just lay out how they had it planned to all line up together. Because yeah, we actually have in full arcs about half of what would probably going to be the end of the last 3 seasons of the show. That's including, of course, the fully done bit from both season 6 and 7. But yeah, I don't know. I really want to talk, just figure out how this was all going to line up because it doesn't quite line up with me. So yeah, we have those 13 episodes. Then if we dump 2 of them into season 5, that then leaves us with 11 episodes. Then we have a 4 part arc. Yeah, there's 13 episodes. Yeah, so maybe the 4 part arc with Ahsoka, so that's 15. The 4 part arc with Darth Maul, so that's 19. Which would then leave a 3 part arc, um, which would maybe have been the bounty. I'm not apparently the Bounty Hunter arc was originally produced for season 5. But that never actually got fully released. That's strange. Why would that arc be the one that was for season 5? Because the animation of that look in the story I've seen of that look far lower quality than the ones I've seen like for even like the Crystal Crisis and the original Bad Batch. That was originally planned for season 5. That's strange. Hmm. I wonder what that would have been. I don't know. Again, I really want to talk with someone about all this. Because if that was originally planned for season 5, um, then it would have to be that would probably have been a 2 part arc, which um, hmm, I'm not sure. Yeah, again, I really just want to talk with someone, trying who actually knows that who knows actual stuff, is able to just talk and like plot together how the last 3 seasons of Clone Wars should have been. But hmm. Oh yeah. Anyways, the Top Gun with Clones arc, which was apparently written for season 8, as I said, I feel like they would. Yeah, I don't know. From from the brief description I have here, and I've never heard of this anywhere, but apparently there's a Clone Wars wiki, and this is the only place I've ever heard of it. But apparently there was a Rex and R2 4 part arc where they were stuck together, but and then they ended up bonding with a super battle droid. And as a nod to Terminator 2, so presumably the super battle droid will burn up in some lava at some point. Um, yeah, I have no idea what that arc is. I've never heard of it before. Before I was looking it up for this video. Then, of course, there's the final one that I have any recognition um that exists. So there's two scenes from this, one of which I actually couldn't find just now. But the first one is Boba Fett and Cad Bane sitting on what's presumably Tatooine. However, the background's green screen green, so it could be anywhere. But they're attacked by Tuskens, which is why I think that it's on Tatooine, and they capture Boba Fett as is Bane's plan, and then Bane tracks him down. He's got a new Toto. I thought maybe it's the same Toto as he had from the Hut Arc, but yeah, I'm just gonna call him a new Toto. Anyways, and so then they go off there. So then Boba Fett is captured. Some plot events happen, and then in the final scene, well, presumably the final scene of the or at least near the final scene, Boba Fett and Bane have some disagreement about how they're. I can't quite remember, and I couldn't find it, as I said, but they have some sort of disagreement about how they handle the bounty hunting, and it ends up in a duel where Boba Fett and Bane are in a Western style duel. Apparently, Aura sings in this arc. I don't remember seeing her at all in any of this. Um, and they draw pistols at dawn. And Bane shoots Boba, gives him his dents in his Mandalorian helmet. Boba shoots Bane, and well, is presumed to have killed him. However, Jim the Bad Batch, and I believe both the Book of Boba Fett as well had Bane with a metal plate on one side of his head. That's heavily implying that that fight did happen, and well, Bane survived it somehow. But yeah, this was originally planned for season five. That's interesting. Yeah, because I like I said earlier, um, season five is only 20 episodes long, which is strange given how all of the four seasons were 22 episodes. So yeah, there's probably 68 episodes that we didn't get. I say we didn't get. We got 25 of them in full, plus sorted methods of viewing of others. Um, yeah, 25. No, we had 25. Yeah, 25 of those, and then an extra nine there, and an extra eight there. So I guess or four there, so 29 and an extra eight there. Yeah. So wait, 29. Yeah, so 37 of the last 60 odd of the last 60, probably 68 episodes have been released in full. Well, somewhat full. Like, depending on if you count, like, oh, there's also Crystal Crisis, so that's another four. So there's 41 of the, um, yeah, 41 of the 68 um ish episodes that we didn't get have been released in full if you count like the full story reels of the Utapau crisis, the Darth Maul arc as it is, and then the 8 episode Dark Disciple arc. It being the book counts as a full release. But yeah, that's basically all I have to say about Lost Years. Of course, there were Star Wars Rebels that released. I'm going to talk about that in the Legacy section at the end. But yeah, just to note it down here. And well, the Clone Wars season 7 begins soon. Well, now I I just finished season 7. And well, most importantly, I just finished the Siege of Mandalore. And I know I've been saying for the last, well, what was, it's probably been a couple hours of this video by now. That has definitely been more than a couple hours. I spent 2 hours alone on the, after,
on season five after I watched the finale of that. And then probably about another hour, then an hour and a half on season six. Probably been about 4 hours of worth of video. Oh God, this thing's up way longer than it ever should have been. Oh yeah. I've often say for the last 4-ish hours of this video that the Temple bombing arc was the best of the Clone Wars. And yeah, I'm not sure that's true anymore. I know this is I had the opinion that have been brought round to the opinion I had coming in, I think. Siege of Mandalore was so much better than I was ever remembering. And I remembered it as being the greatest arc the show had. Like, if you cared at all about the Clone Wars, then I do not see how you can't love the Siege of Mandalore. It is everything the Clone Wars has done perfected, and it hits the emotional highs of the Temple bombing arc I did not expect it to do. But and then it also hits the individual episode, also hits the whole beats of bringing the entire Clone Wars together that the Mandalore arc of season five did. Yeah, it is an amazing season. It is an amazing arc, and it alone is just amazing. And the entirety of the Clone Wars was building to this one moment. And, well, yeah, yeah. I wrote almost a full season's worth of notes, at least from the early. It's about 100 words less than season one. Worth of notes I wrote on. Come on. It's more. It's about 100 words, 200 words more than season two. Um, season three. Come on. Yeah. Season three. Yeah, it's about 300 words more than season three. Season four. Um, come on now. It's about 200 words less than season four. Um, season five. Come on. Season five's definitely going to be more. I wrote a lot about season five. Yeah, it's about 400 words less. No, it's about 500 words less than season five. Yeah. So, like, it's the Siege of Mandalore alone is about a full 20 plus episode season worth of the Clone Wars. And that's just one arc. The seventh season as a whole um is come on. Well, there's a lot of it. Yeah, the seventh season as a whole is about 400 words more than any other season I've written notes on. Of any of the other seasons I've written notes on. And it's season five is the only one that even comes close to it. Yeah. This is going to be a long ass section. Yeah, the Martez sisters arc somehow ended up being the longest arc I'd written notes on. The Bad Batch might have even been the longest just before that. And a Bad Batch is only 300 words. That's pathetically small. Yeah, then the Martez sisters arc is over 500 words, making it the single longest arc I'd written up to that point. And then from where Ted to start, then almost got beaten by episode 2 of the Siege of Mandalore alone. Because that was over 500 words of notes on just one episode. Like, the whole Siege of Mandalore is amazing. It hits the emotional highs of Temple Bombing arc and hits the Clone Wars as a whole highs of the Mandalore arc, and it brings them both together in what can only be described as the greatest season of the Clone Wars ever. Well, arc of the Clone Wars ever. But even yeah, even as a whole, I don't know if as a whole season 7 or season 5 is better because season 7, I other than the Siege of Mandalore, just doesn't hit as high as many high notes as season 5 did. But and Siege of Mandalore is only barely eking out the Temple Bombing arc in my current opinion. Yeah, it's it's so damn good. uh yes. I love the Clone Wars. I always will. And this big old rewatch has just reminded me why every single part of the show is amazing. It never hits a low point. Well, I mean, technically, of course, everything has a low point because that's just how low points work. Unless you're a perfectly flat line, there are low points. But yeah, there is no episode in this entire show I would call less than good. And there are, yeah, and I don't know, yeah, yeah, and less than good doesn't mean bad. Less than good includes okay episodes. Like even the worst of the Clone Wars is better than the best of some shows out of a lot of shows out there. And like I mean good shows that is. Like yeah, the Clone Wars is just something different. There's a reason why it got canceled what 2012. There's a reason why for I don't quite remember for probably about 7 years or ish, people had been demanding that the Clone Wars return to give it its proper ending. How many shows are there that after 7 years the fans are still requesting every single day to have it renewed and brought back for more? And then not only is it renewed, but it comes back and it hits harder than anything the show had ever done before. The Siege of Mandalore alone is the greatest thing Star Wars has ever produced. And, well, that is saying something. I love the Clone Wars. And yes, it is perfection. The whole show is Star Wars perfected, like the title implies, well, states. But the Siege of Mandalore is the Clone Wars perfected. It is the Clone Wars at its best. It is the culmination of years of television, hundreds of hours. Should be hundreds of hours. I'm just going to have to double check that. 22 by 22 by 4 plus 20 by 22. Shoot. Um, 1 second. 22 by 4 plus 20 plus 13 plus 12 times 22 divided by 60. It's apparently actually just shy of 50 hours of television, which is much less I was expecting it to be. But still, 48 and a bit, almost 49 hours probably because season 7 had some longer episodes. Plus, then there's of course all the extended media. But anyways, the actual show as it stands on Disney Plus, is about 49 hours of perfection. And, well, I it takes Star Wars and it takes Star Wars, it takes what Star Wars does best and it blows it up. I don't mean like it destroys it. I mean it expands on it. It makes it bigger. It puts it in your face. But Clone Wars was is the best Star Wars can ever be. I do not believe anything can ever, let alone will ever, top it. And that's not me ragging on Disney. That is just my honest belief about how good the Clone Wars is and how it perfectly took advantage of the best concept it could have had. There's nothing that can beat the Clone Wars, in my opinion. I would love to be proved wrong, but I do not believe I will. But now for the arc itself. Or not the arc, the show, it's the season itself, which starts with the Bad Batch arc, which immediately introduces us to the Revenge of the Sith redesigned Anakin and Mace Windu, and later we see Kenobi's Revenge of the Sith redesign. It just really points out that we're getting very close to the end of this war. They've lost all their clone armor that they had during the war proper. Um, yeah, that was a bit weird. Didn't have it at the end of episode two. Had it for most of the Clone Wars, then ditched it for Revenge of the Sith. Anyways, yes. Then we see they're all talking about the plans and how they're being thwarted by the separatist faster and better than they should be able to be thwarted. But then Rex goes off to look at Rex has an idea that it's done by Echo. That's because Echo's out there and he's feeding them their own plans, their plans that Rex worked on with Echo. And re then Rex is looking at an image of Cody, Rex, Fives, and Echo in I believe that order on the thing, which is a very strange image because I have no idea when it would have been taken because Rex and Cody are in their redesigns, which happened in season four, but Echo had already died by that point, and also the planet I was on didn't quite look normal. It felt very manufactured in a way. Like it's almost like someone was told like doesn't have as much care put into it as the rest of the season does, and it's a fairly important thing. It's also like they make so many references to the Citadel arc during this episode or this arc because well that's where Echo died. You'd think that they would have actually made sure to check that what kind of armor Rex and Cody were wearing in the Citadel arc. Because they're in that arc, both of them. They're both wearing their preseason four outfits in that arc. And then hey look, but in this photo they're wearing their four outfits. It's just so strange. Why like it'd be so much easier just so easy to just check and actually put the right designs on the characters. Like I don't really want to open the season with a bit negative thing, but that was the first thing I encountered, and just made me go, "What?" repeatedly at it, and well, yeah, I just don't get it. Like, I don't know. They did remember to put Echo's handprint on his armor, though of course they don't bother to actually do that when he for his final armor episode or when he joins Bad Batch. Why would Echo care about that? It's only the thing that he got from his commanding officer when he actually became a soldier and he started fighting and he started becoming an actual proper soldier in the actual army and it even passed it all across all his other armors that he had before, even though it was very obviously not the original handprint. I don't know. I don't know why they would remove that. Then Rex is talking about it, and he says, Echo five, they've lost people, Echo fives, and before him Heavy. And while we care about Heavy, obviously, and Echo and Fives obviously both care about Heavy, it was very important to them. But Rex and Cody both knew him for like a couple hours, and then like at most while they were defending the Rishi Moon base, and that's it. Because then Heavy blew himself up in active self-sacrifice, and like that, not that would nowhere near be the I wrote Trench instead of Krell again. Yeah, but that was just nowhere near as it should be nowhere near as impactful as some other clones who've died. Like for example, Waxer who died to Krell's betrayal, which it like that was a big important moment. That's a clone who died. Rex had spent time with, and Waxer died basically in his hands because of Rex's failure to notice that Krell was evil. Like, I mean, I have my problems with that arc, but it does things really well, and that whole scene there is one of them. It is one of the best scenes in the show. It's not the best scene, of course. I think that still goes to Anakin and Ahsoka outside the Jedi Temple at the end of season 5. I don't think there's any individual scene in the Siege of Mandalore that tops that. But yeah, it just feels really forced that they mention Heavy. It's just like, hey, remember this guy? It doesn't feel like something Rex would personally call out. But anyways, then we get introduced to Clone Force 99. And Rex says it's not that they win, but how they win that worries me. That would have been a great line if Krell had actually stayed true to his character. Didn't even plan to rant about that. It only just dawned on me. I hate what they did to Krell. It just ruins him. It ruins that arc. And it was such a brilliantly done arc. But then they just whatever. That's for the past and probably the future. Probably, hopefully not any time else in this video, but I'm definitely going to make another video solely about how they ruined Krell and that in the entire not Siege of Mandalore, just Tyre and Barra arc because of it. Um, but yes, Clone Force 99. It's not that they win, but how they win that worries Rex. Because, well, they use very unconventional tactics to get the job done. And Rex does not like that because, while he doesn't go by the book, they don't even know what the book is. And they probably they don't particularly care about the regs, as they call them. So they probably didn't have that um, big a care for how many reg lives were lost in the executions of their plans. But yes. Then we get the introduction to Jesse as an ARC trooper, which he doesn't really do much in this arc. He just shows up in his first episode, really. And yeah, I don't think he actually does anything of note in this arc, in this episode. But yeah, he's here. He's in his ARC trooper armor. And well, he's going to be a much more important character later. Well, that is, of course, for later. And then, as they go flying off in the big gun in their gunship, they get shot down by some droids, and Cody gets injured in the crash and stuck inside the gunship. And and then Rex tries to get him out, but then they're told to stand back and let Wrecker do his thing. And someone says, um, there's no way he'll be able to get Cody out of that gunship. To which Crosshair responds, he's not going to get Cody out of there. He's not going to get Cody out of there. Wait, I forgot to actually write down the front of the line, but the back of the line is he's going to get. He's not. Oh, he's doing. No, what I believe this is actually the entire line. He says he's going to get the gunship out of there, not Cody. And then Wrecker flips the gunship over and it blows up in a big explosion, which then Crosshair blames Wrecker for them being detected by the droids, even though, as someone I forget who pointed out, yeah, that's probably not what tipped them off to your location. It was probably being shot down that tipped them off to your location, which wasn't Wrecker's fault. But of course, but of course, this is just lame. The Bad Batch, while they're a good team, they aren't perfectly unified, especially Crosshair. He's a bit of a loner. He's the lancer of the group. Um, yeah, the Bad Batch is quite interesting because they're a five-man band ish, but like they're a broken five-man band. They are never a full five-man band with the leader, lancer, muscle, brains, and heart. Um, yeah, this is something I might talk about in a future video, but in essence, they're almost always bouncing around, not being a full, proper five-man band. They're always missing one or two members of the group, and they're not. And if they were, that's just they'd be much better, more functional. But even though they're already kind of terrifying because at this point they've learned to work with no heart. But so they're fine for now. But of course, when Crosshair ends up betraying them, they lose their Lancer, and then the group starts to fall apart as are now separated. They also now have two techs. They also now have two brains, and and then they also got to deal with the heart they need to protect because Omega's not an amazing fighter, and it all just yeah. Anyways, that's more of a topic for if I ever decide to do a full review of the Bad Batch, which I might well do once the final season comes out. Hopefully, that comes out soon. It, second season of Bad Batch was so damn good. It's not as good as the top peaks of the Clone Wars, but it's amazing. Anyways, that's getting slightly off topic here. I mean, at this point, what a surprise. Yeah, then they initiate Plan 82, Shockwave, which is basically them running up with the shield wall, blasting the droids out from from the front, and so the blasting droids from behind the shield wall that Wrecker's carrying forward, and then Tech is lining up the shots that Hunter needs to throw, and then have Crosshair shoot out the droid poppers, so that it causes the maximum possible carnage to the droids. And well, Plan 82 is one of many plans, of course. I don't remember how many we hear about in the Bad Batch. This is the only one mentioned in the show, but there's Plan 89, I believe, appears is the one that Crosshair requests they execute, which is implied to just be go into hiding and save yourselves. And then, of course, there's Plan 99, which is the final, same as the title of the final episode of season two, at which seems to be sacrifice yourself for the greater good. And well, that's exactly what Tet did there. But anyways, again, that's for later. That's for later if I ever decide to talk about the Bad Batch. And then we get Trench's full return as he's talking about requesting information from the algorithm, which is what they refer to Echo as, although Trench might not even know that Echo is, well, Echo and not just an algorithm that the Techno Union has procured to predict clone attacks. But yes, Trench appears as he's requesting help from the algorithm to stop the droids or to stop the clone attacks. And well, the clone Force 99 mission works very successfully. And we find out that Hunter's special thing is that he can feel electromagnetic frequencies, which he basically never does. Even within this arc, he doesn't do that. Like he just he lays his head against the ground once as they're describing that. Maybe it's a bit later, but like that's it. And then he never like it's implied that that's what he's doing there, but like he's not even really doing it then. It's just so completely underutilized in both this and the Bad Batch. Like it feels like they just wanted Hunter to just be a quote unquote normal clone. But because of course you need the Bad Batch to be the Bad Batch, you can't exactly do that because well they're the like their whole thing is that they aren't normal clones. Like even the others, like we've got like records of is the one that with the most obvious mutation is he's massive and he's also very strong. Then you got Tech, who while they don't quite have an obvious mutation, though I think he might have different color eyes. Anyways, that's not really relevant. He's very techy and smart, and he's way smarter than any other clone. He can analyze things on the fly much better than anyone else. Then you got Hunter, who's much more individual, cold, much more like Jango Fett than the other clones. And he's also an amazing eye as a sharpshooter. And then you got Hunter, who's just basically a well trained clone. But anyways, that's the first episode. And then, as we enter the second episode, Rex, it's just revealed that Rex knows that Anakin and Padme. Well, it's not quite clear how much Rex knows about their relationship, but it's clear that he knows about it to some extent, because of course he's standing guard outside the barracks while Anakin talks to Padme, and of course Anakin is late because he's busy dealing with the war. Padme is very understanding of that, which, in fairness, he's dealing with a war. If she wasn't understanding, that wouldn't be very nice of her. But also, Anakin is much more nice and protective, not protective, nice and you can see why Padme likes him in this episode because he clearly cares about her, but well, the problem is of course when him caring about her gets in the way of her actually being her own person, but this episode doesn't cover that at all. She's busy being her doing her stuff in the Senate while Anakin's busy doing his stuff on the battlefield and they're off doing their own things, and that's kind of when their relationship works best. When they aren't getting in each other's way, because well, when we start getting in each other's way, Anakin turns abusive. Because yeah, their relationship isn't very good and healthy. I mean, if Revenge of the Sith didn't tell you that by Anakin force choking her and almost killing her, I don't know what will. But probably watching the second Clovis arc, that would probably do it. Because Anakin is very abusive in that arc. His that almost certainly is most abusive. The only time that it even comes outside of Revenge of the Sith, at least. Although, honestly, kind of even, I don't know, some different kind of abusive. I don't know. I'm not qualified to really talk on that kind of thing, so I'm just going to stop here. But yes, Padme then, during the conversation, convinces Anakin to trust Rex's instincts about going off and to try and save Echo. And then, as Anakin leaves, it's revealed that Obi-Wan knows about Padme. Again, not entirely clear how much. Almost certainly he does not know that they're married and in love fully like that. But he clearly knows something's going on because he says, I hope you told Padme I said hi, as Anakin leaves. And well, Anakin actually didn't tell Padme that. Silly Anakin, you should have known that Obi-Wan would want Padme to know he said hi. But yes. Then we tend to go off with then Anakin rexed off the Bad Batch to Skago Minor, I believe it was called, and we meet Wat Tambor, who has apparently left the Republic captivity somehow, never explained. As I said back in season 5, I think I wonder if that was originally going to be something they would talk about because season 5 specifically showed they were still in prison there. Him and Poggle and even General Loathsome from the movie. But then this just yep, he's out of prison. He's back with the Techno Union. He fled to independent space. Well, technically independent space. the Techno-Union isn't really all that independent, even if they legally are, which is, yeah, I'll more say on that bit a bit later. Yes, then Wrecker says about him definitely not having a fear of heights. He says, when I'm up real high, I got a problem with gravity, which is just a great line. I love that as a way to describe you definitely not having a fear of heights. Yes, when you're up real high, you got a problem with gravity. I love it. Wrecker's great. Um, yes, then Rex attacks Crosshair as Crosshair's antagonizing Rex about Echo possibly being dead. To which Rex comes in and picks Rex up and says, "Why don't you pick on someone not your size?" Oh yes, a great reaction to the um a great twist on the formula of pick on someone your own size. Because Wrecker is most certainly not Rex's size. He's much bigger. Then, as they go up the spire, they meet the Techno Union droids in a completely failed stealth mission. They failed their silent. They failed to be stealth the moment they arrived, and we meet the Techno Union droids, who later, of course, fly because Rise of Skywalkers gave us the greatest line to describe this kind of moment. They fly now. They fly now. Because flying it's something that's totally brand new to the Star Wars universe. Rise of Skywalker. Nothing had ever flown before. Not even like stormtroopers had flown. Even though stormtroopers have flown before, clone troopers have flown before. Jetpacks are a common thing. Rise of Skywalker. Like it's just this hilarious line. It's so bad. It's hilarious. Yes. And then they break, but they before the Techno Union droids start flying, which Techno Union droids they've also got a very different design to standard battle droids, which is very neat because these aren't standard battle droids. Standard battle droids are I believe primarily used by the Trade Federation, whereas Techno Union doesn't use those kinds of droids primarily. They're a separate entity. But anyways, yes. Um, then they break in past the all the security into the vault where they're keeping Echo, where when they finally release Echo, he clearly still hadn't properly processed that they've left the Citadel. He's still trying to protect the shuttle that he died in air quotes, protecting originally back in the Citadel arc. He's still stuck there in his mind, and well, he's there, but he's still stuck there. Although he does figure out what he's been doing after a bit, as he's had time, as he's given time to process everything that he's done, and even has picked up information on the Techno Union base, so that he can actually plot where they need to go within it. Yes, and then they break out of the chamber where Echo's held onto a bridge. They jump onto some flying beasties, which is when, of course, we see that the Techno Union droids can fly. They return to the village of locals on Skako Minor there, and where the separatists launch, or not the separatists, the trade Techno Union launch their full blown assault on the village, and which fails miserably as the locals and the Bad Batch take out most of the Baldroids, while Anakin and Rex deal. Actually, no, Rex had help. But Anakin takes down one of the big old tripod droids in a very similar manner to how he did it in the movie at the very beginning. Nice callback there. And then they take down the so we take down the tripod droids while Rex, I believe Hunter's with him, and then Crosshair all shoot out the eyes of the other big old tripod droids and take it down. And then the local chieftain says, "The Jedi will always have an ally here on Skako Minor," and I'm not entirely sure that's true, because I fully expect Wat Tambor is about to come in and wipe their village out the moment the Jedi have left. But, it's a nice little sentiment. But they're definitely dead. you know, oh well. Poor them, really. And then we've reached the final episode of the arc. And we see Echo doesn't have his handprint, which is, like I said earlier, sad. It's what made Echo Echo, right? He has that handprint. It's such a critical point in his life. I don't know why he'd remove it. Like, he hasn't lost trust in Rex or anything, which would be the only thing I could possibly think of as a reason for him to remove it. Like, that handprint is who he is almost. Like, yeah, it's just so symbolic. I don't know why they thought it would be a good idea to not include it post that post rebirth. Whatever. It's- yeah, it's just stupid. Then Mace Windu, then they launch a big old assault. Anakin, Bad Batch, I believe Rex is with them, and Echo, of course, fly up to the Separate Trenches command ship, while Mace Windu and Kenobi launched a full-blown assault on the assembly line on Maraxis, and they drop in. Mace and Kenobi drop into the battle droid place, and Mace offers the droids a chance to surrender. He has, after all, dismantled over 100,000 battle droids during the course of the war, which feels like a lot because is the war, assuming that years are same as actual years, same rough length, like 365 days, 4 years obviously. Let's just add one to that for the leap year that uh, they might have that they might count as, I don't know quite how Star Wars counts years. And then yeah, so yeah, that's about 100 battle droids actually. Yeah, I guess you could maybe have gone out with like 60 battle droids a day. Yeah, what about small planet? No, you need to do more than that. Divided by 60, 75 Baldwins a day? Yeah, so he needs to have destroyed an average of about 75 Baldwins a day in order to have done that. Also, the war lasted 3 years, not 4 years. Anyways, yes, he would have needed to destroy a lot of battle droids. Like, that number just does not feel reasonable to me. Like, just by sheer logic of like trying to add up how many battles would he have been in to get that many kills? Because yeah, yeah, it's just basically a problem I have on a whole with the timeline of the Clone Wars. It feels like, especially the show, feels like it really wants to take place for like 5 or 6 years, but because of the movies, it was crammed into three, and that just doesn't add up. But yeah. Anyways, that's not really a thing that's all that relevant here. Other than trying to count up Mace's kills. Anyways, Mace offers the Balrog a chance to surrender, but the droids, of course, do not take it, and a full-blown battle ensues down there. And then, um, Echo sends all the Balrogs into the base to surround them, because that will make it easier for Echo to just dismantle all the Balrogs in one fell swoop. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention back during the previous episode that Wat Moore kept referring to Echo as Techno Union property, which I find interesting because surely he'd be separatist property, even if he's on loan to the Techno Union. Surely the separatist, he'd still be separatist property. He's just on storage in Techno Union space. Maybe it was done to like try and keep the Techno Union on the side as for on the side of separatists. Like, hey, here's this big important thing that we're going to give you to do, and this is yours to do with as you want. I don't know. It's just interesting for to Echo as Techno Union property. Obviously, Echo is a person and shouldn't be kept as property, but like, you'd think that he would be a separatist property as like a prison separate or a separatist prisoner, but no, apparently he's a technical union prisoner. Anyways, that was then. This is now. Echo pretends to be the algorithm, tells Trench to launch the full blown assault so that he can wipe them all out in a single shockwave. Then, of course, it is revealed that Trench has planted a bomb, which she's given the Jay a conveniently long timer to disable. Ain't Trench friendly? Yes. So then starts discerning the code while Anakin runs off to try and get it out of Trench himself, and then um yes, then as they get into then right before Echoes figure out the last number, he gets shocked out of his system. But unfortunately, Anakin's there to dismantle or to attack Trench and get threaten Trench into giving away the code, which he does eventually. But then allowing Mason to disable the bomb and save everyone, and then and Trench tries to attack Anakin, but fails to do so and gets stabbed in the chest for it, resulting in his death. Then Anakin meets up with the Bad Batch and Friend and gang, who are running back to their ship, and then Wrecker starts become basically a big old muscle ball and starts punching down all the droids in the corridor, blasting them all down, and just one man armies them. Bef- and then he goes, "That was cool, right?" or something like that. And then Crosshair starts to prepare his own even cooler thing, and Record's going, "Oh no, he's going to be cooler than me, isn't he?" And then, well, Crosshair did get a very cool multi-kill shot with his all the reflectors that he'd set up, and he perfectly lined it up to snipe all the droids in the corridor on the way through. And to which Wrecker goes, "That was cooler than what I did, wasn't it?" To which I think it was Hunter says, "You'll be cooler next time." Then Crosshair goes, "No, you won't." Yes, you can just see that they're such a good team. They've got great banter. They were great characters together. It's really sad that Bad Batch had them split, although I fully understand why they did, and it definitely made it for a much more interesting show. But they worked so well together. Yes, and then Anakin had rigged the ship to blow, and he'd taken the detonator with him, which he gave to Wrecker. And Wrecker was so happy to be able to press that little boom boom button. Ah, yes, ain't Wrecker happy? And then it all ends with Wrecker, or not Wrecker, with Echo joining the Bad Batch, and they set off to future adventures, just as the one on Kashyyyk that we never actually got to see. But and then of course a full blown show. But that's for later. For now, but that was one arc, and that was the first arc. And then we've got the second arc, which I've titled the Martez Sisters arc, which it is very similar to the story reel that I found leaked. Other than of course Marte, other than of course we see Trace Martez instead of Vex Okami. But yes, there's actually a fairly significant, a somewhat significant difference between them, which I'll get to once I reach that point, the arc. Yeah, so Ahsoka's it clearly implied that very shortly after she left the Jedi Order, she's going down to the depths, and her speeder bike breaks, and she starts to fall down, down and down, deeper and deeper into the pit. Man, in a very almost identical scene to what was on the in the story reels, even down to like which particular people were on the ships and what the ships looked like, and then she banged the aerial antenna, which broke at the very end before dropping and managing to crash land. Where Trace instead of Vex saw her in a very similar position. But yes, then Trace tries to get her to then Trace offers to help Ahsoka, but demands payment for services. That's what you do. But Ahsoka doesn't want to pay because, well, it's not really entirely clear why she doesn't want to pay, but probably because she doesn't have the money in all honesty. Also, she thinks she can do it herself. But it's quite clear to me, at least, that Trace just wants to have a friend. I feel like she might. to be claiming to try and like get money out of Ahsoka constantly, but it definitely feels like Trace is just like trying to make friends with Ahsoka. Have a friend because as it's later revealed, it's trying to her Rafa doesn't trust Trace to doesn't like any of Trace's friends, and she implies and it's implied that might that Rafa pushes away any and all friends that Trace actually gets. So when Ahsoka pops down, she and is an actual friend for Trace. That's not something Trace is used to. So she kind of latches on to Ahsoka, and that's why Trace cares about Ahsoka so much. Like you can see that she just wants a friend. Raph has conditioned her to demand a price for everything, but Trace just wants a friend. And then Trace says about the Jedi that the Jedi are running around starting wars, policing everything. They've forgotten about us being the people of Coruscant and the people of the galaxy. The Jedi are off doing wars, they're fighting battles, they're too focused on the grand scale when she thinks they should be focused more on the small scale, which, I mean, there's not enough Jedi to really focus on the small scale, but that's people tend to focus more on what matters to them than what matters for everyone. I I I think it was an overly sarcastic productions video where they pointed out that a threat like some people will save their friend if it means even if it means blow having the world blow up, which even though for the world blowing up will inevitably kill their friend, like if it actually happens, they're like it's very true. Like, like we wouldn't really question someone doing that. It's very strange, but um, yeah, I don't know. People are weird. Like, yes, I'll definitely save you to at the cost of dooming everyone because I know about you. It's the whole trolley problem. And while people would that almost a lot of people will say that they would sacrifice their friend, the one for the many. It's I doubt many actually would, but yeah, killing the many is um killing the many to save the one you care about. Most people will do it. Anyways, then we get to the fight that appeared in the story reel, which had the same three aliens that were attacking them, the boss alien and then his two henchmen. And it's very similar. Like the whole animation is very similar, although there are slight differences, especially with Ahsoka's a lot less twirly in the finished fight than the story reel fight. Uh, which in fairness I think is good. Like it did feel like she was just excessively twirly in the story reel. But also the big change is when in the story reel fight, Vex was constantly asking Ahsoka for help, and Ahsoka was constantly trying to get free of charge the ability to stay there. Whereas in the final arc, Ahsoka and Trace had already come to an agreement on like they're going to be together. Ahsoka had gone off and was just basically giving up, and then Trace said, "I'll help you free of charge to fix your speeder bike." And Ahsoka was like, "Oh, great!" So they had already dealt with the money plot line, and then the thugs come in, and they then Ahsoka then when Trace initially tells Ahsoka to stand back, and then eventually Trace says, "Hey, can you actually help me? I'd appreciate some help, actually." And that's when Ahsoka comes in and sort of and catches the next punch and sort of beating up the two henchmen. Um, and and she has no question about actually doing that, which is definitely and also when Ahsoka steps into the fight in the in story reel version, Vex is unconscious, whereas in the uh, final version, Trace is awake and actually just watching Ahsoka beat them all up. And I think that the final version actually is much better because Ahsoka wouldn't be demanding money to help a person in need. Like she cares about people, she protects people, and like part of this arc is her showing the Martez sisters that the Jedi can be good. They can be what they should be, and they can actually help the people. And whereas if she had started this out by going, "Hey, basically, money, money, please," I'm not going to help you until you give me money back. A wouldn't really fit with her character because she helps people. That's what she does. Um, and then it also would just muddy that whole message a bit because like she's a Jedi, but she was like, but she didn't help until she got something out of it. No, she helps to help, and yeah, it's a much better uh it's much better done scene. I feel. And I dare say they would have thought of that for the original version as well, if they'd actually finished doing that. The art, I don't know how deeply done it was when it got cancelled, but yeah, that feels like something they definitely would have caught back then. And I mean, they caught it now, so I'm not really, can't really say that, hey, they didn't think about that, because they clearly did, because they changed that when, yeah, especially given how everything surrounding it was basically identical, except for just the lines of dialogue between the two. And then Trace asks Ahsoka how did she learn to fight like that, to which Ahsoka responds, "My older brother taught me," which shows because Ahsoka clearly knows that Trace doesn't like the Jedi, so she doesn't want to say I was taught by the Jedi or anything. Or anything that would imply that she had like a master. But like she could have still done something like I was given like karate or space karate training at above ground before I was forced out or something like that. And then like she could have just said that, but no, she specifically said my older brother taught me because that's kind of how she sees Anakin. He is 5 years older than her, so like that's not even an unreasonable age difference for an older brother. Of course, they're completely different species, but he's obviously not her actual older brother. But like she sees him as as her older brother, and I honestly that's kind of the problem because Anakin also sees her as like a little sister or kind of a daughter, but I feel like it's mostly a little sister. Um, and he clearly he cares about her. Um, because they're too tightly bonded. They like if Ahsoka and even Ahsoka cares too much about Anakin. It's while Ahsoka is able was able to not go to the dark side over it because she's a much more pure at heart character than Anakin was or is. As Anakin's attachment to Ahsoka and Padme is what, of course, eventually breaks him in terms of the dark side. And yeah, that line just well, it's not even directly related to that, but like, it's all building up to why did Anakin turn on the Jedi, and Ahsoka leaving is an important part of that, even though it was completely unnecessary because well, the films of course didn't include it, and it still made perfect sense there. And then they go off and meet Rafa, who very clearly cares about Trace, because like she drops her little mini scheme the moment that she notices that Trace has a bit of a black eye, and um she's also very against Ahsoka, and like she's trying her best to like keep Ahsoka safe. Oh, not Ahsoka safe, to keep Trace safe and not get beaten up by Ahsoka in this case, or scammed by Ahsoka, or whatever Ahsoka's game must be, because nobody does anything without a game. Rafa has a very skewed vision of the world, and that vision of the world has um just kind of ruined her in a way. But yeah, and their family motto seems to be, "We can't count on anyone, so we count on ourselves," which I it's just kind of a sad way to live your life, not being able to trust anyone that's not your own sister. And I mean that's kind of the point that by the end of this arc they've learned that they should trust other people, even and well, well, I doubt they'll actually start trusting people that they shouldn't trust, of course. Them actually learning to that they can trust other people. They can rely on what the Jedi should be to help. Like not even if the actual Jedi aren't there. Like there are people out there who are good and they will try and help just to help. Um, yes. And then as they're repairing the droids that Rafa had turned them in to fix it, Trace says to Ahsoka, there are good people and there are bad people, and some are just cross-wired. Um, yes, um, yes, which is what which is Trace's very simplified version of how people work. Because Ahsoka said she doesn't know how to get people because well, she's been a soldier for. She was isolated from most people for her early life. And then she became a soldier at age like 15, I think. How old is Ahsoka? Ahsoka. She was born in 36 BBY. Yeah, so she would have been about 14. Yeah, it started in 22. So yeah, she would have been 14 when the Clone Wars began. Um, yeah. So she would have been 14 when the Clone Wars began. And so she had probably like the first 3 or 4 years of her life as a normal Togruta on her low colony. And then she spent probably the next 10 or 11 years isolated from most people, growing up in the Jedi Temple, only interacting with other monks who separate themselves from emotions and people who are being trained to separate themselves from emotions. And then she got basically drafted as a 14-year-old into a war, which she would then lead. At which point she was basically stuck as being one of the leaders of an army when she hadn't even finished developing yet. Like, yeah, you like that. Like, of course she doesn't understand people, especially when her master was Anakin. Anakin doesn't understand people at all, and he had actual time with actual people before he got abducted by the Jedi. Um, yeah. And then as they're running, then the droid escapes. As they're running around after the droid, we see a bunch of love cats running around, and yeah, apparently, well, I think they're love cats. They aren't listed on the wikis as love cats, of course, but they look just like love cats. So I don't know. It's just strange that like the wiki just refuses to acknowledge them as love cats. But anyways, yes. Then we get then as they chase down the droid, Ahsoka then Trace jumps onto the back of the droid, even though I feel like it would make complete sense for it to just have been Ahsoka. I guess you could argue that it was Trace's mistake that let the droid go, so Trace wanted to deal with it. But Ahsoka had been shown to be more competent at fighting things, more knowledgeable about how these droids worked, and just all around better at dealing with with these droids. And yet, as Trace doesn't want to jump onto it, then of course Trace manages to turn it off, and the droid falls down, and Ahsoka needs to use the Force um get to get the um to get Ahsoka not get Ahsoka to get Trace back onto the ship that they're on, or not ship onto the platform that they're on by pulling up the big old droid that she was dangling off of. And then Trace climbs up on top, and all is good and right with the world. And then they go off, and Rafa uses the money that they made from selling the battle droids, or not battle droids, the big power loaders, to pay off the debts that they have. And then Ahsoka and Trace go off to fix Ahsoka's speeder. I mean, I forget quite when it was mentioned, but at some point, or sort of this, sort of end of first episode, end of start of second, Ahsoka mentions that she was trained at Skywalker Academy for um help it, and that's how she knows all that she knows. Because well, Skywalker Academy. I mean, pretty blatantly obvious what he's referring to there. Um, and then then they get conscripted by Rafa into going off to the um going off to help her smuggle spice across the galaxy between Kessel and the Pikes, and Rafa is Rafa confronts Ahsoka about why she's doing what she's doing, helping out Trace, and because Rafa does not think that someone can try and help someone else without having an ulterior motive to try and screw them over in the end or get more out of it for yourself. And well, she does eventually realize, but that's for later. And then, of course, as they're flying up in their ship, the Silver Angel, which isn't a terrible name. I don't know why they've just ragged on it so much. it's, it's not a great name, but like it's a name. Ships have names. Like it's a fine name. And then as they're flying up past, they go into a military lane because they're idiots. Or rather, Trace doesn't know better. And then Wolf Yularen, looking nice and old, contacts them and says, "Hey, what are you doing?" Trace says, "Oops, sorry, we didn't know what we were doing. Oopsies, we'll get out of your way right now." And then Wolf is about to send a ship to arrest them, but Anakin and Ahsoka sense each other, and Anakin says, "No, leave it." He's letting Ahsoka go, which can't have been easy for him. As the Utapau arc showed, he's not gotten over her, and it's very clear, even by the time the Siege of Mandalore, he's not gotten over her leaving. But here he just let her go, and that is surprising. I would not have expected him to be able to do that, but good on him. Um, yes. Then of course they're going to Kessel, where the Kessel Run lives. Nice little reference to Solo's famous line from the start of A New Hope. But they don't even mention it just mean the Kessel Run, just they're going to Kessel. And it looks much like it did in the Solo movie, which, yeah, has a big old vortex of space storms around, where then a small little hole you can actually move through. And they go there to pick up the spice. They talk to the major domo of the king there. They never actually meet the king because the king only meets with important people, and they're just regular run of the mill spice runners to them. And then as they go to the they go to then after their little dinner, they go to the spice pits where Trace sees a bunch of quote unquote droids helping out with the spice mining. To which Ahsoka responds, "They're not droids, they're people." And then she says they're slaves because they're very clearly slaves. I mean, for starters, spice is very much created by slaves, and then it's brought to the what's it called? There's also Zygerian there, and it's been brought to the Pikes. So, they are also slavers, not massively slavers, but they do indulge in slavery. Um, and then yeah, so then but then Trace does not believe that the Republic would not shut this down if it was running slavery because the Republic is anti-slavery. But as we saw even before the war began, back in episode one, The Phantom Menace, there's still slaves out in the galaxy, and while the Republic claims to be cracking down on it, they just can't. The Outer Rim is just overrun with slaves, and with the war having started, there's just more and more popping up because the Republic cannot have time to deal with all the minor slave problems that they've got around the galaxy. So they have to deal with as they're busy dealing with those separatists and their massive armies. But there are still slaves out there. And this is where Trace says to Rafa, that Rafa never liked any of Trace's friends, and well, as uh, as as they're having a big old argument about um of what they should do with the spice, because Ahsoka does not want to deliver it to the Pikes. What she wants it to be sent to somewhere humanitarian so they can refine it into medicine, whereas Rafa just wants to get paid, so she's trying to deliver it to the Pikes so that she can get the money. And then gets caught, and then Trace goes and tells Rafa that she never likes any of her friends because, which just yeah, Rafa tries. Rafa's overprotective. Rafa's been burnt by too many people. She does not trust anyone, and she's forced that ideology onto Trace, and they are so now she's stuck in her own life, not able to work and function properly, not able to actually become a person, not able to have friends, which probably resulted in her very simplified view of people that she espoused at the end of middle of episode one. Um, yeah, but yeah, you never like any of my friends. Yeah, because Rafa just does not let Trace make friends. As I said back at the start of this arc, Trace just wants a friend, and that's all Ahsoka is for her. Like she wants a friend, and Ahsoka's a friend. Ahsoka provides a friend, and Ahsoka does not demand anything in return. And that's really all Trace wants and needs. Someone that she can trust, and someone who will stand by her through thick and thin. That is not her sister. Not that her sister's bad or anything, but because her sister just doesn't understand that they need to be actually have friends. Um, but yes, then as a result of the argument they're having, Trace presses the button to just dump all the spice into hyperspace, which is, as both Ahsoka and Rafa point out, the absolute dumbest decision she could have possibly made because now you don't have the spice to hand over to the Pike, so they're going to be after you, and you haven't even given it to anyone who's going to make use of it for actual medicine. So you haven't done anything good with it. You've now just dumped a bunch of spice into the middle of nowhere that no one's ever going to find. Yeah, worst possible decision she could have made. But Trace had heard Ahsoka going, they're going to take your shit because Ahsoka was worried that the Pikes were going to do far more than they probably would have if they had just delivered spice. Trace would probably have gone out of it just fine. Just maybe not her moral conscience, but her, but she would have been, but like her ship and her health and everything would have been perfectly fine. But yeah, but of course, she ended up dumping the spice, which then forces Ahsoka to come up with a plan on the fly to deal with the Pikes, which involved using a mind trick on the Pike King, Lord, um Commander. I don't know what the Pike ruler's title is. Um, but because she only did it on the one Pike and not even and didn't even bother doing it on the second in command, they opened the boxes of that definitely have spice before they managed to escape. And well, then hey, look at this. The spice. There's no spice in there, so they get tractor beamed and arrested. And well, Ahsoka's plan almost worked. Probably shouldn't have counted on them. Probably should have counted on them having some way to trap you and actually checking the spices there within like 2 minutes, with like 50 seconds of you actually getting on the ship. Even though you've tricked the one Pike, you haven't tricked them all. And then they get caught and see episode 3, which is in a way the most important episode, in a way the most important episode. Yeah, this whole arc I'm going to talk about later. It's just very strangely structured. But yes, the Martez, Rafa, I think it was Rafa. Yeah, Rafa, I believe, revealed um, Tre- to Ahsoka that their parents had died during when Zero's breakout, as some red-eyed bounty hunter, clearly Bane, shot the engine of a ship as they were on the escape, and they managed and then they crashed into which then was about to crash into a populated landing pad, but the Jedi used the Force to push it into a wall of a big old tube thing, which happened to be the wall where the Martez parents were. Martez parents saved Rafa and Trace, but they couldn't get out in time themselves, so they ended up dead. And then after Zero had managed to Zero escaped because of course Zero did escape. Um, they just Rafa describes a yeah that was almost certainly either Luminara or Barris, or could potentially have been any of similar Jedi. Because I think the only description was green skin and a dark cloak, which is very much Luminara Barris alike. I don't think it has been officially confirmed somewhere, but the episode itself doesn't actually, for because of course they don't know a name, but because all Luminara or Barrett said was, "I had to make a choice, but not to worry. The Force will be with you," and then left them with absolutely no compensation, and they were now forced to live by themselves with no parents. Which yeah, that must have burned burned them. Which yeah, and made them hate the Jedi, who just caused them massive hardship and then didn't even do anything to help with them out in response, which they definitely could have done. They could have set up Tracer Rafa somewhere, but no, they didn't. They just said, "Hey, you're good. Uh, I'd rather kill your parents, than all those people. I looked at a tried problem and solved it." But yes. Then the Pikes come to get Rafa, and but they don't even know that's what they're coming for. They just know that the Pikes are coming to get someone. And then Ahsoka's out in the front because of course she is. But then Rafa's hiding behind Trace, which just feels it's I don't like that. Like her whole character so far has been I protect Trace at all costs, any cost. I will protect Trace. I will make sure Trace is fine, even if it means Trace doesn't get to have a life. Trace will be alive. Trace will be safe. But now she's hiding behind Trace, and it feels so wrong. That's not who Rafa is, either before or after this one scene. It's so forced to just like have the pipe slap Trace away. Like you could even like if you just wanted to have that happen, you could have Trace when they say we want Rafa, have Trace step up and stand in the way, and then have the pipe slap her out of the way. But like having Rafa cower behind Trace before she even knows that they're after her, it's just so wrong. I don't know why they chose to make that decision. Yes, but then as Rafa's off being tortured, Trace reveals to Ahsoka that Trace helped out Ahsoka fix her bike and everything because it's what her mother would have done because her mother was kind soul. And um, uh, later in the arc, um, come on, what was I going to say? Later in the arc, Rafa talks about how this isn't how they were brought up. They weren't brought up to be so self-centered and so focused on protecting themselves, but life forced them into this way. And they're a really tragic picture of like these two characters have just been trying to force through the ringer and aren't doing great at all. But then Trace goes off. Then they return Rafa and fully tortured and go and pick up Trace who to try and get this information about where the spice is out of her. And Trace is actually remarkably resourceful in her escape attempt, or well, it's not attempt; it succeeds in her escape. She um first off pretends to faint after seeing the torture droid and what he's about to do to her, and then she grabs a gun off one of the guards, shoots both guards, and starts running throughout the base, blasting behind her.
She then gets captured by, or she then gets almost captured by one of the pikes, but frees some nearby prisoners who beat up the pike, and then Ahsoka uses the Force to help escape the prison, and then she runs off with then she and Rafa run off, and they bump into Trace, and then they all manage to perform their to get out of the place, and then as the bridge starts to retract, Rafa manages to jump properly. Trace take, takes a bit too long, and then she's do a bigger run up to jump, but she still would come short if Ahsoka didn't use the Force to push her across to the end. And then Ahsoka did a big old Force jump and jumped all the way over the jumped all the way over both of them and the gap. And Rafa fakes concern, going, "Oh no, Ahsoka's dead!" And she also, at earlier points, had fake concern about actually helping about Ahsoka being bad because, well, as I said earlier, Rafa wants to protect Trace from everyone and everything, keep her nice and sheltered and protected, and you're not going to be hurt by anyone because there's not going to be anyone who can hurt you. Um, yeah, but then they get then they do go on a bit of a run. Um, and we see Bo Katan a bit. I'll talk. I might as well talk about her now. She doesn't really do much the rest of the arc. Yeah, so we see Bo Katan. She's on Obadiah, and she's clearly investigating the Pikes in connection to the Shadow Collective. And she, and then when she, and as she's looking at Ahsoka, she references Karlak, which is where they met back in season 4. She mentions that references back that again later in at the end of the season as she's going, so you do, she goes like, you do remember me or something. Yes, and also like the Mandalorians in cloaks with hoods while wearing helmets just looks silly. I feel like the helmets under the hood just look silly. But yeah, then Ahsoka and the Martez sisters run off. They eventually get recaptured and dumped it back into prison, where eventually they will be tight. Where then eventually they get brought in front of a Pike ruler to try and come up with a deal to get them more spice because well the Pikes need spice. Um, and then uh, where was I in my note? So yeah, so then they're in front of the Pikes, and Ahsoka comes up with a plan to let the Martez sisters escape, and she offers to. And she says they've stashed the spice nearby, and they will go and get it, and they'll be back within one rotation. And if they're not, Ahsoka will tell the Pikes where the location of the Martez sisters' where the location of Martez's family is as insurance, which, well, obviously the Martez sisters' family is dead. So Ahsoka is, while that's something that while the Pikes don't know that the Martez sisters' family is all dead. They so Ahsoka's basically just that would normally just be a fairly decent way to motivate someone, but of course as their family is dead, it was really just a way to allow the Martez sisters to escape without arousing suspicion why Ahsoka that much. Because she wants out, she wants her cut, and then she'll be fine. And then she'll be fine. But of course, she's not. That's not what she's after at all. She wants the Martez sisters to escape and get free and get away from the Pikes, and then Ahsoka can get herself free because Ahsoka's resourceful, and when she's not having to worry about dealing with the other two and helping protect them, she's got a much better chance of actually escaping. So her plan, it works without a hitch, really, until she has to be captured. um, but anyways, that will come up later. But of course, the Pikes can tell that it's a deception, but they are too worried about what Maul will do if he finds out they lost the shipment to care. If there's a chance this is not a deception, or if there's a chance that there's some sort of spice they're going to get for it, then that is all they need. They need to keep Maul. They need to keep Maul happy, and
and to do so they need the spice and whatever at whatever cost that comes. Yes, so then the Pike leader says to his support to his second in command about Maul knowing about the spice problems. He knows. He always knows. Um, yes. Then um then Maul goes then Martez's sisters go off and they plan to rescue Ahsoka by finding a bunch of spice on their own, picking up from a random nearby loading bay thing where they beat up the workers there and try and threaten them into just basically giving away all the spice. And then they realize there's a Trandoshan who's the foreman. And well, the Trandoshan foreman, he's a Trandoshan, and Trandoshans are much tougher than people and much better at punching than people. So they need to use their agility, which they only barely have over the Trandoshan. And Trandoshans are also quite agile. Trandoshans are really terrifying. Um, Yes, but then Matilda to Rafa uses her agility to get the and some ingenuity with the help of Trace pushing the a little platform over a big old mining pit to then release the Trandoshan into the mining pit on the platform. And he goes crash bang boom at the bottom. And then but why were they doing that? Because well partially because Rafa had clearly grown to care about Ahsoka, because Ahsoka is actually doing what Rafa didn't think was possible, helping people for selfless reasons. She's helping them so that they can get out of there, so they can survive. Rafa didn't think that that was how anybody worked. Um, but that is how Ahsoka works, and yeah, and so Rafa wants to help her out with that. And then, but of course, also it's also just sort of Raph doesn't have to sort of Raph can actually like not owe Ahsoka one because well Raph has still personally works on the assumption that if I owe someone something, they will make me do something that I do not want to do in return. And that's how Rafa deals with things. Then meanwhile in the Ahsoka part of the plot, she managed to break out using the Force again. She plants a bunch of bombs on the it within the mining facility. Within the facility, she notices Maul is talking with the Pike leader, and Maul mentions how he has a grand plan. The Pikes are just one cog of, and the Pikes are messing it up. And then he threatens to hand over the Pike's operations over to Crimson Dawn, which of course make a bigger appearance in Solo before being a completely dropped plot point. But I think it reappears in some comics. But anyways, that's not here nor there really. But the Crimson Dawn, and then one of the Pike, and then the Pike Second Command says that that Maul is playing the members of the Shadow Collective against each other, and which the Boss Pike responds something along the lines of, "That's a good way to deal with our kind." Because Maul has clearly learned how to deal with criminals. He is becoming the ultimate crime lord who will take over the galaxy. Well, I mean, he doesn't actually, but to take over the crime portion of the galaxy, he builds the biggest crime empire the galaxy has ever known under his thumb. But then yes, then then Trace and Rafa come back to Obadiah to save Ahsoka right as the bombs go off because the Pikes are going and the Pikes are about to kill them. Bombs go off. They manage to successfully escape. Actually, you mentioned what happened, despite if that was offloaded already or not. But they managed to successfully escape, having shot down all the Pike ships following them. Presumably, Ahsoka's bombs disabled the tractor beams, but that's never actually stated what they don't just reactivate the tractor beams as they try and escape from the exact same ship from the exact same spot. But I'm just going to assume that Ahsoka blew up the tractor beams with her bomb. It makes sense that she would try and do that because she needed to, be able to escape herself, and she probably would figure out, I don't want them to even think about trapping me here. And then, of course, they go back to Coruscant into the hangar where um, where Bo Katan comes and says, "Hey, we need your help to save Mandalore." And Trace and Rafa convince Ahsoka that it is indeed a good idea to uh to help out to help them out as needed, to help them out when it's to help out the people in need because some of the Jedi can be good. Because Jedi can be good, and Ahsoka has shown that there are still good Jedi out there who are willing to help the people and do what is right, and that she should do what is right and help the people. Speaking of Ahsoka being revealed as Jedi to them, I believe that's I didn't even actually write down when that happened in my notes because it was such a minor scene, but yeah. Because of course the whole arc has Ahsoka not telling them that she's a Jedi, but using her Jedi powers to help them. And then in the end, it's revealed that she's a Jedi. I believe it's as they are recaptured by the Pikes, and then then the Pike, then well, it's a lot of reveal plot, which are normally fairly t- contrived and like poorly done. But I feel like this was done rather well because well there Ahsoka has doesn't know the people that she's lying to. It's not whereas most like reveal plots take place between members of a pre-established team. Whereas Ahsoka does not know them. She doesn't really know how they'll react to a Jedi to find out she's a Jedi, and she's const and they constantly tell her more and more about how Jedi screwed them and how they hate the Jedi for not for basically in their mind killing their parents and then doing nothing about it. But then Ahsoka gets but then they realize that hey, you might be a Jedi, but being a Jedi does not mean you're evil. And like and you've shown us that there are good Jedi out there, people who are willing to do what Jedi should be, and then that's part of how they help convince Ahsoka that she should go off and be with Bo-Katan. So like, yeah, it's quite well done. I think it's also part well done because we don't know how they would react to finding out that um to Ahsoka to finding out that Ahsoka was actually a Jedi until well they do, and at which point they realize that Ahsoka is still Ahsoka. So like, just because they slapped the label Jedi on her doesn't mean that anything's really changed about her. She's still who she was. And yeah, and then of course we go off to the siege of Mandalore, which is coming up soon. Yes, but first off, I just want to talk about these first two episodes of the arc. I feel like the Bad Batch arc is definitely better than the Martez's arc, but I don't think the Martez's arc is as bad as people as I've heard people talk about it online. Like it's definitely the weakest of the final season, but I mean we've got the best arc of the show, a pretty damn good arc, what I call is a great arc with Bad Batch, then just a good arc with the Martez sisters. But I feel like also like it's almost like it's got like 3.5 episodes worth of material to cover, and they just didn't quite know how to like either cut it down to only be 3 episodes or push it up to be 4 episodes worth of material. Like especially with like how because the whole plot with us because then the whole third episode it it doesn't go anywhere like in a where characters are section. Like they run around a lot, but like they start in prison, they end in prison. But during that time, they talk a lot about how they hate the Jedi, and Rafa reveals how much he doesn't like just generally doesn't trust Ahsoka, which is all building towards the final part of the arc, final episodes where she to the final thing, which to be final reveal that Ahsoka is a Jedi and then being too cool about because she's being what Jedi should be. But like you couldn't if you I guess they could maybe put that in when revealing their backstory earlier, but then I feel like it might have been a bit too stuffed. I don't know. Like I said, this art just suffers from being about 3.5 episodes worth of content, which is just a really awkward amount of episodes of content to have. But yeah, that was the first two arcs of of season 7, and well, yeah. Then we've got the Siege of Mandalore coming right up, and oh, I love the Siege of Mandalore. It is amazing. It is simply the best Star Wars will ever be. Nothing, nothing can top it. Well, I'd say that. I want something to top it because if something tops it, that means that there's something so damn amazing out there that is just unequivocally amazing. And if such a thing exists, I will be so happy because, well, the great some the Clone Wars is great. The Siege of Mandalore is even better. And, well, as I said earlier, I took a season's worth of notes on it. So that's probably going to be a while. The first 2/3 of the season has already taken probably more than an hour and half worth of time. I would not be surprised if the Siege of Mandalore takes at least 2 hours on its own. Well, let's find out. And now for the final arc, the Siege of Mandalore. I will note it's been a week of real time since I recorded the last section, and I'm currently a bit sick, so I probably sound a bit worse than I did before, and I might be coughing and sneezing a bunch. I'll try and tell around all that, but this last section might be a bit jittery because of that. But I did just rewatch the Siege of Mandalore right before I came to film this. I had watched it back at the end of the previous session, but yeah, that turned out to be quite a while, because that was these last two things here. Um, 20 time, and it was 133 megabytes, whereas if I look at season one as a whole, um, keep it there. Um, Yeah, whereas season one as a whole was 100. Yeah, season two. Yeah, so I think it was about an hour and a half I spent in total on those um first two episodes, which was more than I was expecting. I think it got rather late, so yeah, I just kind of decided to wait a week before I got around to doing this. And well, now I'm back. And the Siege of Mandalore. Oh, it's glorious. I certainly don't mind watching that bit twice. It is definitely the best of Star Wars or Clone Wars, and that is saying a lot. Because the Clone Wars is brilliant at all points. And, well, nothing really comes close to this, I feel. The temple bombing arc does have greater emotional points, but as a whole, as much about being a show about Clone Wars, it doesn't quite hit as many beats I'd want out of a Clone Wars show. Whereas this hits all the beats that you want out of a Clone Wars episode or arc, and it's incredibly well written. It's incredibly emotional at points, and it's just marvelous. I love it. It is the Clone Wars perfected. Like there's no better way to put it. The Siege of Mandalore is the best thing Star Wars has ever made, and yeah, there's just nothing that will ever top this. No, nothing I believe can top this. Again, I'd love to be proven wrong, because that would mean there's something even better than it. But I highly doubt there will be. The Clone Wars, and especially the Siege of Mandalore, are just so good. They were given all the time they needed, but they made the best of the time they were given. And while they were, of course, unfortunately cancelled, they it almost feels like the first 5 seasons almost feel like they build up to a natural conclusion. And then I really would have loved to get the last 3 seasons in full, but the last 2 seasons plus external material do their best to actually give a proper full conclusion to the story. And the Siege of Mandalore is the culmination of the entirety of the Clone Wars. Saying that nothing will ever beat it is kind of unfair, because I don't believe anything could beat it. It is built upon a bedrock that is the Clone Wars. And by being able to take the characters that we have spent 50 hours ish with by the end of this arc. Well, not necessarily all these characters, but the Clone Wars as a whole have been about 50 hours worth of television. I think plus the movie. So yeah, probably about like 51 or 52 hours worth of television. And like we've been following the characters of Ahsoka and for most of that, Rex for most of that, Maul for he's actually not actually he's not wasn't actually in that many episodes. He was in uh technically 2 episodes of season 4. Then wait, was that no, just must have been that. No, that was it. 2 episodes of season 4, 4 episodes of season 5, and then he was in cut 4 episodes of Dathomir arc, and then these 4 episodes. He was in 14 episodes of the Clone Wars, and that's if you count the 4 episodes that became the Son of Dathomir. And in 14 episodes, they took what was admittedly a fairly one-note character from the Phantom Menace, who was pretty much just cool and looked badass, and turned him into one of the best villains that Star Wars has ever seen. And I must like, how do you do that? Maul is brilliantly constructed. Even better, given that they somehow managed to revive a character and make it feel right. And generally, I have two things I believe stories should never do: bring back dead characters and time travel. Time travel. This show doesn't really touch time travel, well, Rebels does, but anyways, that's a point for another time. Um, but it brings back Ahsoka. Technically, she barely died. Like she pretty much just got severely wounded and then was healed. So she didn't quite die, and it brings Maul back to life. And somehow bringing Maul back to life was brilliant, so brilliantly executed. I don't care that he died and he should not be brought back because like before he was revealed to come back, because I thought that like there was no way he'd come back, but I loved his character so much, and like my own little headcanons, I had him coming back as a force ghost, but it doesn't work. I didn't really. I was like I would have been less than 12, I think, at that time. I really fully thought about how the force worked at all that point, but anyways, yeah. So yeah, I thought that he was just fully dead. No way could be brought back. And, well, they brought him back and they made it work. Maul, and they made him, and they couldn't have just had another character fill his role. Maul is the only character who could have filled Maul's role. If it was not Maul, he would not do most of what he did. And, which is quite surprising given that Maul wasn't really a character in The Phantom Menace. But yeah, they took what little bits of character he had in Phantom Menace, combined that with his ultimate downfall in at the end of Phantom Menace, and then span that across 14 episodes into a highly complex character who's the main villain of the show, but he's not. Well, he's almost more of an anti-hero in a way. I don't know. And I just love him. He's so well done. Like massive props to everyone involved in his revival, because that could have easily gone wrong at any point. But of course, it did not go wrong at any point, and Maul became the Maul we now know and love, because Maul is the best. But anyways, the siege of Mandalore has begun. And, well, it begins unlike any other episode of the Clone Wars, with a big old Lucasfilm LTD slapped on the cover. Because The Siege of Mandalore might as well be the second Clone Wars movie. And it really feels like it at points. There's only the first episode has the opening narration and introduction. The rest just have the Clone Wars logo pop up, which is of course in red for this arc. There's actually no quote throughout any of the arc, even the first episode, and it really just feels like this was designed to be the second movie, and well, it does a really damn good job. And watching it all at once, it feels glorious. And in the introduction, we get lots of little references to various scenes from Revenge of the Sith and a bunch of other things. Forget quite what was in it, but I do remember there was lots of interesting things in there. And then we go into the actual meat of the arc itself. As Commander Cody is attacking along some bridge into a separatist defended stronghold where there's a hiding tactical droid, and Kenobi presumably jumps in and cuts a missile in half. And we get an epic glamour shot of Kenobi there. And then we can see that they're struggling to push through the droid forces until Anakin shows up. When he just slowly, where he just tells Kenobi to trust him, and then slowly walks forwards into the separatist lines, just casually ignoring all the shots coming at him. And eventually, he fakes his surrender, which pulls out the tactical droid, which he then forces towards him and cuts its head off as he launches the assault of the 501st, which are hiding under a bridge with jetpacks. Nice little setup there. And they start bombing the bridge, and then the 212 pushes out along the bridge, and the droid forces are soon to have been overrun. But we don't stay here for long. Well, first off, Anakin says to Obi-Wan, I can't take all the credit. Your state of helplessness really helped my surrender ploy. Which is just a funny line. I like that line. You can just tell these two are great friends, and it's glorious. Yeah. Hmm. Then, as I said, they're forced to quickly leave the planet because, well, they get a transmission from Fulcrum, which Anakin and Obi-Wan credit to being Saw Gerrera, or believe it's Saw Gerrera. But of course, it's not Saw Gerrera. But they also, apparently, there's a siege on Onderon, because they think that the siege is getting worse. Fulcrum, of course, is the code name that Ahsoka uses during the Age of the Rebellion. It's also, I believe, just a generic code name for all the secret agents who connect the other secret agents to the rebellion. But and I believe she was the first fulcrum of the rebellion, but it seems but this implies it's a name that she had took from back in the Republic, which I think is a nice little touch, and it just ties everything all together, and I like it. And then they go up onto the ship, and Anakin asks, "Why have you said something along the lines of, well, Admiral, what's so important that we had to come all the way up here?" And his voice comes to a stop, and his look he changes. He look you can tell he's noticed Ahsoka, and he cares so much about her. He's so much joy and sadness at the same time. Oh, this is such a masterfully done scene as Anakin notices Ahsoka, and it is great. I love that. That's this one scene is it's great. I love it. And then, of course, Ahsoka says, which was, I believe, the culmination to the final trailer. Hello, Anakin, or the culmination to the first trailer for the final season. Hello, Anakin. It's been a while. Or hello, Master. It's been a while. Which is kind of a meta line because, of course, it's been what was it, 5, 6 years since the Clone Wars ended at that point. Mhm. But yeah, oh, that entire yes, ah, it's great. Mm. I love this scene. I love this arc. I love this show. Ah, yeah. Mhm. Sorry, I keep cut stop talking. I'm just reminiscing about the show and this art. It's so good. Ah, yes. And of course we get a proper look at Ahsoka's new outfit, which is a very Mandalorian style outfit. Like, well, not really Mandalorian style because obviously don't call it the armor, but like the patterning on it on her shirt is pretty much identical to Mandalorian armor. Uh, and she's got a headband which is very similar to Bo Katan's headband that she's wearing. Um, yeah, and it's just all so. So she's clearly been working with Mandalorian. She's clearly becoming more in tune with the Mandalorians. And I just think it's a really nice touch that she's adopting their style and their culture. And then as Anakin and Obi-Wan are walking towards the shuttle where Ahsoka's landing, is just clearly rationalizing everything behind why Ahsoka left the Order. It's the will of the Force. She left the Order so that she could help Mandalore, so she could capture Obi-Wan. This was all important. Everything is right. Everything is great. Everything is good in the world. Ahsoka, like, wasn't just failed. She had a purpose, and even though we couldn't see it, she is fulfilling it. And yeah, that's just so much, so Anakin. Like he just can't accept that Ahsoka left because of she did not want to stay. There needed to be a deep-seated reason, even if no one actually knew it. There was a reason. The Force had a reason for it, and well, Anakin needs there to be a reason even if there isn't one. And whereas Obi-Wan is much more cautiously optimistic about it. And I think he says something along the lines of, we'll see. Because Obi-Wan's realizes that, just knows that Ahsoka left because of the council was, well, I think he also knows, but Obi-Wan's not trying to rationalize against it. That Ahsoka left because of what the council did, and that she's staying with the Republic. She's doing what she's doing because she's a good person who's doing the right thing, and but he doesn't think that the Force is guiding them to this correct path. But he's much more cautiously optimistic. He hopes everything's going to end well, but he doesn't think this is the Force's destiny for everything. And then Bo explains that she needs the Republic help to launch the siege and retake Mandalore from Maul, and that she does not have the forces left. She does not have the forces on Mandalore to act of her Mandalorians or former Death Watch. Are they currently the Night Owls? Probably to take back um Mandalore from the Mole and his forces.
so she needs the Republic help. But of course, or she doesn't. She knows that Republic help will lead to Republic occupation and a massive war, and that's not going to end well for the people of Mandalore. But she doesn't care. She knows that the Republic occupation will be much better for them than Maul's rule, or she believes that Maul's rule might not actually be that bad for them. He didn't seem to actually particularly care about oppressing the people of Mandalore, but that's a different point entirely. Yeah, that's not also really that touched on, but the people of Mandalore seem to actually trust Maul. They seem to rely on Maul. Like, Gar Saxon specifically went to rescue Maul. Like, Savage was dead, Maul was captured, and not going to break out. If he didn't do that, like, Maul was just going to stay dead, like, stay in prison, like, or at least as far as Gar Saxon was going to know. Like, there's no reason to free Maul if you do not trust in Maul. But the his people got him back. Like I don't know, Maul wasn't even a public figurehead of public leader of Mandalore. It's like the people wouldn't know that they've lost their leader. Just the warrior class. And well, Gar Saxon or Prime Minister Almac could have easily stepped up into the leader of them and then just taken over. But of course, but no, they went and specifically freed Maul because they trusted Maul. They liked Maul. But anyways, that's a different. That's some. It's not really touched on how Maul treated Mandalore, but it really doesn't seem like he treated them poorly. He definitely had them going more in a militaristic path, but so would Pre Vizsla and the Death Watch. So does Bo Katan, I believe, even. Uh, although it's not really touched on Bo Katan's rule. She's not really that good a ruler, if I'm being honest. Like, ignored, like, she even acknowledges that she's not a good ruler at several points throughout the show. She just is forced into being a ruler at various points because, well, she's the military leader. She knows how to fight, but that's really all she does know. And she doesn't know how to lead. And then they Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, and Bo-Katan all go up to the command bridge where uh where Bo-Katan says I think I've already been up on that there by this point, and Bo-Katan said Obi-Wan's after Bo-Katan lays out the plan, Obi-Wan says he's to get permission from the council first, to which Bo says, most influential man was destroying my people. He murdered their ruler, my sister. I thought she meant something to you. And then there's a bunch of awkward glances around the room. And then Obi-Wan looking down quietly says, she did. And then more loudly, he said, and still does. I cannot allow my feelings to cloud my judgment. Because, of course, while Obi-Wan did love Satine, he put his love aside in favor of his duty. He always did. And that's the key difference between him and Satine and Anakin and Padme. Obi-Wan and Satine put their personal feelings aside for their duty, whereas Anakin and Padme couldn't do that. They chose to love. They chose love over duty. And well, it Satine ended up dead because of it, at least in part. And well, Obi-Wan um didn't quite I don't know, Obi-Wan got tortured because over it. But yes, I don't know, they would end up better off if they'd end up together. Their life would have been very different. I'm sure of that. Obi-Wan definitely would have left the Jedi Order because, unlike Anakin, he would not have tried to push his luck and try and be both a husband and a Jedi. But yes, then after that scene, Anakin takes Ahsoka um to meet up with Rex, and as they're on their way, several I believe there were 212 clones, not even 501st, were saluting Ahsoka and saying saluting Ahsoka and Anakin going, Commander, sir. Anakin's of course a general, so that clearly means that the commander is referring to Ahsoka, which as
and as of course she's told Commander throughout this entire arc, which is just a lovely subtle callback to the movie when Rex said, in my experience, well, in my opinion, experience outranks everything, or something along those lines to Ahsoka. Which, when she tried to put a rank over him as a commander versus his captain. Um, but now clones are referring to her as commander, even though she isn't one. She's just a civilian in military terms. She's not even a Jedi. She's not anything. That has any technical form of respect. But she she's shown them loyalty throughout the Clone Wars. They respect her, and loyalty means everything to the clones. So they're with her. They're respecting her. They're still calling her by her former rank, even though she's put that aside. She's come back to help them, and she deserves their respect. And then we open the hangar bay door and see the squad or however many clones it was, all with their helmets bearing an orange front with mostly orange front because of course it is marked after Ahsoka's own face. I don't know if that's natural or if it's supposed to be like a tattooing or something, but her face markings. And I've completely lost my train of thought. But yeah. So she walked into Hangar Bay where they've got clothes, wearing her helmets, and it's clearly a sign of respect because as soon as they did the faith painting as soon as they heard she was coming back because it's because they wanted to show that they respected her, and it's really good. Like it's really nice touch. It's so well done. Like these clones have fought alongside her for probably about 3 years before she left. Some of them, and now she's come back, and they want to honor her for this one last mission to Mandalore with her. And to do that, they chose to mark their helmets the same way she to mark their helmets in honor of her, and it's glorious. This whole arc is glorious. Ah, yes. And then Rex says to Ahsoka, "Glad to have you back, Commander." To which Ahsoka responds, "Rex, thank you, but you don't have to call me Commander anymore." To which Rex responds simply, "Sure thing, Commander." Because she might not technically be a commander, but she is the commander, Rex's commander. They fought alongside each other for 3 years, where she was his commander, and she proved her value, she proved her experience, she proved her worth, she proved that she was worthy of being a commander, even if at the beginning of the Clone Wars, Rex didn't trust her at all. Like as I said, at the very beginning, Rex said, in my opinion, experience outranks everything." And now he's just willingly calling her commander without needing, without her actually being a commander. And even when she explicitly tells him, "You don't need to call me a commander," he still does because she is still his commander. Even but yeah, but yes. I was about to just keep going in circles on that. Yes, but then Obi-Wan comes bursting in as the ship's on full alert. As Obi-Wan says that Coruscant is under siege, Shaak Ti is with the Chancellor, and they need to go and help immediately. Um, and then everyone goes running to their positions to make sure that they're ready for the jump. And Ahsoka prepares. Then Ahsoka says, "Hey, you can't just leave me to go deal with Coruscant. You're and she says, I understand you that as usual you're playing politics. This is why the people have lost faith in the Jedi. I had too until I was reminded what the Order true means to people who truly need us." Which is of course a um, her pulling on her experiences with the Martez sisters because they were the people who truly needed the Jedi to be the Jedi, and what the Order was supposed to be. That whole arc was, from Ahsoka's perspective, was really about her realizing that the Jedi, maybe not in their current iteration, but the Jedi as a concept, as an ideal, are necessary for the health of the galaxy. Even the current version is corrupt and not worth not doing what it should be. The Jedi as a whole are still a necessary thing. And this is her basically just bringing that up and throwing it back in Anakin and Obi-Wan's faces. And then Anakin gives Ahsoka her new and improved light. I think that's a bit later. Then Anakin comes up with a plan to split the 501st in half, send all the characters who don't appear in Revenge of Sith, off with Ahsoka promoting Rex to a commander, which feels really underdone. Like I feel like that should be a big moment for Rex, but we don't get to see his reaction to it. He's already run off. Um, and he's just called commander a couple times throughout the arc. And then at the end of the arc, he gets demoted by Jesse on the bridge in the hangar bay, for disobeying Order 66. And that has a throwing line of, like, I never liked being a commander anyway. Which, yeah, it just feels like such a needless arc. Like, I get that they didn't really want to make it too big a deal because in Rebels, Rex goes by the title of still goes by the title of Captain Rex. But like I feel like you could either just quietly retcon that and just have him be promoted to commander and then just say, "Oh yeah, yeah, we hadn't thought this through properly. He was now supposed to be commander. Oopsie daisies." Or just not bother promoting him to commander and just send Rex off on his as the leader of the expedition. Like so, like, I dare say that a captain technically can't lead a military force, but the Republic military, like what everything rank means and what they'll require, isn't super clear. So, like, could just not mention it, no one would question it. It's just strange. That feels like it should be a much bigger deal than it is. But, yeah, as it is, it's just kind of a nothing story event. So then, of course, Ahsoka gets sent on her way with Rex, and Obi-Wan says, I killed Maul once. Best to capture him. He doesn't seem to stay dead. Yeah, well, that is true, but Obi-Wan, you don't realize who you're talking to. Ahsoka has, at this point in real world, like, at our point in real world timeline, she's died 3 times, practically. First on Mortis, then on, it, in Rebels, on Warband, was it? Was it Korban? I don't remember what that planet's called. But she got say pulled out into War Between Worlds. And finally, at the end of episode 4 of Ahsoka, she probably died. Pulling entering episode 5 of Ahsoka. Which I might talk about episode 5 of Ahsoka towards the end of this, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna leave that be for now. Yeah, but yeah, so she's done, and I yes, and then Kobe saying Maul doesn't like to stay dead. No, Sissoko doesn't like to stay dead. She just keeps coming back to life somehow. I don't know. I yeah, it's a very good line because of course Maul Obi-Wan did basically kill Maul, and then he came back to life through Night Sister magics and the power of the dark side. And well, he's back now. Best to keep him, best to capture him because if he dies, you don't know if he's actually going to stay there. And then Anakin opens the little box he's been carrying for a bit and reveals to Ahsoka her new and improved, air quotes, lightsabers. I wish they'd stayed green. Like, especially given how Anakin had said that he made them a little better, I believe his actual terms. His actual quote there. Because, like, that implies that different colored lightsabers are better than others, which I don't like. Like, those lightsabers were her lightsabers. Why did Anakin make them better? Why? Where did he? When did he get 2 spare blue lightsaber crystals for her? It's just all very strange, in my opinion. I don't quite know why you would do that, I don't know. It's just a bit off to me. And then also we see Rex has dumped off his Ahsoka helmet and put it back on his regular helmet. Because of course during the big introduction to the Ahsoka troopers, he was holding a Ahsoka helmet in his arms, but then when he comes back with at the end of this, just a brief little flash, he doesn't even say a line then. He's just wearing his regular old helmet and he continues wearing it for the rest of the arc, which it feels really wrong that he does that because, well, you know, it almost implies that he's not respecting Ahsoka. Like, why wouldn't he keep put on the Ahsoka helmet? Like, I feel like it's almost done so that we can more easily identify him because Rex's helmet is and his helmet design is fairly iconic. But like he's still got his big old pauldron thing that's unique to him, and he's still got and that's let's tell him apart. He's also the main clone who does anything that throughout the entire arc. So like I feel like they could definitely have just you know kept him as him, like kept him with the helmet, and it would have worked. And then like it also would have narratively worked because better because why wouldn't he be wearing an Ahsoka helmet? Like he respects Ahsoka as much as any of the other clones. He's fought alongside her, probably more than any of the other clones. Um, so yeah, why wouldn't he you know, be wearing the helmet? But anyways, he doesn't. He's just wearing his regular helmet throughout the arc, which I don't think I had even registered to me until Ahsoka episode 5 when I noticed Rex was just wearing his regular helmet in that. And then I went, hey, that's weird. Wasn't surely he was wearing an Ahsoka helmet throughout this arc. But then I noticed it in my rewatch today, and no, he's not. He was wearing a regular helmet for some reason. His regular helmet for some reason. I don't know why. But anyways, I am now about 35 minutes into this arc, and I haven't even reached the siege proper. Oh, this is going to take a while, isn't it? But anyways, then the siege begins as three Venators arrive out of hyperspace above Mandalore and launch an assault fleet, which consists of at least 12 LAAT gunships, 12 ATTEs, complete with their transport carrier things, and as well as several Mandalorian Gauntlet starfighters, and they just launch a massive assault down onto Mandalore. One of the biggest fleets we've seen in the show, launching an actual ground invasion. And, well, yes, and it's taking on Mandalore, one of the final battle of the Clone Wars. Not quite the final force, but it's of the actual of like the Clone Wars, but it is of the show Clone Wars. And well, um, then they get contacted by Prime Minister Almec, who tells them that they're breaking a bunch of treaties and that this means war, and that people will hate Bo-Katan. To which Bo-Katan responds something along the lines of, I don't care as long as it means removing Maul. Because Bo doesn't really care about being an enemy of the people of Mandalore. She doesn't really care about being the one who leads. She is not a leader. She's a warrior. And she'd much rather that the people of Mandalore are safe and the people of Mandalore are fine. And then rather than Maul being controlled and her being liked by the people. And then there's a nice big chase. Then their gunships near them get blown up as the Mandalorians launch a big old assault against them, and um, Ahsoka tells Rex, "I'll race you to the bottom, or race you to the platform, or something along those lines." Which I think is meant to be a nice little reference to again back to the movie, as Anakin says, "Race you to the top." Um, as they're going up the big old cliff at the as they launch their assault on Teth. And it's just a nice little reference back to that. And of course, this time Ahsoka cleanly beats out Rex as she cuts her way through the Mandalorians, fighting her way down. She saves a gunship pilot who's been trapped in his cockpit, who, of course, is thanks, Commander, as he ejects out of the way. And then she lands on the platform, and it was an iconic shot as a gunship explodes behind her, and so she's framed by an explosion. She's looking forward, about to face the Mandalorian threat, and then she starts fighting her way in and cutting her way through the Mandalorians. As Rex arrives and the rest of the Mandalorians arrive, and they start pushing back Maul's forces. And then they quickly take control of the upper levels of the city because, well, Maul orders his forces to fall down into the sewers. Um, but then they launch their assault in the Mandalorians with them, the Death Watch, launch their assault into the throne room where Almec, of course, is residing, and he's got some ceremonial Mandalorian armor. Well, at least it looks ceremonial to me. It's also a very different color to the rest of the Mandalorians, and it's got much more frills on it than regular Mandalorian armor. It feels very ceremonial. And they all get taken out in there. Albert gets tossed in prison, and he says he about Maul. He wanted you to bring the Jedi here, but you brought the wrong one because which is of course all setting up what is Maul's actual plan here. What does Maul want with the Jedi? What does Maul want with Mandalore? And well, it's not quite clear yet, but it will soon be. Oh, it will soon be. Uh, yeah, I've lost my train of thought again. I think I just covered that they broke into the throne room, beat up Albec, and then uh, he said they brought the wrong Jedi with them, and then they decide. Then Ahsoka gets a call to go into the pits, and because that is where Maul is. And she goes down there, and after a bit of a fight, they fight through the Mandalorian lines. I believe all the clones that go in with her get killed by Mandalorians, potentially Maul as well, although we don't actually see Maul taking out any of them. But then Ahsoka ends up surrounded, and Maul walks up to her and says, I was hoping for Kenobi. Why are you here? And that is how the episode ends. And I kind of wish that he said, I was hoping for Skywalker. Why are you here? Because he was hoping for, if he said, as he said, I was hoping for Kenobi, that's almost what we'd expect him to be hoping for. Because, of course, Maul, ever since the revival, has been obsessed with Kenobi and what Kenobi wants. But of course, for this arc, he's not primarily focused on Kenobi. He's primarily focused on Skywalker. And if he just said here, I was hoping for Skywalker. Why are you here? And that would have been just like that would have been, put a big old what? Why does he want Skywalker? What does he possibly want with Anakin? Out of this, out of it, and then we just and that, and then especially as it was running, then we'd have a full week to mull over what does he want with Anakin, like because with Kenobi it's fairly obvious what he probably wants with Kenobi. He wants to torture Kenobi. That's pretty much all he's been after since his revival. But this arc, he's really after Skywalker, not Kenobi. And well, I feel like that would have been a much more interesting way to end the episode by having to say, I repeat to myself, I keep going around in circles. Yes, but that is the end of episode 1. And then episode 2 begins. And it has much darker music over the Clone Wars logo than the previous episodes have had. And of course, Clone Wars logo is again red. Because, well, we're. This episode itself isn't particularly dark. Maul discusses some very dark things in it. And of course, this episode, like the future of the arc, has no introduction, no intro, but no introduction monologue or narration or any of that. It just cuts right in um after the Lucasfilm Ltd. And the Clone Wars logo, and we start with Maul saying, "Ahsoka Tano, is it? I can't say yours is a name familiar to me." To which Ahsoka responds, "Well, I know you." And then Maul says, "Yes, I imagine we have several mutual friends." Ahsoka responds, "I wouldn't put it that way." Then Maul responds, "Well, of course not. But I'm afraid your way of thinking is behind the times. I was certain Kenobi would have come himself, perhaps bringing his loyal foal. Skywalker, is it?" Which is a great way to start up this episode. And it flows quite nicely from the end of the previous episode. About, I still wish the previous episode was Skywalker, but anyways. Um, yeah. So Ahsoka says, of course, Ahsoka and Maul have literally never encountered each other, unless you count the one little hologram meeting they had in the Martez sisters arc, in which Maul didn't even see her. And that's it. Um, they Ahsoka's definitely heard a lot about Maul because she was around when Kenobi fought him the first couple times, so she would have heard Kenobi talking about, right, not the first couple times, but the first couple times during Clone Wars. And so she would have heard about Maul and what he was up to, and then of course she's been working with Bo-Katan, so she's heard about him. But Maul has no clue really who Ahsoka is at this point. And, well, he finds out who she is later, of course, but I'll get to that when I get to that. But for now, Maul doesn't really truly know who she is. He's figured out her name, probably from like the clones, Tom's chattering and talking about her, but he doesn't actually know who she is. And he imagines they have several mutual friends. He's of course referring to Obi-Wan and Bo-Katan, because, well, while sure they aren't really Maul's friends, that's just such a quaint way for Maul to put it. We have several mutual friends. Yes, Maul, I'm sure that's how every one of your mutual friends would describe your relationship with you as friends. And then Twitch Soak says, "I wouldn't put it that way." Maul says, "Of course not." Because, well, as I just said, they aren't really his friends. They're quote unquote mutual friends. But he's afraid that her way of thinking is behind the times. Because, well, Maul has, of course, sensed that the rise of Sidious is very near. He doesn't quite realize just how close it is at this point, but he knows it is close, and that is why he wanted Skywalker. But of course, we don't quite know that yet. But her way is thinking is behind the times, because the Sith are about to rise, and he needs to be friends with her and her mutual friends if they want to have a chance to stop Sidious. And that's really what he needs here. By your way of thinking is behind the times. Sure, you might not think of me as their friend, and they might not think of me as their friend. But if we do not acknowledge that we need each other and be at least temporary alliance, in a temporary alliance, we will all be subject to Sidious, and none of us want that. The Jedi, of course, and Bo-Katan really just want no Sith in charge. Maul wants to be the Sith in charge.
but neither of them wants Sidious in charge. And of course, he finishes off by saying he was certain that Kenobi would have come himself. Because, well, Kenobi would have come himself if the Republic hadn't been, if Coruscant itself had not been under siege by the Separatists at that point, as Sidious's plan is reaching its apex. And perhaps Kenobi would have brought his full Skywalker. Because Skywalker is really the one Maul wants. Maul wants to remove Skywalker from Sidious's control. Maybe bring Skywalker over to Maul's side, but more likely just end up killing him. But of course, we don't quite find out about why he wants Kenobi's loyal foe just yet. And then he says, "The moment may soon be upon us," or something along those lines, because he's thinking, as he's realizing that the only reason Shinobi and Skywalker did not come is because they had a more important thing to deal with. And the only thing more important would almost certainly be Sidious himself is about to enact his final stage of his master plan and win the Clone Wars. Yeah. And then Ahsoka talks with and Ahsoka requests that Maul surrender, to which Maul responds, I believe he said, so we can ask Kenobi why he didn't come, or that might be a bit later. But then, but of course, but then Maul responds, my surrendering will be pointless, for if I am correct, soon the Jedi and the Republic won't be the controlling interest in the galaxy. Which Ahsoka responds, well, who would be? You? Then Maul says, no, Darth Sidious. Maul clearly doesn't like saying Darth Sidious there. It's not a name he likes. Sidious has bred pain into him across the years, both before the Clone Wars and during. Sidious has killed Maul's brother. He has taken away everything Maul cared about. He has taught Maul nothing but pain. He has taught Maul that he is nothing. He has taught Maul that he is vermin. He has taught Maul that he is not but a weapon to be used by Sidious, and that Maul is weak and nothing and worthless. And Maul hates Sidious for that. Even though he is one of the most powerful force users in the galaxy, and he is an excellent lightsaber duelist. Maul could go 1v1 against almost any Jedi in the Order, if not any in the Order, and come out on top. But Sidious has trained Maul to think himself worthless, and Maul hates that. Because and deep down, Maul believes he is worthless because of Sidious. And, well, Maul really is not more than a tragic, tragic character. And this arc showcases that. Um, I'm almost more than any other, but I think that his revival episode showcases that the most, as he's just ranting and raving about all the things Sidious has trained him to be and what he was, and like that's the core of his personality. All that he was able to hold on to was that he was worthless, basically. That's what Sidious taught him, and that is what he has become. But anyways, the clones come in after Ahsoka gave them the signal, and they start shooting down the Mandalorians. And Maul does a quick little fight with Ahsoka before he runs away, and he just manages to escape. And then the clones meet up, and Ahsoka, Bo-Katan, and Rex meet up to discuss with Kenobi about everything that's happened. Obviously, they tell him that Maul has managed to escape. Kenobi says that Vi- and they tell him about Sidious, who responds that Sidious behind was what Dooku said was behind the entirety of the Clone Wars, and that he was a that but Anakin killed Dooku so that they can't get more information out of Dooku. And well, but the council finally actually believes that Sidious is real and behind it all. And now Maul is reinforcing that. And the council is, and we get that Kenobi is going off to Utapau to hunt down Grievous, and Anakin's on a special assignment to spy on Palpatine. And everything is linking in with the Revenge of the Sith, as we are seeing what finally happened, as we are seeing that this is well and truly building towards the end of Revenge of the Sith. And oh boy, does it build to the end of Revenge of the Sith. Oh, the Siege of Mandalore it gets so much better and so much more heartbreaking. Then Kenobi requests that Ahsoka supports the Council in telling Anakin to spy on Palpatine, to which Ahsoka responds that she's not the best person to do that because, well, she doesn't really believe in the Council and that they should be supporting the that she should be Anakin should be doing what they say and spy on Palpatine and all that. She believes that Palpatine is a good man. Helping he's helping the Republic, and he's helping Anakin, and that everything that she's not going to be good for helping convince Anakin that he should be doing that. And then Ahsoka gets called down to the mines again because they've been told that Maul is down there and he's been cutting up clones. And so they go down and they find out that he's taken Jesse because Maul apparently looked into Jesse's mind and took him alive. The mine's, of course, littered with clone bodies because Maul is brutal and he kills like it's nobody's business. He just cuts through clones like they're butter. And well, as we find out later in this arc, he cuts through clones like they're butter, even without a lightsaber. Maul is powerful. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yes, but but he did not kill Jesse. He took Jesse alive, and so then he takes Jesse away, and um, then he's talking with Jesse and his Mandalorians. Uh, he says clones bred for combat, all part of the plan. I believe someone says, "What plan?" The plan. The only plan that matters. Not even I was made aware of its grand design, but I played my part. And do you know what happened to me? I was cast aside, forgotten, but I survived, and I can thrive the chaos that is to come. Because, well, yes, Maul has now seen, well, not quite all of the plan yet. He doesn't quite know how Order 66 is going to work, but he knows clones are bred for this plan, for Order 66. He and that every he, and that it is almost at its end. Maul has seen it. Maul is able to try and do something to stop it or slow it, and he's needs to figure out who Ahsoka is. Um, so he sends off Garth. Actually, wait, no, Ahsoka hadn't gone down to mine yet. Yeah, no, because
Wait, what? Is Wait, did that confrontation happen before we saw the assassination scene? It must have. Yeah. So, anyways, yes. So I mixed up the exact order of things. I thought thought that this confrontation was after the Saxon tried his assassination, but my notes say it's not. So I'm going to trust my notes. Um, but anyways, yes. Um, yes, just Maul is finally figuring out. He's piecing together Sidious's plan. He knows parts of it, but he doesn't know all of it. And he's figuring out the rest as he goes. And, well, he can tell it was a glorious plan. One that was years, decades in the making. He was bringing down the Jedi with their own army, though he doesn't quite know how yet. And of course, he was cast aside. And then Maul sent off Saxon to perform his hit on Almec, and Maul. Wait, I don't, I don't know. I'm just trying to this in the order of my notes. The exact order of things is a bit confusing to me. Because when would that have been said, if not now? If we had that scene, and then there's the syndicate scene. Was the syndicate scene after this? Yeah. I don't know. Wait, is there even a fight down there? I don't remember. This is confusing to me. Because no, there's still a fight. Wait, how have I already just completely forgotten this? How this part of the art worked? Because Ahsoka goes down. I know she goes down to talk with one of the clones down there. Does she then go immediately back up without trying to deal with Maul to interrogate Almec? He might do. She might do, rather. Um, yeah, because I don't think there's a fight down there. Because of course Jesse um isn't found down there. So yeah, it must be that. That's strange. So it doesn't quite add up. Maul is intent on learning who Ahsoka is. Um, as he's interrogating um Jesse with the Force, and he says something along the lines of, you will tell me whether you want to or not." As and he just interrogates Jesse with the Force, and then they go up to Ben Ahsoka, Bo-Katan, and I believe Rex is definitely there. Go and interrogate Almec, who says, for the last few weeks, Maul has been consumed by a strange sense of dread. And that he wants Kenobi and someone else, who eventually reveals as Skywalker, to come. But bef- but Amit doesn't really fully know what Maul's plan is, because Maul doesn't need Almec to know. Almec's just the leader of the Mandalorian people. He doesn't need to know what Maul's planning on doing. So Maul, so then Saxon orders his hit on Saxon completes his hit on Almec and runs away as Bo-Katan chases after him. She 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 it's a fairly even fight, but Saxon eventually manages to get the upper hand and send Bo down underneath an elevator shaft, making use of his flamethrower, and the elevator fight. It's a very cool fight. Great use of the scenery to make it more dynamic, and the elevators were playing a key part of it. It's a great fight. And Bo eventually, so she gets trapped in the elevator. She uses her jetpack, which shorts out as she falls down and sats down there. And Saxon manages to make his escape while she's falling and barely survives at the bottom. And then this is where we get the scene where Maul is talking to the Pikes, the Black Sun, and Crimson Dawn leaders, and it's yeah, this just it makes me question, like, from the Dark Disciple novel, that the Pikes and the Black Sun were fighting each other. They're very quickly back being, well, buddies is probably the wrong word, but buddies with each other under Maul's control here. Like, it just feels strange that they'd be fighting there. I feel like Maul would keep a tighter leash on them. He wants them to be rivals, and so they fight to be better and have more rights. But he doesn't want them actually fighting and weakening each other. Because that's kind of the opposite of the point of them being rivals for him. And he says to his Mandalorians that at the time I thought Dooku was an old fool, referring back to when he was freed by Gar Saxon and at the time I thought Dooku was an old fool, but now I see he and I are the same. One step behind, the dark side has never been stronger. Soon the galaxy will be remade, and in the chaos we must seize what power we can, which is effectively Maul's plan at this point, especially when he could get access to Skywalker, try and thwart Sidious. But what he needs to do is lay as low as possible as the galaxy transforms into the Empire, take control of the crime syndicates, take control of whatever he can, and latch onto it and hold strong. As he tells the syndicate to go into hiding, and he promises the Mandalorians that if they die, they will die on the field of battle. Glorious deaths in the name of Mandalore. And then they go to the surface, and we see the Republic has occupied Mandalore. He has a police force. They've got a bunch of people under arrest. I believe it was only Mandalorians, not any actual civilians that were shown, but there might have been some civilians. But yes, we see that the Republic is the one who's really in charge here, not Bo-Katan, at least for now. And then they go into Maul's throne room. But maybe Bo-Katan, Ahsoka, and the Rex. And there they see Maul on his throne with Jesse locked up beside him. And Bo-Katan rushes at Maul, shooting blasters, which Maul deflects with the Force. And Maul says, "My lady, is that any way for you to treat your rightful ruler?" Just a delightful little line there. Maul's pushing at all of Bo's buttons, and he knows it. He knows that Bo will never support him, so he doesn't care about her. He just wants to push her buttons and make her angry for when she goes and fights off against his people. Because that might imbalance her and result in her being killed. And then Maul lets Jesse go. And he tells Ahsoka and Rex that he told that Maul figured out everything, and so then Ahsoka tells Rex to take Jesse out of there. Bo gets distracted by the big old battle storming outside, and she rushes off to help. And then Maul is left alone in the room with Ahsoka, and he says that she was motivated to leave by the hypocrisy of the Jedi Council. After she said that she chose to leave the Jedi Order, which she technically did. And Maul's pointing out that she chose to leave because she believed the Jedi were not what they should be, and that he can help her restore them. He obviously doesn't really want to help her restore them, but he wants to help, but he does want Ahsoka's help. And Ahsoka will need his help if she wants to destroy the Sith. And then Ahsoka says something like, we need, I will bring you to justice. To which Maul replies, justice is merely the construct of the current power base. And he says that Sidious is behind everything. And then Ahsoka says, you must help us you must help me before it is too late. To which Maul responds, too late for what? The Republic to fall? It already has. You just can't see it. There is no justice, no law, no order, except the one that will replace it. Because Maul knows that Sidious has at this point effectively won, and there's no reason in trying to fight it for now. You must merely try and rebuild from the ashes that Sidious's wake will leave behind. And Maul also implies that he believes Ahsoka and he will be able to beat Sidious, which I don't think they can, but Maul thinks they can, which is a bit strange. Because, like I said, Maul thinks that Sidious trained Maul to think that he's worthless. So you'd think that Maul would think lesser of himself, and Ahsoka, while powerful, is nowhere not going to be anywhere near powerful enough to help him take out Sidious. Yeah, maybe he's thinking with extra training they'll be able to take out Sidious, not do it immediately. But yes. And then he says, every choice that you have made has led you to this moment. Which is a very iconic line, in my opinion. And then we see a little bit of a battle going on outside, and then the glass shatters around them and makes the scene even more iconic. As I wish that there wasn't the battle scene in between them, and it just after Maul said that there's a brief pause, and then we have the slow motion glass shattering around them, and then Ahsoka almost joins with Maul. She almost decides to fight with him, not against him. I feel. She asks, Why is Anakin important?" And Maul responds, "Anakin is the key to everything. He's been groomed to be Sidious's." Oh, actually, no, that's not part of the quote. Um, he goes on to say, um, Anakin has been groomed to be Sidious's apprentice for many years, and that Maul used the siege to a Mandalore to try and get Ahsoka, or not get Ahsoka, to get Kenobi to bring Maul, to bring to get Kenobi to bring Anakin here, so that Maul could kill Anakin, so that Maul could deprive Sidious of his most important lieutenant in the war in the Empire to come, so that Maul would stand a better chance of resisting against Sidious and his might. I've lost my train of thought again. I think I just finished the bit where Maul was telling Ahsoka all about Anakin being the key to Sidious's plan, and then he to which Ahsoka responds, I know, Anakin, your vision is flawed. Because Maul made what was probably his dumbest decision all arc by implying that Anakin was evil or going to turn evil. And that pushed Ahsoka away entirely because she could not believe that at this point. And I don't think she even realizes that that is what happened all the way until Rebels, where she encounters Anakin as Vader on Torband or Morband or whatever that planet was called. And she almost dies there. Or she does die, depending on quite exactly what happened there. She gets sucked into between worlds by Ezra. But yeah, so then Ahsoka refuses to believe that Anakin is evil, and then Mandalorians start to surrender without Maul's support as they start losing the fight, especially once the Death Watch come in and help out the clones, and they start getting pushed back and start surrendering. But then, as this is going on, we get what might well be the greatest lightsaber duel ever. Certainly the best lightsaber duel in animation. But there are very few lightsaber duels that I would place above this one at all. Like, I'm trying to think. There's Anakin versus Obi-Wan at the end of Revenge of the Sith, and Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon versus Maul at the end of Phantom Menace. And those are the only two I can really think I'd even consider putting above this one. The Sidious versus Yoda duel is also very good, so that might come up above it, but I don't think it would. Mm. Yeah, I think it's those three. I think there may be more recently. That um no, nothing I can think of that would possibly come to that point. Because yeah, and I think that this duel takes advantage of the fact that it's both animation and done with motion capture because they, of course, got Ray Park in to motion capture Darth Maul's movements for this fight, and I assume, pretty sure they had someone motion capture Ahsoka's movements as well. And so by being motion capture, it's all very realistic and it's not a realistic pace of it, but because it's animation, they can send it over the top, make the movements more exaggerated, and it takes the best of both worlds and makes it just so perfectly done from start to finish. As yes, this is just an amazing lightsaber duel, and there's a very duel of the face adjacent music in the background underneath the whole fight, and it's just a great duel. And then Ahsoka manages to beat Maul, but not through actually being better at fighting than him, but by using his own moves against him. And she jumps over him, much like Obi Wan did in Phantom Menace, and he overswings and falls off the edge, and he gets captured by the clones. And he says, um, and Maul says during the fight, "We could have destroyed Sidious," to which Ahsoka responds, "Only for you to take his place." Because, well, that is exactly what Maul wants. He wants to take over from Sidious. He does not want to remove Sidious or remove everything Sidious stands for. He wants to become Sidious. Yes. And then, as Maul is tied up, wrapped up all by the clothes, he reveals he would much rather die than become Sidious's prisoner once more. Because he's been Sidious's prisoner before. It is not nice. He does not want to be that again. And that is where episode 2 leaves us. Siege of Mandalore is resolved 2 episodes into this arc. And, well, it does not come back. So what could possibly conclude this arc? We're halfway done. We've already finished with its namesake. Well, now, there is something more to come. Oh, yes, there is. There is, of course, Order 66. The thing Maul has been fearing this entire arc is about to come to fruition. As we are about to see it take um full brunt of the republic of the blah 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 blah. The thing that Maul has been worried about this entire arc is about to come to fruition, and we're about to see Order 66 take its full wrath. Well, not really its full wrath, because of course the only two targets of it actually survive, but eh, Order 66 just isn't what it used to be. That's something I need to talk about later. And it's definitely not the Clone Wars' fault. It's every single piece of Star Wars media post Revenge of the Sith just stacking on top of each other. Seriously, can someone tell me a single piece of media, anything? It could be a deleted scene from a show, from some show. It could be a live action show. It could be a animated show. It could be a book. Could be a comic book. It could be literally anything that's actually canon. Um, where that has an Order 66 scene that does not involve any Jedi surviving. There could be a second Order 66 scene in the same piece of media that involves Jedi surviving, but it has to be a wholly separate scene. So, like, for example, Sword Bad Batch has Caleb Dune surviving and his master dying. Same scene, so Caleb surviving means that doesn't count. Is there a single piece of media out there post Revenge of the Sith that has a single Order 66 scene that does not include every single Jedi there dying? Because I don't think there is. And quite frankly, that's just bizarre. Like, whatever. That's not for this video. This video is already over bloated without me rambling on about that. But I'll talk about that later. Um, or by later I mean in a separate video at some point, maybe. But now we are still on Mandalore, and it is just after we've captured Maul. And I and it starts with Bo-Katan telling Ahsoka that she wishes she was good at something other than war. Because, well, quite frankly, that is Bo-Katan's legacy. It's a legacy of war. She constantly fails to actually lead her people in time at anything that is not war. She manages to take back Mandalore here. She manages to take back Mandalore from the Empire. She manages to take back Mandalore from Gideon, but she's never managed to actually hold Mandalore for more than a few minutes because she's not capable of ruling in times of peace. Something always will come up that she's not prepared to deal with, and she'll be completely unseated from her power. And then we get then they go off to the council meeting that was actually the end of one of the council meetings for Revenge of the Sith, where not Dooku, Windu and Yoda discuss arresting Palpatine, and we catch the tail end of that as Ahsoka comes in, and Ahsoka says to Sven that she did her duty as a citizen. To which Yoda, I believe, yeah, Yoda responds, "Not as a Jedi." To which Ahsoka responds, "No, not yet," which implies that she's open to saying to rejoining the Jedi, presumably if they improve who they are. But as the Jedi currently are, Ahsoka will not join them. But she's open to joining them in the future, potentially. As she said, not yet. Well, of course, the Jedi get wiped out within within the next 20 minutes of episode time. But yeah, so she doesn't really get a chance to rejoin the Jedi, but she is apparently open to rejoining. And Yoda sent then after all the others leave, Yoda senses that Ahsoka has more to say, and Ahsoka says, "No, I'm good, everything's fine." And Rex says, "You didn't tell them about what Maul said about Anakin?" Because, well, that feels like a fairly important thing to say, because Maul did basically spill the entire beans on Anakin being Sidious's quietly groomed apprentice during their fight, and while sure she wants to tell it directly to Anakin first, the Council probably needs to know. Though Ahsoka's probably worried they're just sort of completely abandoned Anakin like they abandoned her, which would in fairness just push him right more towards Sidious. But well, now that is for the that never comes to pass.
as of course Order 66 is executed well before Ahsoka should ever talk to Anakin. And then we get a brilliantly tense scene as Maul is contained within the last Jedi cage, uh, or as Bo-Katan calls it, a cage for force-wielding maniacs, I believe. And it's the last one because Satine ordered the destruction of all of them, and this is the only one that managed to survive. Remember, this is the only cage. While they don't nail that in, it does. This is the only nails it in for us as a viewer. Probably saying it once. And then the entire rest of the scenes until Maul is contained within the brig are focusing either on Maul or from Maul's perspective. And it is so brilliantly tense. Even having rewatched it many times, it's still so tense. And I know Maul's never going to break out. But it's so brilliantly done that I'm still somewhat worried that he's going to break out. The scene is so well constructed that even on repeat viewings, it still has tension, even though you know that there's nothing to actually have tension about because nothing bad happens. It is so well done. I love this scene. Then, after Maul's been safely contained within the brig, Ahsoka and Rex are having a conversation on the bridge where Ahsoka says to Rex something about the war coming to an end, and Rex says, um, gives us clones all a mixed feeling about the war. Many people wish it never happened, but without us clones would never exist. To which Ahsoka responds, perhaps some good has come from it. The public couldn't ask for better soldiers, nor I a better friend. Um, yeah, I've lost my train of thought again. I was talking about the Rex Ahsoka scene, where Rex and Ahsoka are talking about the end of the war. I think I finished the line as Ahsoka says, "Well, then perhaps some good has come from the Republic could ask for better soldiers, nor I a better friend," which is really it's a great touching moment as the two of them have truly become good friends over the 3 years of the war, and it it we can and you can see that throughout the show. And Ahsoka's saying, "Hey Rex, while this war might have been bad as a whole, like you are not bad, even though without the war you wouldn't exist. You might be an intrinsic part of this war, but that does not mean you are bad like the war was." Ahsoka also earlier in this conversation, which I didn't mark down because I wrote my notes before the episode 5 of the Ahsoka show. But anyway, so before this, Ahsoka says the Jedi are trained to be peacekeepers, but ever since I've been a Padawan, all my all I've ever done was be a soldier or something along those lines. Which feels like it hits the same beats as the Ahsoka episode 5 does, but so much better than that. The Ahsoka episode 5 spends a lot of time trying to make you think that Ahsoka is a like has been traumatized by being a child soldier, which in fairness she probably has been. She was a child soldier, but it just feels like it didn't do a very good job of it, in my opinion. Like the Clone Wars, which admittedly had a lot more time to do it in, but the Clone Wars just did that so much better and so much subtler than the episode 5 of Ahsoka did, and among with other problems I have with that episode. But anyways, that's really for another time. Yeah, I do want, I kind of want to make a whole video about the Ahsoka show, which I might release around Christmas time. I'm not sure. If I do make one, it'll probably be around Christmas time. Otherwise, I'll probably wait until the whole Mandoverse saga's over and talk about it as a whole in retrospect. But yeah. Anyways, that's for the future. Yes. For now. So then
Rex goes to receive a briefing, which later gets revealed to be something special. As Ahsoka and Maul both start seeing Force visions of Sidious versus Mace Windu and Anakin killing Mace. We only hear the sounds of it, and I believe the audio is ripped straight from episode 3 at because the credits even credit Mace Samuel L. Jackson and Hayden Christensen. Don't know why I forgot his name. As being their voices for the Force. For the Force, what did it call it? Force Vision scenes. Though did I believe also credit Matt Lanter as being Anakin for the Force Vision scene, which is a bit strange. Don't remember him like any scenes that would have required him to have said anything there. But anyways, yes. So Anakin did his whole thing there, and we hear that, and then we pull over to Rex, who's receiving a big old hologram of Palpatine in his hood, and then we hear the three most fateful words in the Star Wars history: execute Order 66. And then, as Ahsoka comes to tell Rex about the vision she heard about, Rex and the clones turn on her, and Rex requests that that he's the one who gets to kill Ahsoka. And but we can see he's shaking because he knew about the chips, so he was slightly able to resist it, and he had a very deep and meaningful connection with Ahsoka, so he's able to resist the chips. The chips are not perfect, and this is such a glorious scene. It's great. This entire arc is great. I've been saying this. There's so many great scenes because there are. This arc is perfection, and Rex is shaking about to kill the commander who he loves. Um, as a, but he's got the compulsion, the mind control, forcing him to do it, and then they turn on Ahsoka, and Rex opens fire after telling Ahsoka to find fives. And then Ahsoka goes, she pushes over Rex and the clothes, and uses her tales of the Jedi training to deflect all their blast bolts, survive clothes, cut a hole in the ceiling, and jump up. By Tales of Jedi training, I mean the training we saw her receive in Tales of the Jedi show. Uh, Not anything else that might make more sense to the way I phrased it. But no, that is what I meant. Yes, and then um, actually, wait, it might not have been. But no, because yeah, I don't know. That's completely irrelevant to what I'm talking about. I'm just thinking about other things. So Ahsoka manages to escape up into her little hidey hole, and there's so many 501st clones wearing helmets with Ahsoka's markings on them throughout this entire Order 66 mini arc. And it's just heartbreaking. I love it. It is so well done. Like, these clones are specifically wearing helmets to honor Ahsoka, and they are turning on her as if she as if they didn't know who she was and she was a random person who they needed to kill. And it is horrifying, as Order 66 should be. And while obviously this being the only Order 66 in the entire show, I would have liked others where Jedi died. They just didn't have time for that. Um, but yes, Order 66. And that, just them wearing those helmets, honoring Ahsoka as they try and gun her down without care in the world, is so brilliant and completely justifies the existence of the chips, in my opinion. I mean, I already think they were completely justified,
by just the entire nature of the Clone Wars. But uh, if you did not, I don't see how you still couldn't think they were completely justified at this point. Like you could not create the Siege of Mandalore these last two episodes without the chips. It would not have worked. And these last two episodes are so damn right, what's the word? I don't know. They're so damn full with emotion, and it's entirely there because these clones don't care who Ahsoka is anymore, despite the fact they clearly, like less than 20 minutes ago, probably cared about Ahsoka, loved Ahsoka so much that they had painted their helmets orange with her face markings to honor her, and now they are turning on her. And it is so brilliantly done. I love this arc. It is perfection. And I don't see how you could possibly argue against the existence of the chips anymore. It it is so marvelous, and I love this art, and it's perfectly done. Yes, Siege of Mandalore is great, and I love it so much. Um, and then Rex tells all the clones to hunt down both Ahsoka and execute Maul, as they have been given special orders by the Supreme Chancellor Palpatine's Darth Sidious himself to hunt down and kill both of them. Even though neither of them are technically Jedi, Sidious wants both of them removed from the board. They're both. Maul has long outlived, or it's not long, but Maul has outlived his usefulness now that Townsend is dead, and Ahsoka is never anything more than a thorn in Palpatine's side. She might be able to turn Anakin back. She's not able to, but she obviously, as we find out in Rebels, only she's not capable of doing that. But Sidious does not know that. Anakin had a deep connection with her. She might be able to redeem Anakin, and Palpatine cannot allow her to live because of that fear. But then, shortly before Maul gets executed, Ahsoka comes in and kills her, or not kills her, and takes out both of his assailants, and um, and so she frees Maul, who is very surprised that she's alive because he had sensed Order 66 going off across the galaxy as we had seen earlier, and he did not expect her to have survived it. And then, as Ahsoka tells him that that the clones had all turned on the that the clones had turned on her, and as if they didn't know who she was. Maul responds, "Brilliant, brilliant. I was not privy to my master's plan, but now I see it. He turned the Jedi's own army against them. Maul has realized what Sidious, his whole plan was about. Sidious he used the clones, he had some sort of mind control, used them to build up his power base, and then, once the Jedi had outlived their usefulness, Sidious turned on them and ordered their mass extermination at the hands of the clones, because they were no longer useful to him. And Maul has finally realized the full extent of Sidious's grand plan. And it is well, it is what it is, and Maul knows all at this point. And he realizes that no one at all could have possibly foreseen this except for Sidious, because Sidious is the only one capable of noticing and plotting something so devious, so intricate, so long form that this could have succeeded. Um, but then, of course, Then he gets sent off by Ahsoka without any sort of weaponry because he is just a distraction. Ahsoka is not rooting for him. She wants him to die, but also wants him to take away from the clone troopers going after her so she can free Rex. And so she runs off to go get some astromechs, including, I believe, well, I know it's R7, which is, I believe, Ahsoka's astromech from back when she was a Jedi. R7 barely appeared in the show, but they did appear a couple times, and I believe that that is the same astromech that appeared here. And then there's a couple other members of the droid squad that she forms, including a droid named Sheep, who is much like Chopper in both looks, although he's well, Cheap has a rounded head. But Cheap has the little antenna thing sticking out his top, and Cheap talks in much the same way in the Cheeps and Chops in the same way that Chopper does, opposed to the beeps and bloops that Astromechs do. And which I just think is a nice little touch, nice little reference to Chopper without actually having to actually make that Chopper, which would have felt really forced. But yeah, it's a nice little reference. Those droids existed around this time. Oh yeah, Cheap also has the arm, same as Chopper does. And yeah, it's just a nice reference, and I quite like it. And then Ahsoka goes looking into fives with the help of her droid squad, and she finds out about the chips. And so she starts to figure out how she can get to Rex. But first, we cut to Maul, who starts cutting his way through the clone troopers with quite literally no weapons at all. He's just using the force and the hulls of the ship around him as he's ripping them out, using them as shields, using them as throwing weapons, and he's just marching through the clones. I've lost my train of thought again. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have done this while I was sick. I keep pausing it to blow my nose and whatnot. So I keep forgetting where I'm at. But I was talking about Maul wrecking shop down the corridor, and well, he does a very good job down there as he just cuts his way through the clones. He uses the force, and then as the clones are running away from him, they close the blast doors on him. But he manages to force one halfway through, puts so it's just the arms in the door, and it gets cut off, and which is very brutal. And then Maul takes the clothes, wrist or what? I wasn't sure if this is part of the arm called forearm. Probably forearm. That sounds about right. He takes his forearm armor bit, which has the communicator built in, and wears it so that he can hear what clones are up to, and he can build his plan around that as he wants to escape. He does not want to be Ahsoka, just be Ahsoka's little distraction. He wants to survive. But he's going to make his way towards the hyperdrive because Maul has plans. That's for the next episode. In this episode, Maul start. So then Maul's done for this episode. But then Ahsoka finds Rex and she traps him with some blast doors with the help of her droids, and then she gets her droids to knock him out, and then they drag him to the actually they carry him to the medical bay where they find the um find the what on earth is it called? Find the chip within it, and they were to find the chip within him, and then while the initial scans don't work, eventually Ahsoka uses the Force to help find him and starts chanting, "I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me." And Rex starts chanting it along with her. And I believe this line first originated in Rogue One. I'm actually going to double check that. Yeah, it did originate in Rogue One, although apparently the actual like that's supposedly the Guardian's mantra, which is which has been built around this, is in full. The Force is with me, and I am one with the Force, and I fear nothing, because all is as the Force wills it. which um it's a lot weaker, the full thing. And I don't know why they even changed the order of the two lines. Because it instead of being I am one with the force and the force is with me, it's the force is with me and I'm one with the force in the mantra, and then carries on, which is just so much worse. Like, why would you extend it? Like, those two lines, I am one with the force and the force is with me, is such a good collection of lines. Who on earth would think that it's better to expand it into the full thing, which I don't believe ever appeared in Rogue One. It might have appeared in Fallen Rogue One, but I don't believe it did. And whoever, like, that is one of the best moments that things like little. It's one of the best things that Disney Star Wars has added to the Star Wars galaxy. At least if you like exclude big cool moments and stuff. Like it's just such a small thing, but it's so good and well constructed. Like just the original two lines. Why would you change it? Why would you expand it? Like those two lines on repeat is the Guardian's mantra. The full thing isn't even a very good mantra because it's too long and it's unwieldy. The force is with me, and I am one with the force. I fear nothing because all is as the force wills it. The force is with me, and I am one with the force, and I fear nothing because all is as the force wills it. That just doesn't flow. Who on earth would think that it's a good idea to expand it like that? And, change the first two lines as well. Like, that was such a great line. I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me. I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me. I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me. It, I was planning on just really congratulating Rogue One here for introducing such a great line that it perfectly encapsulates what the purpose of the Jedi is, like, or should be, rather. They are one with the Force, and the Force is with them. That's how the Jedi should work. They should be one with the Force. They should be listening to the Force's will, doing what the Force wants, working with it to do what it needs. But like then adding the and I fear nothing because all is as the Force wills it just makes the whole thing worse and ruins the brilliantly constructed flow of it. Like, who would do this? I was originally, as I think I said, I was originally just going to go on about how brilliant Rogue One was at doing this, but then apparently no. It's also apparently a thing about from the Temple Guardians of Jeddah City on Jeddah, and not a Jedi mantra that they picked up as being Kyber Crystal Guardians of that temple from the Jedi, but which also makes it worse. Why on earth would you change it? And why on earth would you make it like that? Like, no, it's so much worse now. Why? Bad. Bad Disney. Bad. I was actually going to praise you for once. And then you went ahead and did this. Hell, Disney. This was so well done. And then you broke it. Why did you break it? That was so stupid. Don't get it. I'm confused. Why? It's apparently appeared a lot in the High Republic era. Yeah, of course, I have not read any of those books, but yeah, there's a lot of them, and apparently a lot of them mentioned High Republic 5. Is this a comic book or something? Yeah, it's a comic book. Publisher, yeah, that's a comic book. That's why it's just High Republic 5 is probably the fifth High Republic novel comic Marvel released or Marvel released. Anyways, we're done with that rant. I wasn't expecting to go on. Yes. So then Ahsoka does a chant and they find where the chip is within Rex's head. And so they send Rex in to get it removed. As the clones break in and Ahsoka Fit is fighting them back using the Force to try and keep them alive. And but deflecting their bolts to try and keep her alive, Rex alive. And then we see Rex wakes up. He grabs his pistol and he shoots at the clothes because the chip has been removed, and now then the door manages to shut, and they are safe for now. And that and like even though like surely he's not going to shoot Ahsoka, but we don't know that yet. Like, it's again so well constructed. It's a nice little bit of tension. This one doesn't work so well on rewatch because, well, obviously, even the first time, it's fairly obvious that he's not going to shoot Ahsoka, but it's still very good and well done. Just like, is he going to get it in time? Shoot them in time? Even like, it's still good and well done. It, it's a great scene. And then Ahsoka asks, "How widespread is this?" To which Ahsoka says, "It's," or to which Rex says, "Ahsoka, it's all of us. The entire Grand Army of the Republic has been ordered to hunt down and destroy the Jedi Knights." Dun 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 dun. And that's how you end an episode. That was the end of episode 3. What an episode. Order 66 is executed on the on the Jedi, and specifically Ahsoka and Maul. And now we're about to roll into the final episode of the arc as we get it to episode 4, Victory and Death. And episode 4 begins as clones start cutting their way back through the door into the med bay. As and then uh, Rex says then Ahsoka tells Rex to turn his blasters to stun, even though, as Rex says, the clones that they're fighting will show no such mercy. But then the clones shut down the door and they get blasted out. And then they start blasting in. Ahsoka deflects the blast. Rex stuns them all, and they win that first little confrontation, and then they start making their way towards the hangars. Well, others are making their way towards the hangars as well. But first, they have a little conversation as Rex tells Ahsoka that, "Did you hear that Maul is out?" Ahsoka says, "Yeah, I set him out. I set him free as a distraction." To which Rex responds simply, "That's one word for it." I believe he was shaking his head. Like, why the hell would you let Maul free of the clones? He's just going to wipe them. That he stands no. We stand no chance against him. Quite frankly, Rex is right. Setting Maul free as a distraction was kind of a mistake. Although at the same time, if he hadn't been there cutting down the clones, causing a big old distraction, Ahsoka might have failed. So who's to say if Ahsoka was in the right to do what she did? And well, in the end, everyone dies. But in fairness, everyone only dies because of Maul. Because Maul goes into the hyperdrive room and does what might well be the single most impressive display of force power in the entire show, and possibly the most impressive display of force power outside of the sequel trilogy, at least in visual media, because he starts ripping down the entire hyperdrive core with naught but the force, and he starts tearing it down, wreaking havoc on the entire place with, with nothing but the force, not trying to blow anything up, just trying to pull it down. And well, it works like a charm. He just destroys the hyperdrive, which wrecks the engines, and the ship comes out of hyperdrive conveniently near a moon. What are the odds of that? But the clones on the bridge had no control of where they ended up, but they just came out of hyperspace near a moon, which they got sucked into the gravity well of. Which, I don't know if that worked out well for anyone. Probably not, but it is what happened. Then they managed to, then they managed to fight. Then they fight their way to. Then Ahsoka and Rex fight their way to the little command center for the hangar bay, and Rex sees that they've shut up all the blast shielding and the doors, everything. And Rex says, "If they weren't trying to kill us, I'd be proud." because, well, they're doing a good job. They're doing what they should do in the event of a security breach on a Venator. You shut everything down, you make sure you contain the threat, and then you deal with it. Yes. And then they open the blast doors and see that there's only one ship there, and that Jesse and his army of clones, several of which are still wearing their Ahsoka helmets, walk out into the middle of the hangar and prepare to confront them. And then Rex starts crying because his men are willing to die if it means killing Rex and Ahsoka. And that is just quite frankly sad. They are not themselves anymore. They have been mind controlled. The chips and Order 66 have taken over their brains. They are not who they were, and that is quite frankly depressing. Especially if you're Rex, who was for a brief while just like them. And that is the true tragedy of the clones. They are they were bred and built to be nothing more than the tools of someone else's war. And well, Rex is just brought to tears at that thought, and he does not want to have to kill them, and he does not want them to want to kill him. And yes, again, if you think that the chips were a bad inclusion in Star Wars, I question if you've actually seen the Clone Wars because they are such an integral part of how Order 66 is done now. And if they were not, Clone Wars would not function as a show. These clones would have been so happy with the Jedi. They were working alongside them. They were friends with the Jedi. And then you're telling me that they turned on them without a second thought? No, of course there was mind control involved. Of course there was. How couldn't there be? But chips are an essential part of this whole journey. And quite frankly, I'd have it no other way. The chips are a genius decision. I don't even know if they're still that maligned in the fandom, but I know that there have been people in the past, especially before season 7 came out, that did not like the inclusion of chips. They thought it took away from the horror, but no, I completely disagree. It adds to the horror. The Clone Wars would be so much weaker a show without the chips because they'd have to make clones not proper characters. Because if they became proper characters, they'd have to care about the Jedi almost, or you'd have to have them be sneakily behind the Jedi's back, going, he, just wait till Order 66 comes out, then we'll wipe him, which both of which would have just made the show so much worse. I feel, and well, they so both of those that just means that the chips had to be introduced to make clones actual characters, and then it just makes the horror of Order 66 so much bigger as a clone army who get turned on their friends and start to execute them. It is so gloriously done. I love this art. I love the chips. Everything about it is glorious. And then, um, and then, but as Vex is crying, Ahsoka tells him, they may be willing to die, but I am not going to be the one to kill them. Because Ahsoka does not want to kill her friends. Even if they're mind controlled, no matter what, even if they're going to die no matter what, she will not kill them. They are her friends, and she is principled like that. She will go down doing whatever she can to not be the one to kill them. And well, she comes up with a plan to try and get through them. She gets her droid squad to go activate the little lift things that will take them to the lower hangar bay, and she and Rex go walk up in front of them, and Rex pretending to have captured her, and then Rex just basically tries to filibuster for clones about are they sure that they should be killing Ahsoka or not? even though, as Rex said, they've been given special orders from Darth Sidious to execute Ahsoka. And then Rex or Jesse strips Rex of his rank and orders his execution for disobeying Order 66. And Rex says, whatever. I never liked being a commander much anyway. Which, it's just so, such a nothing plot line, him becoming a commander. Like, they could have done something with that. Like, but they just didn't. Like, why not? Like, Anakin made him a commander. It's pretty much the last thing Anakin did for Rex, was promote him to commander. The despite the fact that Rex has been spent the entire Clone Wars as a captain, Anakin showed that he trusted Rex enough to make him a commander, and then Rex just said, I don't care about that. Being a commander is boring and stupid. And Jesse said, I'm not a command. He stripped me of my rank, so I guess I'm not a commander anymore. I'll just go by captain for the rest of time. Like, it's just either just don't make a commander in the first place, or just quietly retcon rebels to make him a commander there. Like, it, no one would care. Like, I don't know. It's just, or just I don't know how they could have made an actual plot point in this to making him a commander. But I feel like at the bare minimum, Anakin should have told Rex he's a commander. We could have seen Rex's reaction to it because we don't, and I just don't understand why. But yes. Then as they drop the clothes down, then they drop the clothes down into the lower hangar bay, or at least most of them. Then Ahsoka uses the Force to push down most of the rest down, and then Rex starts blasting with his stun blasters to stun the rest that are on top. Meaning that most of the clothes are now down below, very few are conscious on top. And then Rex and Ahsoka start moving towards the shuttle that's there. But Maul appears and he's running faster than them, he's ahead of them. And as Ahsoka's about to catch him, Maul uses the Force to push her back into the pit, meaning that the droids then have to go and save Ahsoka, and Maul starts to pull off in the shuttle and escape. And then um, Rex and the droids manage to pull Ahsoka back up, and then more clones come in from the top floor, and I believe the clones manage to figure out how to pull themselves up from down below. So there's a bunch of clones back on top. It's all nice and tense. Oh no, are they going to escape? I mean, of course they are, but shush. Um, and then R7 gets shot as Ahsoka's trying to pull back Maul's ship that he's escaping, but Rex is being overwhelmed. So Ahsoka lets Maul go so that she can defend Rex. And then they jump. Then she cuts the hole in the floor beneath them, so they fall down to the lower floor. And then there's still a bunch of clones down here. So the droids then shove the clones back up, and they get sent flying. And then Ahsoka and Rex run off towards the only functioning shuttle on the ship, which is just a Y-wing bomber. And the clones destroy the last two droids, and then they activate the panel, sending the droid so they can head back down. And they're hunting after Rex. And then they're shooting him down. Rex manages to escape, get into the Y-wing. Ahsoka, with the help of Ahsoka, then Ahsoka jumps after him, but Rex's shuttle gets detached as the ship's exploding and shuddering and everything. So he falls down. Ahsoka falls without reaching him. And then there's a nice long tense scene as Ahsoka tries to run through the air and on the exploding Venator to try and get on to Rex's Star Y-Wing. And she eventually manages to get on there and gets on board. And then they manage to fly off to safety. And the Venator crashes, and no clones survive. Not a single clone. And Ahsoka takes the time to bury, well, not all of them. I feel like it's meant to be all of them. She buries a bunch of them in the dirt, and then plants their rifles in the ground and puts their helmets on top of their rifles. And we see Jesse's helmet and a bunch of Ahsoka Trooper helmets lining the ground around them. And the last scene of Ahsoka is her
staring mournfully at the clone trooper helmets. And then they go off back into the Y Wing and take off. Interestingly, there is what appears to be the wreckage of R7 sitting next to the starfighter they take off in. I don't believe R7 ever appears later. R7 Star Wars, R7 AT. 1 second. Yeah, so apparently R7 does get rebuilt and handed off to the Martez sisters. Um, yeah, which is a nice little touch because obviously Ahsoka's in team with them, and I forget quite what the Martez sisters end up doing in uh the Bad Batch, but but R7 apparently appears in well, I assume it's that episode, given what Wikipedia says about R7. But I don't remember R7 appearing there, but apparently he does. So yeah, R7 gets recovered and repaired and handed off to the Martez sisters for 1 episode, which is a nice little touch. I like it. Um, yes, but anyways, then Ahsoka, we see the last Ahsoka's last scene is, of course, as I said earlier, her staring mournfully over the graves of the clones, and she's wearing her grey cloak. She has now become Ahsoka the Grey, and but that is, of course, not the last shot of the show. The last scene of the show is Vader, coming up to coming up to the same graveyard where he finds Ahsoka's lightsaber, sees I believe only one or two clone helmets are actually still above the snow line. Weird that Ahsoka's lightsabers are, but whatever. And he sees the bird of the daughter, the condor, or whatever those birds are called that occasionally accompany Ahsoka. What's that bird actually called? Yeah, so I call it the daughter's bird, but it really doesn't appear that often. It appears in this episode, and this episode is the only episode of the Clone Wars it appears. It does not appear in uh the uh Mortis arc. Then it appears in the Mystery of Chopper Base, which is its first appearance, and Twilight of the Apprentice, which is the episode where Ahsoka dies. Well, quote dies in Rebels. And yeah, so it appears twice in Rebels while she's alive, and then it appears in the Wolves and a Door, which is, I believe, the episode where Ezra finds the world between worlds, and it's depicted. Wikipedia only says depicted on a mural, so that would be when it's just depicted on a mural, so it doesn't actually appear in that. But that's when we connect it with the daughter, and then it's identified as Morai in the World Between Worlds episode, presumably by Ahsoka. Um, but yeah, that, and then it appears in the Mandalorian episode where Ahsoka pops up for a little cameo. So yeah, it really feels like Morai, which is the name of the bird, by the way, just kind of appears and never really had a plan for what it was supposed to be. But like, it just appeared in Rebels as a nice little thing that's following around Ahsoka. And then they connected it to the daughter, which of course somewhat transferred her life essence into Ahsoka during the Mortis arc. And that's about it. And then it reappears with her in chapter 13 of The Mandalorian. And I don't know if this wiki just hasn't been updated, if the Wikipedia just hasn't been updated to Ahsoka yet, but I don't remember it appearing in Ahsoka, and Wikipedia doesn't mention it appearing in Ahsoka. So, yeah, it's just a bit strange that she just doesn't really do anything. Like, you feel like that's something that would appear more often than it actually does, given how it's supposedly a very important creature. But no, Morai appears in what's that? One, two, three, four, five, 6 episodes across 3 different TV shows, and hasn't even appeared in the one about Ahsoka yet. Literally titled Ahsoka yet. So um, great. But yeah. And so Vader sees Morai floating around, and he picks up Ahsoka's lightsaber,
and he's clearly a bit saddened about her having died of a crash. I believe he drops the lightsaber, and then the last scene of the show is Vader, or shot of the show, is Vader walking away, reflected in the helmet of an Ahsoka trooper that's buried in the snow. And there's so much symbology in that I just don't have enough time to go into. And but it is such a perfect way to end the show. And well, I mean this entire arc is such a perfect way to end the show. I could not have asked for a better ending to the Clone Wars. It is the Clone Wars perfect or Star Wars perfected. A show is Star Wars perfected, and this arc is the Clone Wars perfected. And I don't believe anyone who's watched it will say otherwise. It is just that good. And well, yes. Yes. Little bit of season review, not much. Just the entire show this season looks so much better. I mean, they have had what, like 5 years worth of extra time to perfect it and make it look better. And the intros are even much more dynamic instead of just being uh images hard cutting to or fancy cutting to other images. There's occasionally overlaid images on top of others, and it's just there's so much better, more dynamic. And well, that is the end of season 7 and the end of the Clone Wars. And now for a few final thoughts on the show as a whole. Yeah, yeah. I actually, most of the points I put in here, final thoughts, I don't really care about. But there's one thing that I do kind of want to mention, which is the battle droids in this. They're actually independent now ever since the Battle of Naboo because the Separatists realized the problem of having one command center control your entire army. So I don't want to have them all be tied to the central control unit, which could explain why they're all acting as more individual characters. They have a bit more a little personality than they did in the episode 1 and previously. But I don't know, just a neat little thing I thought of. Well, now I've spent what is, if my calculation is correct, about more than 16 hours talking about the Clone Wars. Yeah, this um has been a lot longer a video than I was ever anticipating it could possibly be. I was expecting it to have lasted um about 7.5 hours. I think I've mentioned a couple times before. I was expecting each season to take up about an hour. Um, with the for the first 5 seasons, so like that's about 5 hours. Then about another couple hours to cover season 6, 7, the lost years, and um everything else I just randomly wanted to talk about in there. But no, the Siege of Mandalore alone took more than 2 hours. So yeah, this has just been an excessively long video, much longer than I was ever planning. And quite frankly, I think that speaks to just how damn good this show is. I had spent 16 hours, 16 and a half if my rough math is correct, talking about this show and how good it is. And I am not done. I will talk more about the Clone Wars in the future. Not sure when or how or what format that's going to take. It will probably be far more scripted than this. I do not want another video to get this out of hand on me. Like, 16 hours for crying out loud. How on earth did I manage to take 16 and a half hours talking about this show? That's so damn long. There's about 50 hours worth of television in here. And so like what percent of that did I take? So 50 divided by 16. Yeah, so I spent about I talked about the show for about a third of its entire length. The Siege of Mandalore, I talked about for longer than its length. Like, just that. So, like, yes, this show is so damn good. It has a legacy of greatness. There's a reason why for the years it was cancelled. People were requesting the creators every single day to bring it back because it is one of the best shows ever made, and I will stand by that point. You might say I've rose tinted glasses, but quite frankly, I don't care. This show is so damn good that um I simply do not care. I love this show. I I don't think anything can ever or will ever be better than it. In general, let alone just Star Wars. Like, I just do not see how anything could possibly surpass it. And like, I kind of want something to, because that would mean that there's a show or a film or something out there that is so damn amazing that it is better than this. I do not believe that is possible. The Clone Wars is amazing, and it has always been amazing, and it will always be amazing. I will always, well, I hope always, be able to go back and rewatch any episode of this show and be in love with it again because it is just that good. Ev- Every single episode I love. Every single episode is at least good. I know there are people out there who will say that there's some bad episode, and they'll even like, especially like the Side of the Void is the most, I think, most commonly maligned one, or basically any episode that includes Jar Jar. But no, as I've said it here, I still defend those episodes. They're still good. They still have reasons to exist. Would I have preferred something else than that? Sure. Like, the Clone Wars is great. So, like, if you remove the quote unquote worst episodes from the show, like, obviously the show's going to get better, but that doesn't mean that those episodes are bad. That just means they're below the insanely high average that this show has hit. And quite frankly, I just love this show. But this show has spawned many future things that form its more tangible legacy. It has spawned Rebels, which is I don't actually really know what I think about Rebels. I have watched it once, right after the Siege of Mandalore finished. I binged the entire show in a week, um, because I could not look away from it pretty much. For that entire week, I could do nothing but watch Rebels. But not because I liked it, and not because I hated it, just because I could not look away. I do not actually have an opinion on Rebels other than it's a show that existed. Like, I remember what happened. There were some good parts, there were some bad parts, there were some hilarious parts, there were some unintentionally hilarious parts, but, like, I just don't know really what I think about Rebels. Then it then there was also the Resistance show, which I have not watched, and well, that is a show that existed. I'm sure it was a show that existed. I've heard it's not very good, and so I really have no intention to ever watch it. Really, um, but the Clone Wars has also had it also span off into the Bad Batch, of course, with the first episode of Bad Batch started very much as a reminder of the Clone Wars and what the Clone that this is a sequel to the Clone Wars. And quite frankly, I think that was making a statement. The first episode, the Bad Batch logo burnt away the Clone Wars logo, and that should make a statement that this show is the new Clone Wars. It is what the Clone Wars is. Of course, Bad Batch also uses the Clone Wars animation style. It is very reminiscent of the Clone Wars. It picks up many of the beats left off from the Clone Wars, especially those related to the clones, and it has a lot of things that um, are good. It's not some episodes that are, especially the back half of the second season, that are amazing. It has got a the entire back half of the second season, starting from the start of the Coruscant arc, which was, I believe, episode 7 of 16. So that's the last 9 episodes of that. Wait, yeah, the last 9 episodes of that show, as of the point of recording this, uh, only one of which was decent in my opinion. Every other episode from the back half of the Bad Batch season 2, actually no, that would be 10 episodes. So yeah, 9 of the last 10 episodes, if I'm remembering the when the arc started, when the Coruscant arc started. But 9 of the last 10 episodes of the Clone War of the Bad Batch were amazing, and that is just astounding. The Clone Wars failed to hit amazing that consistently. Like I said, I believe the longest stint of consistent episodes was 9 episodes. In back in season 3, there were of course better seasons as a whole. I'm not really maligning the episodes around those 9, but the the Mortis, Citadel, and uh, Ventress slash Savage from season 3 arcs rather from season 3 are all amazing, and they are all and are just back to back to back. Which the Clone Wars typically fail to put amazing episodes back to back to back. They put good episodes back to back to back, obviously, but they fail to put amazing episodes back to back to back to back like that consistently. The Siege of Mandalore and the end of season 5 both easily eclipse those episodes of greatness, but they are not. But they're not as many episodes in consistent back to backness as those 9. But yeah, the Bad Batch managed to string together 9 out of 10 great episodes in a row, and it was glorious. There's a Bad Batch season 3, which I believe confirmed to be the last season of the Bad Batch, and I cannot wait for that. It is so. I'm so anticipating that. It's just within reach. I can really hope it's going to be good and continue where season 2 left off. Bad Batch is truly the successor to the Clone Wars. But then, of course, we've got the Mandoverse time frame, which the entire character of Ahsoka is, and everything she's doing is obviously a legacy of the Clone Wars. But even the Mandalorians and what they're doing and how they act is, to a certain extent, a um, part of the legacy of the Clone Wars. They are still dealing with the ramifications of everything that happened to them during the Clone Wars, as they constantly had power shifts and struggles and different forces coming in and taking them over, and Death Watch taking fighting the Mandalorians, the people of Mandalore, and then the crime gangs taking over, and then Maul taking over from the Death Watch taking over, then Maul taking over, and the Death Watch and the Republic coming in, and all that is just built up the Mandalorian culture into what it has become by the time of the Mandalorian. And then the Ahsoka show is paying such homage to both Rebels, but also, especially in episode 5 of the Ahsoka show, to the Clone Wars. And while I do have my problems with the Ahsoka show and episode 5 specifically, and how it handled the Clone Wars, I can't deny it is doing a good job. It it has its failings, and I feel like it's misrepresented characters from the Clone Wars during those flashbacks arcs scenes, however. But it's still a good show. Um, but yes, Darth Maul and Crimson Dawn are, of course, also another legacy of the Clone Wars because they were born out of because Maul was basically reborn. Well, I mean, he literally revived. He was almost literally brought back to life in the Clone Wars, and but he was given a characterization. He became the threat that he was. So anytime that Maul appears post the Clone Wars, is basically just paying homage to what the Clone Wars has done for his character, and he's created the Crimson Dawn, which has then, of course, gone on to become fairly important, I think, in the Star Wars comics. And he appeared at the end of the Solo movie, which was definitely teasing something that will maybe happen at some point if Disney ever gets their ass together. But yeah, that is the legacy of the Clone Wars. Well, other than, of course, what is probably its single most important legacy, which is Dave Filoni himself. Dave Filoni created the Clone Wars. He is the man behind it. He would not be in Star Wars if it was not for the Clone Wars. And he has become George Lucas's Padawan. I I know there are people out there who don't like him and don't like what he's done, but I disagree. I think that while he has had his misses, and he has created what is, in my opinion, the single worst thing in Star Wars, um, he has overall, I think, been a definite boon to Star Wars, even beyond the Clone Wars, because obviously the Clone Wars is a boon to Star Wars. But beyond the Clone Wars, I still think he has been a boon to to Star Wars. And well, I think that is the legacy of the Clone Wars in full. Well, in brief, I guess. Like all the major things that owe their existence to the Clone Wars. But there is, of course. Well, actually, no, there's nothing else. Well, nothing else Clone Wars related directly. But I assume if you made it, well, about 16 and a half hours into this video, you care about what I'm going to be making next. So I'm just going to give a brief little rundown of some of the ideas from videos I might make in the future. So the first one I might make is a which might happen around Christmas time. There might be a review of the Ahsoka show. I'm not sure if I actually want to do that right now, but I might end up making a video on that. It won't happen before then, even though the shows will be long done by then. But yeah, that's just mainly due to my personal timing problems. Um, yeah, so there might be a video about the Ahsoka show around Christmas time. I haven't decided on that. I'll see partly how much time I have, partly if I care to make it. Um, but then on on May the 4th next year, hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll be making a video entitled "A View of the Force," in which I talk about um what I think the Force is and how it works and all that jazz. Which, yes, that might be interesting. I don't know. I want to talk about it because, well, the Force is it's a very weird mystical thing, and I just want to talk about it really. And I feel there's no better time to talk about that on Star Wars Day. And yeah, so then next video I make after that will be uh I'm not sure what it's going to be on, but it will be on October 3rd again. I think it's October 3rd, right? Same day this video came out. Um, and that one's going to be much shorter than this, and it will be on probably one of two topics. It will be either on how Ambush, the first episode of the show, sets up the entire show perfectly, and despite not really using any of the main characters from the show, or it will be on, or it will be about me explaining how all the opening quotes of all the episodes relate to what the episode's actually about. Which, in all honesty, is partly because I actually want to look at all the opening quotes and think about them more deeply than I have been. But yeah, if you don't make an interesting video, both of those. Some other videos I'm going to be making at some various points in the future will be a video about the Saber's real world history, as in our history of the Dark Saber, not the in universe one, because I think that that's actually really interesting. How the Dark Saber has changed from what it originally was envisioned as during the Clone Wars to what it has become by now through the Mandalorian and what it represents and what it is and what it was. Something that's very interesting. Then another idea is going to be the problem with Umbara, a tale of two Krells. Which, well, I think the title kind of gives it away what that's going to be about. I'm going to be discussing the Umbara arc and why I really think it has some problems. Like, it's a very interesting arc. As I talked about back when I was talking about it here, it it's really hard to properly critique that arc because um it's constructed of four really well done episodes. It's just that episode three, one, two, and three don't really flow properly into episode four. Krell just has a complete change of character, who he is, what he represents for the final episode of the arc, and it just doesn't work. But yeah, I'll talk more about that both earlier and later. Um, one of the other videos I might do, or I might do at some point, is a I didn't write this down in my notes. Deep is a deep dive on Mortis and what on earth Mortis and the ones all represent, and how they all interact, what they all mean, and what they all are, what they've all become. Now, in the aftermath of that arc, which I think I might have some interesting views on. Which I might have alluded to in this video. I don't think I did, but I might have. Um, I might combine that with another idea, which is how the sequel trilogy could have used Mortis. Because I think that if the sequel trilogy had taken Mortis and used it in place of both Up to and Hexagon, they could have done something really interesting there. And it wouldn't have made the sequel trilogy good, but I feel like they could have done something with the Mortis and the sequel trilogy to actually make it work better. Um, then there's a few character deep dives from Clone Wars I want to get into. Maul, because, well, he's one of the most tragic and complex characters the show basically created, but it didn't fully create it because it took the Phantom Menace Maul and extrapolated on him. What would he become if he was brought back to life? But because that, just him being the same Maul Phantom Menace is important who he is. And similarly, I want to do another one of a tragedy of Savage Opress, which will definitely be a separate video because Savage always just gets lumped in as Maul but worse. When I feel like he deserves to be thought of as more of his own character, and so I want him to get his own an own video about his tragedy and all the things he was forced to go through throughout the Clone Wars. And also want to do a character deep dive on Hondo because Hondo is great and I love him and I want to just analyze him and his full code and see what he truly is. Like no, because no one in uh really he doesn't really make sense except he does and it's great, glorious. I just want to talk about Hondo for a full video. Yeah, those are all the things I've got planned right now. So, um, yeah, that is the Clone Wars. That is the end of this video. Goodbye. Um, I might talk to you later.